How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final time. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil dich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil dich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil dich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Well, здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to the Socialism 2025 conference live coverage. I am barely awake. See, LK says, I was still waking up. No, I'm awake. I'm awake, barely, with my giant ass cup of American coffee in a British cup. Ironically, this is actually from a British company, but fuck the UK. We won, you lost, go away, and all that stuff. We have to drink coffee on July 4th. Happy Independence Day, everyone. I appreciate you guys spending some time with me. Who's ready to sit here all day and watch socialism? It's going to be great. Rude Boy says, let's go for 10 hours this time. Well, actually, Rude Boy, we will be streaming socialism for about 12 hours today. 12 hours. We are starting with our first session in about 10 minutes. And their last session is scheduled to wrap up around 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. So we will be streaming socialism for 12 straight hours. Hey, happy birthday, Suzanne. Happy birthday, Suzanne. You get a 12-hour stream for your birthday. Thank you, LK, for starting us off with a super chat. Guys, I have made the executive decision to raise the super chat goal because my original goal for all of Socialism Week was $1,000 in super chats, and you guys blew that out of the water yesterday. So we have actually already met our first initial goal for super chats, and so I decided to raise it. I am streaming socialism for about 12 hours today. I am streaming more socialism for another 10 to 11 hours tomorrow. I feel like the upped goal with the performance of the chat is necessary. And of course, I do also love it when people support me over on the Substack too. We also have a goal over there. About 20 new people have signed up for the Substack so far this week, which is awesome. I would love to get 100 new supporters on the Substack though. Maybe not this week. Maybe that might be a little bit of a stretch goal. But if you're thinking about supporting the work I'm doing, streaming you this stuff, talking about it, breaking it down, doing write-ups on the Substack, doing clips, doing classes, doing all the things I do, head over to karlyn.substack.com and sign up for a membership. $8 a month, $80 a year. That is actually my preferred method of supporting my work. But if you want to send in super chats, that's cool too. We also have, hang on. We also have, if you would prefer to do something like Cash App or Venmo, you have the QR codes for Cash App or Venmo. All those will count towards the goal as well. And of course, we got the QR code for the Substack if you would like to sign up for a membership there. Hey, Nick, thank you. Morning all. Let's hit the $2,000 goal. That would be awesome. That would be awesome and incredible, and I would really appreciate it. And listen, man, we're going to have a lot of people coming in and out today. I want all of our veterans to be prepared to help newbies today, because I think we're going to have a lot of new people coming in and out throughout the day. And hopefully they chip in. What do you think of the tweet I put in the Twitter group chat last night? Naruto, I'm going to be real honest. I am not even paying attention to the group chat. So I promise I will take a look, but I'm literally just not even paying attention to it just because there's so much other stuff going on. But I promise I will look. I promise, Naruto. I promise. Okay. I promise. All right, guys. We are going to be getting started with our coverage, our live coverage of the Socialism 2025 conference. If you have not been with us for the last week or so, there is a conference going on literally in Chicago right now. It is called the Socialism Conference. I'm not just saying that. That is actually the title. It is hosted by Haymarket Books. Haymarket Books is a socialist book publishing company. And if you can find the full streaming schedule, because we will be going all day today. So we are at the whim of the presentations that the Socialism Conference wants to stream. Luckily for us, the Socialism Conference actually streams a whole bunch of presentations out of their conference. And generally what they do is they do 2 live streams per session. And so we have a full day of sessions we can watch. And basically what we're going to do is I have picked out what I think are the best sessions to watch live. And then there are times when the Socialism Conference is on a break. So basically, they might do 2 sessions basically back to back, and then they go take a break to have lunch, or they go take a break to do yoga or a meetup or whatever the fuck. So while the Socialism Conference is on a break, we will be watching one of the previously streamed presentations so that we can try to get as many of their presentations in as possible. And that's what we'll be doing on the breaks in between the sessions. There are no official conference drinking games, but I really should bring back bingo. You know what? Like, while we're streaming this morning, I'm going to remake. We used to have a socialism bingo card, and I stopped doing it because, like, I felt I took away the socialism bingo card because I felt like people were putting too much emphasis on winning the bingo game and not actually listening to the socialism. But I really should bring it back. I'm going to do that and make a new bingo card this morning, but we're not doing a drinking game yet. Anyway, so because we are going to be going back and watching some of the previously streamed sessions, we will be watching 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sessions today from the Socialism Conference. That is a lot of socialism, guys. This is not just a marathon of socialism. This is an ultra marathon of socialism. This is like the 100-miler ultra marathon of socialism. All right. You will probably lose your mind if you sit through all 12 hours of this with me. I lost my mind years ago, so I don't need to worry about it anymore. But just warning, what we're going to do today is not for the faint of heart. It is not for the untrained. I mean, if you want to try to do it and you're a newbie, are there any newbies in the chat, by the way? I know it's still really early. Are there any newbies in the chat? Bro, it's like 11 o'clock in the morning. I can't play a drinking game at 11 o'clock in the morning. We're doing 12 straight hours of socialism. Yep, we are. Yep. If there are any newbies in the chat, welcome. Welcome. You're going to have a lot of fun today. And, listen, I'm actually not kidding when I say I've kind of lost my mind watching socialism. So just beware is all I'm saying. Just beware. It can't physically hurt you, but you will see things and hear things that you cannot unsee and you cannot unhear. And it will change the way you view the world. I promise you. I promise you today. If you think you understand socialism and you are new to my channel, you're going to get a shock today like you've never gotten before in your life. And it's going to be great. And it's going to be fun. And you're going to have a community to support you. But just know what you're getting into. Okay, this is no dicking around. Let's rot our brains with 12 straight hours of socialism. It's going to be so cool. So they should be kicking off any second here, guys. Hang on. Let me get the stream up. Oh, there it is. This is the first stream from the Socialism Conference. They're still getting in. They're still getting ready. This is a very early session for them, so I wouldn't be surprised if the earlier sessions were a little bit lighter in terms of attendance, but you can see they are wearing their masks. Oh, these rooms look great. They did something to the wall in these rooms. That looks much better. They hang up their banners and stuff. So the first presentation we're going to be watching is called You Cannot Evict a Movement, Tenant Fights That Catalyze, Mobilize, and Win. And this is parts of tenants' rights organizing. This session will introduce transitional demands, a powerful organizing strategy that helps tenants connect their personal struggles like rent hikes, repairs, evictions to the bigger picture. You'll hear from experienced tenants about how Black and migrant tenants. So the reason we're watching this is there's going to be a lot of immigration stuff in this presentation. Because tenants' rights groups, I didn't realize this until recently. Tenants' rights groups are pretty overlapped with like immigration rights groups and migrants' rights groups. So that's kind of a weird thing. The Black and migrant tenants are responding to the housing crisis and gentrifying neighborhoods. You'll leave with the tools to organize your own building or community. So what you're going to see in this is one of the things that the left does really well in terms of their organizing is they actually teach people how to tell their story, because the left understands that human beings make decisions emotionally and justify them rationally, right? And so what they do is the left actually has training sessions where it's 6 activists down and they figure out the best way to tell their story, and then they practice telling their story, and then they go on camera and they tell their story, and then they go speak at rallies and they tell their story, you know. So it's like, it's not just like, okay, so on the right, and I know this because I did rallies on the right for months and months and months and months and months in 2020. On the right, when they ask you to speak in an event, you basically just show up and you get no guidance and you can say whatever you want to say. And most people don't even prepare. They just get up and they say whatever they want to say. The left doesn't do that. If you are speaking at like a leftist event, chances are you've been trained on how to tell the story they want you to give in that talk, because everything they do is highly organized. Okay. So, are they talking yet? Let me see. Hanging out right now. Let me make sure the sound is set up. It is. So this is the first presentation we're going to be watching. You can find, again, the full schedule for the day that I have planned. Of course, we are at the whim of the Socialism Conference. So if they have technical difficulties or something else happens, we might need to be flexible in what we watch. We might need to, like last year, one of their presentations just didn't live stream at all. So we had to be flexible, but that's all right. We can do that. Next, after this presentation, we're going to be watching a presentation called Rethinking Anti-Fascism. I think that's going to be real good. We also have Debt is a Labor Issue, and that's about unions and debt abolition. We also have Labor in the Struggle for Higher Education. We have Gender, Sexuality, and Reproduction in the State. That's actually got Sophie. I thought Sophie wasn't going to be speaking, but she is actually. So we're going to get to see Sophie a little bit later on today at 6 p.m. And then we've got Reclaiming the Future, which is their, I think, their keynote. And then we've also got Fighting Fascism. So lots of good presentations today, guys. And I hope you have your coffee. Happy 4th of July. Happy Independence Day. Welcome to all our newbies. Guys, please make sure you mount the like button for me. Mounting the like button, of course, lets YouTube know to recommend my content to more people. Because I broke out of a shadow ban recently, and now I have all these new people on my channel. It's so weird. It's so weird. I love it, but I was shadow banned on YouTube for a long time. So one of the ways you can help me stay out of the shadow ban is by just liking the video, sharing the video, you know, interacting in the chat, stuff like that. Making sure you're subscribed to the channel. It's so good to see all the new people here. Honestly, you guys don't even know. We really struggled to grow things for a long time.
Not evict a movement. Tenant fights that catalyze, mobilize, and win. This is going to be an awesome session. Lots of opportunities for you all to interact with each other and collectively strategize. As we get started, I will introduce our speakers.
As a reminder, guys, this is live, so normally I don't comment over it, but sometimes I might.
So at the Socialism Conference, all participants play a role in keeping one another safe and making sure that we all feel supported and comfortable over this conference weekend. So to that end, a few reminders. First, remember that all conference attendees are required to wear N95 or KN95 masks while indoors in conference spaces. Speakers from the front may remove their masks when speaking, but only while actively speaking, and audience members are still required to wear masks even when asking questions or making comments. Second, we ask that you wear your conference badge throughout the weekend and respect our badge checkers at the door of meeting rooms, which is part of our community safety plans, helping us have a safe conference together. And third, please keep in mind that the Socialism Conference is meant to be a space to encourage genuine learning, discussion, and debate among folks from across the left. We ask that all of our participants help us to foster a culture where folks feel comfortable expressing questions and sharing different points of view. All participants should also keep in mind that the conference is a relatively open space, and to take that into account when you decide what to share.
The Karlyn disclaimer! The Karlyn disclaimer! Yeah! The Karlyn disclaimer!
And as mentioned, there will be multiple opportunities for you to talk to each other in smaller group, but also as a whole group. When we are having full group discussions, you can raise your hand.
So people who don't know, they added that disclaimer after I recorded them at the Socialism 2023 conference, because they're not saying anything important right now. So after I went undercover and recorded them and then released the recordings, the following year they added an additional disclaimer to all their talks saying, just keep in mind that you might be recorded.
Our awesome panel. So our speakers today will be sharing about their own stories about tenant atomization and isolation and how to combat it. And we'll all have opportunities to talk to each other about our experiences as tenants and building community as tenants. We'll also get an opportunity to explore some zines, but we'll get started with some intros. So our first panelist, Stephen Gurney, is a friend, sibling, partner, educator, tenant organizer, and lover of the hot weather.
Ooh.
He has been organizing with the BED Tenant Union in Brooklyn since 2022, during which he has taken part in several building and neighborhood-based organizing campaigns across Brooklyn. He believes that tenant organizing plays a crucial role in developing the protagonism and collective agency of the working class and poor. Amadi Ozier has been a tenant organizer since 2020, including projects with Madison Tenant Power in Madison, Wisconsin, and the Crown Heights Care Collective, co-founder, and the Crown Heights Tenant Union in Brooklyn, New York. They have organized several successful, high-profile neighborhood-level crisis responses supporting long-term Black tenants. Khadija Haynes, in absentia, is the founder of Black People for Theory and Praxis, a member of the Red Clarion Press, a tenant organizer with Brooklyn Eviction Defense, Crown Heights Tenant Union, and an organizer with Medgar Evers College Coalition. She is a writer, poet, and MC. As a committed Marxist-Leninist, her work center the revolutionary struggle of oppressed people, both in the underbelly of the imperial core and globally. Trevor Anastasio Ortega has been a tenant organizer since 2021, currently working with the Puget Sound Tenants Union as the secretary of the Capitol Hill Local. They focus on building sustainable sites of working class struggle through the organization of reproductive labor. Previously, they have been a member of the Bellingham Tenants Union, Tenants Revolt, and various labor organizations. All right, awesome. I'm going to turn it over to you all. Really excited for today's conversation.
Thank you. Okay, let's start with some chants. Chants? Yeah? Okay, let's start with no landlords, no cops, all evictions gotta stop.
No landlords, no cops, all evictions gotta stop. No landlords, no cops, all evictions gotta stop.
No landlords, no cops,
all evictions gotta stop.
No landlords.
Fight. Housing is a human right.
Fight. Housing is a human right. Fight. Housing is a human right. Fight. Housing is a human right.
When I say can't pay, you say won't pay. Can't pay.
Won't pay.
Can't pay.
Won't pay.
Can't pay.
Won't pay.
Can't pay.
Won't pay.
Can't pay.
Won't pay.
Can't pay.
Won't pay.
Can't pay.
Won't pay.
Okay.
That did wake me up, actually. That was great. That was
All
a good
right.
experience.
Can everyone hear me okay? Cool. So on my way to the airport, I had this cab driver, Miguel, and we start talking, and he just kind of starts bringing up tons of things about bad conditions like hardship, cost of living in New York. He brings up imperialism, which is interesting. He starts talking about the American dream and the culture of people wanting to buy cars. And
not the
whatever
American
in
dream. Oh no.
New York. And so I start like rapping to him, about my beliefs on changing that. And he goes to my fiance, he goes, "Oh man, this guy, he's fucking crazy, isn't he? He's one of those communists."
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? Yeah, we are a little bit crazy. But he was really touching on a lot of the aspects of what Karl Marx talks about. And specifically, I want to talk about the transition period from capitalism to communism, which Karl Marx describes as economic and social. And so oftentimes when we talk about the tenant organizing and housing, we focus on the economics. So for example, there's a building in Brooklyn that 2 years ago won $92,000 in back rent after going through like a long process of not having heat. There was a fire in the basement and, general conditions of disrepair. And so they won $92,000. Woo! Let's celebrate those wins. But tenant organizing is more than that. We experience in our social order of housing under capitalism intense alienation. Amongst the different kind of manifestations of that is pushing home ownership, which really individualizes us. But then most of us in metropolitan areas can't afford to buy property. And so we're pushed into tenancy, which currently is ripping apart long-standing communities by developers speculating the land prices, putting in, new cafes and art galleries and whatnot that cater to a different group of people who then come in and through being in the neighborhood really displace people and rip apart these long-lasting communities, which in turn rips apart the social relations of those communities. Then these people also, like myself, a transplant, gentrifier, if you may, we also experience alienation in the fact that we are often in market rate apartments where the landlord, after 2 years, a year, will decide to raise the rent 30%, right? And then we're forced to move as well. So any building that we started to do with meeting neighbors and whatnot, we're also pushed out of that, right? So there's multiple forces of this alienation that occurs that really impacts the social relations that we have with one another. And so within tenant organizing, it's important for us to build on, form new, and reimagine the social relations of where we live. This happens through many different ways. So some ways is when we're organizing within our buildings, within our neighborhoods, we focus on eating together, right? Sharing meals. That is the place where people discuss, where people partake in a common activity that we all know and love. We aid each other, we support each other in going through the alienating process of the housing court system, right? We accompany one another so that people know that we're not alone. We also celebrate with one another. It's really important that we celebrate birthdays of tenants, of people that we're organizing with. We celebrate new births. We mourn deaths with one another. It's important that we kind of focus on these things. Cool. So I'm going to give a quick example of this building. I got a text the other day from Tenant, who I've been organizing with, and she was like, "Hey, can you help me use Canva? I'm trying to make a prayer card for my sister's death." And I was like, "Oh, I'm terrible at responding to texts." A day later, I was like, "Yeah, you still need help?" And she was like, "No, actually, I went to Tanya, a neighbor." And I was like, "Man, that's really beautiful, really cool." And that is an example of these social relations where before that they didn't know each other, and before that this same tenant wanted to move out of the building, but now wants to stay. And this building is going beyond their building and entering into struggle of gentrification in the neighborhood, which is really cool. And so speaking from my own positionality as a transplant, just want to say that this is a really long-term project. We need to focus on building our own relations with the communities that we are going into, and understand that this is going to be difficult. But economic conditions allow for communities to stay, where social relations make communities grow. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Stephen. Similarly, I'm kind of thinking through the work that I've been doing in Brooklyn. I think my main project is about trying to pull the existing energy from the community in order to get a lot of attention on a single tenant issue, in order to draw public pressure or create public pressure and win demands on that specific tenant's issue. So I've been involved in several high-profile neighborhood-wide crisis responses, which would require dozens upon dozens or even hundreds of people to be on the ground and deeply impacted or feeling meaningfully involved in supporting
an individual tenant's like community defense. One particular story that I wanted to tell was about a elderly tenant who was in like a rent stabilized unit in Brooklyn, and his rent was about like $400, and his landlord wanted him out, and he refused the buyout. This is all alleged, but he refused the buyout, so the landlord moved other people into the building to like systematically harass the elderly tenant in the hopes that he would basically like move out or die, basically. And I won't get into the whole laundry list of all the things that were done, but
they
it was like
literally
months
tried
of
to
stuff,
kill him
and
for
it was gross,
capitalism.
it was violent, it was racist. And I think the sticking point for the tenant who was at the center of it was that it was greedy, right? Like that the house, this is like a Brooklyn brownstone in a park. So it was like worth like $2 million without being renovated, with just one tenant. It was just like, it was just as equity, it was $2 million, but that wasn't enough for this landlord. He needed this person to be like pushed out of his home of 25 years. And that was the sticking point for the tenant. And so we coordinated rapid response with the neighbors in the immediate block. We hosted like several like community meetings, and basically mobilized to draw attention to the fact that it wasn't like an isolated incident, an isolated issue. It was a problem that was impacting a lot of other people in the street, and that other people were paying attention. That the landlord wanted it to be an isolated situation, that the elder was alone, and that he was not alone. We wanted to make that visibly clear. So we were ultimately successful in interrupting the landlord harassment, and we launched a block association on the block. And I think the most important thing to remember about the situation is that several community groups were asked to be involved, and the neighbors called the police like 5 or 6 times, and they were like, there's nothing we can do about this. And we did it, you know? So tenant organizing is frequently about making the impossible seem possible. And what that frequently means doing is kind of like spelling out, being specific about the kinds of roles or the kinds of tasks people can step into, whether or not they've ever done anything like that before, right? We need somebody to talk to reporters. We need somebody to bring food. We need somebody to organize a schedule. We need somebody to communicate with our elder who doesn't use computers very well, you know, et cetera. There's a role for everyone, and we have to be clear about that in order to construct community response. And the one way that I think is really successful for building out a widespread community response is storytelling, right? Being honest about the stories we're telling about the cases that we're involved with, right? Which is like, why does this particular project or this particular moment matter to you specifically? Being honest about that so that you can connect that with why it can matter to another person, right? So like, when we are coordinating community defenses that require dozens and dozens of people, you know, you have to be able to connect with why each of those people wants to have the opportunity to be a part of something bigger than themselves, you know. Beyond that, I think we have to recognize that like we're building relationships. Big relationships with large communities means building relationships with people that you don't like very much or don't like you, but that's what we need in order to create, you know, worlds without police, where we don't have to call the police to deal with our problems. And also that it's exhilarating when you win. Like, you know, when we're creating situations where the impossible becomes possible, that means that like, it's hard when you're doing it, and that it feels absolutely amazing when you actually succeed. Thank you.
Hey everybody. So my name is Trevor. I'm going to be talking about the Puget Sound Tenants Union, which is located in Seattle. I really love.
Or no, I can't.
I'm going to try to jump off what you guys have been saying, specifically about making the impossible seem possible. When you're in a community, kind of like the one that where we organize in Capitol Hill in Seattle, that's alienated, that's largely like queer people moving across the country to avoid persecution in their own hometowns and looking to find life somewhere else. When you're living in apartment buildings where people don't know each other, the very idea of community seems impossible, Like, it's
You
not
guys
something
think
that
trans
people
or no?
imagine.
One
Maybe
if
if you would
trans,
ask me,
two
is
if not
community
trans.
possible, they would say yeah. But
I
on a
really
social
don't
level,
know.
people, including myself, have a hard time visualizing it. So when you ask people, oh, you're experiencing a problem, would you like to door knock your building? They go, oh, I'm not sure. They don't door knock on their neighbors' buildings. That's not a normal thing. And so even just those very limits become, I'm going to use a Paulo Freire term, limit situations, just things where people have barriers of fear
Yeah,
around
the
them.
sound is gonna
And
work itself
sometimes
out.
just
I
by
can't do anything about
overcoming
it.
that simple barrier of door knocking a building, of meeting people from your neighborhood in a tenant meeting where everybody's down to fight for each other, becomes a situation that feels exhilarating because you've overcome a limit maybe you didn't even realize you had. We talked about the economic and the social, where
Fair point. Could be
the
non-binary.
larger economic conditions are what makes you stay, but the social conditions are what grows the community. I find in our experiment in the Puget Sound Tenants Union, we used to do online Zoom calls every week. And that was mostly for organizers. Tenants would hop in here and then, but they wouldn't stick around, mostly because we're talking about the campaigns that we're doing and the work that we're all doing here, and the tenants don't feel like they're a part of it very much. We switched to be, okay, we're gonna do weekly meetings in person in a specific neighborhood. We're gonna bring food, we're gonna make it an event. People started to stick around. They had the same economic issues, but we're dealing with it in a different social way. And what we found is that is what makes people want to stay in our union. That's what grows our union, is people wanting to stick around.
It's definitely
us.
a woman.
And that has
the mannerisms
well,
are very
now
feminine.
the union isn't fighting for someone else. The union's fighting for itself. And so when the people are fighting for the people in the room,
Their name is Trevor.
when that's the norm,
Well, that doesn't mean
when we
anything.
understand that that's all what's going on, when new issues come in, you'll notice them week
woman
after
hands,
week. Word spreads when you start doing things within a specific neighborhood. People start talking to each other, and people start coming in that you wouldn't have gotten before. And you can pick up on trends. I know for us, the most recent story is 2 months ago, a tenant comes in talking about something we'd never heard about before, the ratio utility billing system.
This is,
We said-
I agree with you.
They said that they came in, they have
Or
giant hikes in
non-binary.
utility bills,
Non-binary
went
trans.
from $50 to
with hormones.
$300. Said that their whole building got it. They're already talking to neighbors. We blindsided by this, we never heard of it. We do a little bit of research. Next week, another tenant comes in, different building, talking about the same thing. Next week, that same thing happens. We say, oh, this is a thing happening in our neighborhood. And because this group of tenants that come to these meetings for the food, for the community, have also been noticing this trend with us, when we decide, oh, let's take a campaign on this.
They fixed it. Thank you,
Everybody's
Socialism
down
Conference.
for it, because we've all been part of the creation of this story. We've been experiencing it as secondhand.
That's so much better.
As it's been developing. And so when that tenant
is definitely a
association
girl.
that first came to us, those were two real strong tenant organizers. When they started developing their tenant association, say, we're going to be doing a demonstration on this, the union's behind them. Their neighbors, they're in their neighborhood, are behind them. And I just wanted to shout out that they did that demonstration. 1 week later, the landlord caved, instant benefits, $100 to each tenant. Still not enough. They rejected that deal. They said, we want that utility billing system out. And so they're escalating it even further. We've got a bigger demonstration coming up for it. And yeah, that's the power of community. We haven't always had those big wins, but we've spent so much time building that network of people that when we decided to go in on something, we had the leverage to actually get something out of it. So yeah, the social and the economic go together.
Great. Awesome. Okay. Oh.
So our comrade Khadija couldn't be here today, unfortunately. So she sent me just something that she wanted to share. And so she shared with me, Dispossession is not just a harsh dislocation from one's home and community, it is a deep severing from a people's community and sense of self. As someone who's experienced the brute dislodging effects of dispossession most of my life, I know not only the unending precarity it imposes, but the dense feeling of an unbelonging that is cold and repetitious in the way it moves through the dragged contours of an already subjugated people and hangs like dead air in a burden too suffocating to carry. 4 years ago, I almost died in a basement apartment. The landlord had a carbon monoxide leak she intentionally did nothing about, even though the detectors were ringing every day, blaring and constant. That morning, I was on my way to a job that didn't pay enough to even hold on to the cramped, water bug-ridden apartment when I couldn't move and fell to the floor. My legs weighted and detached from my body. I managed to crawl outside completely naked, scratches of pierced flesh from climbing up the ragged stairs to get out of the apartment where I called 911. After I spent the entire day in the hospital, she asked me when I'm going to pay rent. It's not only the painful dehumanization people are forced to endure, a dehumanization meted out by confused thinking of the petty bourgeois striving so forcefully to capitalist aspirations that they are willing to stifle and bludgeon to death their own people. It's the perennial debasement of existing while poor and black that leaves us rendered and choking on the skeletal remains of a life that was never a life to begin with. Shout out to Khadija for those beautiful words. We wish you were here.
Okay. So we wanted to start with some storytelling from us and then give some opportunity for you guys to talk a little bit. So one thing that we mentioned during the panel that has been really effective in each of our own tenant unions has been building out opportunity for us to talk about what's happening in our buildings and to build relationships and to strategize. So we'd love for you guys to break out into groups.
Oh
We
no,
were thinking, like, maybe
breakouts!
5-ish people, but
This
like,
isn't cool.
fewer, more, it's fine. And spend 15 to 20-ish minutes
15 to 20
talking
minutes?
through two main questions. The first question being, what are the ways that you have felt isolated or atomized in your building or
Lame.
neighborhood? So
This is a
what are some
live
ways that you have
stream,
felt
ma'am.
isolated? What are some ways you felt alone, right? And then talk through what are some ways that you and your neighbors have built community? Like, what are some concrete strategies that have made
Breakouts
you
on a
feel
live
more
stream.
connected to your neighbors? Okay.
This
We're
is like
also
code for
in like a live
we
stream
didn't.
session,
Oh.
so we will be talking 15, 20 minutes in a way that's not interesting to people on the
Yeah,
internet.
you should have thought about that.
So we'll be playing some music.
Oh, come
let me
on.
introduce the songs a little bit. So if you aren't a social person or don't feel like talking, you can like think through these same questions. What makes you feel isolated? What makes you feel in community?
You know what? You're actually right about the bingo card. Okay,
songs.
hang on. You're right.
We're gonna play Home by Diana Ross. We're
Let me
going to
get the
play
bingo
Home
card
is
up.
Where the Hatred Is by Gil Scott Heron and Take Me Home Country Road. I didn't write who wrote that, but you guys know it. Okay, but again, the questions are, what are some ways you felt isolated? What are some ways you built community? And we'll come back in about 15 minutes to share out.
Dang. Well, that sucks. I wish they had considered doing a live stream when they decided to take a 20-minute break. This is code for we didn't prepare a long enough presentation. So they're going to talk for about 20 minutes. I don't know. Let's see what else. What else is Haymarket streaming right now? Maybe we can go peek in at the other presentation. Let me see. What are they doing? Let's peek in at the other presentation. It's called Indigenous Grounded Solidarity Then and Now. Are they doing breakouts too? Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? The other presentation at the Socialism Conference is also doing a fucking breakout. This is actually funny because they usually don't do this. They usually don't do breakouts within the conference sessions, and now both of these fucking sessions are doing a breakout at literally the same time. Like, you have people there sitting around. Okay, maybe we can rewind this one. Wait, are they just sitting there? Did they even not? They didn't even show up. Oh, this isn't even a breakout. This they didn't even show up. And they're still just live streaming it anyway. They didn't show up. It's been this way the whole live stream. Wow. Do they believe in euthanasia? No, actually, no. Like, unironically, they actually talk about, they think the right is trying to perform eugenics, and so they are very anti-eugenics or anything like that. But they think that's what the right's trying to do. Yeah, no one cares about the natives. The indigenous people did not show up to the socialism conference. It's over. It's over. All right. Well, I guess that's not going to work then. I guess I can go back to sharing this. We can watch them talk or something. All right. Well, I guess, does anyone have questions about socialism? Since we have about 20 minutes. Does anyone have questions about socialism? Welcome to all our new people. Let's see. They talk about community and networking a lot. Well, because these are collectivists. They're socialists, okay? So, of course, they're going to talk about community. Everything they do is about the community, the collective. That's why they're all wearing masks, by the way. I am not playing the Penguin song. For people who are new and you're wondering, why are all these crazy people wearing masks? Well, they actually believe that wearing a mask is part of their responsibility to the collective as part of the community to make sure that everyone can show up to events like this, including the immunocompromised. They actually do believe that. People think that they're wearing the mask to protect their identity, but that's really not it, because remember, these are their private spaces. Like, they're in a room right now talking to each other. They're not talking to us. Like, when we're watching stuff like this, you have to remember, it's kind of like we are a fly on the wall of a socialist event. They are not presenting to the internet. They're presenting to each other, and then they're recording it and putting it on the internet later to try to educate other comrades. So they're not wearing the mask to protect their identity from each other. They wear the mask even when there's no cameras on. They wear the mask when they're just standing in a small group of their friends. It has nothing to do with protecting their identity. It has to do with their obligation to the community to take care of everyone else. So that is why they do the masks. I get hung up on the wordplay between personal and private property. Well, okay, so you have to memorize the definition of capitalism. The definition of capitalism will tell you what is considered to be bourgeois private property. So when socialists talk about abolishing capitalism, what they're talking about is abolishing private property ownership, specifically bourgeois property, which is property that you can use to amass a significant amount of private wealth. They define this roughly as your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental. We're watching a tenants' rights presentation because they don't believe landlords should exist. Your ability to own intellectual property. That's why I can stream snipe all of their sessions. Socialists do not believe in intellectual property, so they will never copyright strike me. It will never happen because they don't believe in intellectual property. And so, therefore, if they ever tried to copyright strike me, I could make a big old stink about this isn't even socialist and blah, blah, blah for reasons X, Y, B, and Z, and you're not real socialist. And by the way, there would be other socialists that would actually agree with me because they are intellectually honest to a certain degree. So they don't believe in intellectual property. They don't believe in owning a private business, whether that private business is big or small. They called it, you heard him call it the petit bourgeois, small business owner. They think that because sometimes they say, we're not worried about the petit bourgeois. It's just the capitalist. The petit bourgeois is like one level down from capitalist. So essentially, they think all petit bourgeois will eventually aspire to be capitalists, though. So that's why they say that. And of course, most importantly, from my understanding, parental rights are also considered to be a form of private property because they allow for the passing of inheritance from father to son or parent to child or whatever. So those are all things that I just named. owning a home, owning land, owning an apartment rental, owning intellectual property, owning a private business, and parental rights. All of those things allow you to amass personal wealth. Whereas, like, if you sold your car, okay, maybe you'd make a little bit of money selling a car, but probably not much. If you sold your iPhone or your computer, I mean, chances are you wouldn't even get back what you bought it for. So it's kind of like they're not trying to take your stuff, like your smaller things. They're only interested in the big things because that's how people amass greater levels of like resources. Hope that helps. I'm still waking up, guys. So if I'm just like, I'm usually not awake before noon. I work very late into the night. I work till like 3 or 4 in the morning and then I sleep. And I'm usually not working until noon. So I got up early for you guys on 4th of July, but I'm not awake yet. So if my answers are retarded in the morning, it's not my fault. I'm tired. Okay, whatever. We are waiting for them to come back from their breakout session. If you've got questions about socialism, now is a nice time to ask them. The other presentation apparently didn't even show up. If you guys feel like, if you guys appreciate the work I'm doing, bringing you the socialism conference this weekend, we do have a super chat goal. We also have, if you want to sign up for my Substack, that's karlyn.substack.com. That would be great. I should play a song. Oh, well, actually, why don't we do a song? What are the 4 goals of the woke left? Let's do a song, okay? Hang on. For people who are new, here are the 4 goals of the woke left in the form of song, just to wake everyone up because there's nothing else to do right now. Here you go.
The left seeks power in every way they can. Elected seats influence and calculated plan for scruples and CEOs. They expand their cultural control. Soft power whispers shaping their utopian goals. Once in power, they destabilize the norm, creating chaos, making society swerve. Problems they orchestrate by design, blaming capitalism for the pain of clever lies. These are the 4 goals of the woke, embedded in actions, words they invoke, from pushing equality to Marxist dreams, in the dance of power, scheme and scheme, in every move their agenda please. Remember, nothing's ever as it seems. Next capitalism, they fiercely assail. In every speech, it's the villain they unveil. From racism, patriarchy, they rail. Ain't owning nothing, equity, they prevail. Ushering in their Marxist utopias, the end game. The turmoil and strife they aim to overthrow the old, establish their claim. The vision, they abolish everything. Making capitalism for the pain of clever lies. These are the 4 goals of the woke, embedded in actions, words they invoke, from pushing equality to Marxist dreams, in the dance of power, scheme and scheme, in every move their agenda please. Remember, nothing's ever as it seems. So it's gain power, destabilize, make capitalism into the Marxist utopia. That's what they want, that's what they want, abolish capitalism. These are the 4 goals of the woke, embedded in actions, words they invoke, from pushing equality to Marxist dreams, in the dance of power, scheme and scheme, in every move their agenda please. Remember, nothing's ever as it seems. So it's real.
All right, so that song was The Four Goals of the Woke Left, which of course always and forever the same. Every single thing the left ever wants to do ever meets 1 to 4 of the following goals: gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. Every single thing the left does, from the stuff you're seeing at the Socialism Conference to like DEI training and stuff like that, all the crazy gender stuff, all the crazy trans stuff, like environmental justice, whatever the case may be, every single time they're trying to do 1 or as many as 4 of the following things: gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. First thing they need to do is gain power, because if they don't have power, they can't actually do anything. Power could come in the form of a political office, but most commonly when the left is talking about gaining power, they're talking about gaining institutional power. That means getting a job they can't be fired from, something like that. So when they're gaining power, that's how they take over institutions. It's not by winning elected office, it's by getting into positions within the institutions that are very difficult to get fired from, especially when they're surrounded by all their leftist friends. That's goal number 1. Once they gain power, they make decisions and set policies that destabilize the system. The destabilization is a feature, it's not a bug. They're trying to cause problems. They're trying to cause problems that cause people pain, because you cannot overthrow the system if people are not in pain. If everyone's happy and everything's going great, then no one wants a revolution, okay? So they use their power to make decisions that fundamentally destabilizes the system. And then once people start feeling that pain and people are like, hey, this really sucks, they come in and they go, do you know what's to blame for all this? Do you know what's causing all these problems? Capitalism. Capitalism is the reason everything sucks. Capitalism is the reason that that your rent is too high and that you can't afford groceries and that all of our social resources have just fallen apart. Capitalism causes all problems. They really do believe this, right? Capitalism caused the riots. They would actually make that argument. So they've gained power, they've destabilized the system. Now they're trying to convince everyone that this is about capitalism. And this is why we're starting to see them say capitalism more and more and more. A couple of years ago, when I first started covering the left, conservatives would tell me all the time, they'd be like, Karlyn, the left never talks about capitalism. Why are you saying they want to abolish capitalism? They never even say the word. And I was like, you idiots, all you have to do is listen to the left and they say capitalism all the F off time, like all the time. But until you start like listening for it, it doesn't show up as much. But I feel like even in the past year or so, we've started to hear them say capitalism a lot more. They're getting more aggressive about it. They're really trying to convince people the reason your life sucks so badly right now is because of capitalism. Why are they trying to do that? They're trying to do that because their goal is to elicit a Marxist revolution in this country to overthrow the capitalist system, overthrow the capitalist government, overthrow the capitalist constitution. We watched 2 presentations just the other day from Socialism's conference in the past where they were literally talking about having a revolution and abolishing the constitution and overthrowing the government. Like they're not overt about this. They're telling us what they want to do. Okay? So everything the left does is for 1 or more of those goals, and there is nothing they do that is not for those goals. And I see someone talking about Islam in the chat. This has nothing to do with Islam. I know that conservatives have a hard-on about hating Islam. I really do get it. This literally has nothing to do with Islam. You are probably not going to hear Islam mentioned in this entire fucking conference. Okay? Not even when they're talking about Palestine, because the Palestinian issue has nothing to do with Islam, has nothing to do with Jewish. It has to do with Israel being the settler colonists. Hey, guess what, bro? Global intifada means worldwide socialist revolution. Do you know how I know that? Because I had 2 communists come on my channel and literally tell me global intifada means worldwide socialist revolution. So again, I know you have a hard-on about hating Muslims, but this has nothing to do with your fucking feelings. Either listen to what they're actually saying or get out. We don't make shit up here. Having to yell at people at 11 o'clock in the morning. I shouldn't even be awake right now. Shouldn't even be awake. People are already not listening. It's like they literally won't mention Islam in this entire conference, and conservatives will still be like, They just are doing, they're the Muslims. They're the Muslim jihadis. It's like, you're just inventing shit. This isn't real. If they cared about Islam, I promise you they'd be talking about Islam. They talk about everything they care about. Repeatedly, across multiple events, on video, all the time. Anyway. Welcome if you just joined us. We are on day 2 of the Socialism Conference. We're in a tenants' rights presentation right now, but they decided to do a breakout session. So we're just waiting for them to continue. Were the In the House We Believe signs a socialist initiative? Hey, that's actually a good question. It was more progressive. It was more like liberal progressive, because I know this might sound weird for new people. I will explain this when we have more time sometime. I think I talked about it yesterday. Socialists actually don't like identity politics. Queer Marxists especially, queer Marxists hate identity politics. I know that might sound funny, but you have to remember that their goal is to abolish all categories. And so the In the House, well, first off, socialists would never make a sign about in the house, because you're listening to them right now. They literally believe that like home ownership destroys communities. They're talking about how like you can't be an individualistic capitalist homeowner. So they don't actually believe in owning your house. So they would never make a sign that says, in this house we believe, because they don't want people to own houses. They don't want people to own land. They don't want people to have a nuclear family. So yeah, that sign was more of like a progressive liberal thing, but it was not a socialist thing. Yeah. You can't make a sign that says in this house we believe when you don't believe in houses, right? Americans First says, what is the solution to getting rid of this kind of movement? The only solution I have, guys, is that you got to sit down and learn about your enemy, because what the problem with what the right does is the right doesn't actually understand the left. The right doesn't actually understand who the real socialist and leftist activists are in the country, and because they don't actually listen to the left is the thing. There's no one on the conservative right doing what we're doing and watching this conference. I promise you, I've been covering this conference for years. The right does not listen to the left. Therefore, the right does not actually understand the left. Therefore, everything the right tries to do to quote unquote fight the communists or fight the socialists, it has no impact on the real communists and socialists at all, because the right doesn't even pay attention to them. If you don't understand your enemy, you cannot defeat them. So what I try to do on this channel is I'm going to be a place on the internet where people can learn as much as possible about the left. That's what we do. We listen to them. We break down their ideas. We try to show people, here's how they're organizing. Here's what they believe. Here's how they use the language. You have got to become fluent in the language of the left to really understand them. It takes time to do this stuff too. So I cannot give you a quick solution. And I know conservatives want a quick solution because they're lazy, but like, I can't give you a quick solution to defeating the left. It's not how it works. This has been going on for 100 years. And you cannot defeat a problem that's been festering for 100 years with an easy solution. So start by learning as much as you can about your enemy. I will try to help you do that. That's what we do here. If you appreciate it, stick around. If you have better ideas, hey, go do that. But it looks like they're coming back, so let's return. Music, so I'm going to leave that off. I will turn it back on when they stop playing music. They look like they're getting ready, though. Guys, please make sure you mount the like button on your way in the door. Welcome to everyone watching on YouTube and Rumble and Kick and all that stuff. Okay.
We're going to start coming back together for a share out. We'd love to hear from about all of your different conversations. So for this portion, I'm just going to kind of go around the room from left all the way back and then back up on the right side. And if folks are willing to speak on behalf of their group just a little bit about what y'all talked about, that would be awesome. You're welcome to
I'll answer all questions when I have a chance to.
Up here,
in between.
In terms of projection and levels. So would anyone from this first group up here be willing to share a little bit about what y'all talked about?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. We had a fun group from a couple of people from LA, one from North Carolina, one from Chicago, and I'm from Seattle. Nice to meet you. We should meet up.
Hippie
We're probably
socialist.
neighbors. So we had, everybody sort of described the
There are plenty of
situation
men
they're
there
in and
too.
what sort
This
of
is not all
organizing they're
women.
doing, which
Plenty of
was
men.
lovely. We also talked a bit about geographies, people having to move out of neighborhoods that become unaffordable, and then they are distant from their places of reference, including cemeteries and places that organizers can help people re-access if they mobilize appropriately. I don't know how long you want me to take, but
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
that was fun.
Thank you so much. Sweet.
Snaps. You guys hear the
Cool.
snaps?
All right. This next group behind, if anyone was willing to share.
Hi. So two of us are from Chicago, one from Kentucky, and Burlington, and then
Burlington
Lincoln Park in Chicago as well. And we were talking a lot about like the differences between rural tenant organizing and city tenant organizing, and how we feel like we've seen a lot of like frameworks for city tenant organizing, but not as much for rural organizing, and kind of like what that could look like and examining those contradictions.
Yeah. Awesome. That's such a great point. Thanks. Sweet. This kind of next cluster, folks, would anyone like to share about conversations y'all had? Also, we can't run a mic back through the audience, can we? Okay, cool.
It's long enough. Thank you.
We're going to see about getting a mic back to move.
All right, yeah, we talked about in our group, we also had people from different cities around, and the challenges of connecting with tenants when, your building's not in crisis, after a tenant has gotten out of their crisis, as well as, people who are not tenants but also have problems with affording home repairs, these kinds of things. How do we connect with that layer of people who we could also think of as tenants who don't control their housing situation? Also cultural gaps among tenants. How do you bridge these around an issue that's immediately pressing in your building? I think there's a lot of challenges that we basically tried to work through, and that we still could use some work and help on.
Sweet. Thanks so much. Anyone from this kind of next cluster of folks interested in sharing?
Good morning, folks. I'm Allison. And in our group of 5, 3 of us were from Berkeley, one from Minnesota, Twin Cities.
Hey, welcome, Dan, the drummer.
Minneapolis, and Providence, Rhode Island, right?
Over on Rumble.
And something that came up was actually the role of students. These cities have large populations of students. And so there's sometimes a culture and a language of, they're transient. So how can you really organize with them? Do they have needs that affect all of us? Sometimes they're disaffected. What does it mean? There are practical applications, but also just like narrative around students and what they mean in a place, particularly when it comes to things like tenants and organizing. Anybody else want to say anything? No? Okay,
cool. If there's no one else from that side, we can pass to the other side of the aisle. Or yeah, one more.
I guess briefly from our group, 2 of us from Queens, 1 from Connecticut, and 1 from the Chicago suburbs. There are 2 main themes on community, which is 1, length of tenancy. For example, in New York, when apartments come off stabilization, there are improvements done to then raise the rents and bring in different tenants who might only be there for a short amount of time. What does it look like to build community when people are turning over at higher and higher rates? And then 2, what does it look like in buildings where, for example, there's small clusters of apartments, some of which are owned by the people that live there, some of which are tenants, or even majority owned by the people that live there. How can you sort of build some sort of community that's political, that's thinking about maintenance, about rent, et cetera, for people who might be renters when others are owners in the same area? Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks so much. All right, moving to this next side. Would anyone kind of from this back area like to share?
Hello, I'm Zoe, also from Seattle. Yeah, we have a few people from Attica, Ithaca,
Attica.
and
Attica's
Chicago,
the prison.
and Baltimore, and Atlanta. So we were talking about things that make us feel isolated was like the loss of or neglect of common spaces where they're like landlords might store like appliances and such and things in old buildings that used to have common spaces. Short-term housing with students and such where they're not sticking around, so it's hard to make connections and invest in those relationships.
Yeah,
at the
except
high
they
variances
didn't.
of
This is
class and
real.
culture that
This is
can
real
be
life.
existing in the same
They're not paid.
housing area or complex. Moving into a new place and wanting to organize and meet your neighbors, but being unsure of the dynamics that you're coming into. Having uncomfortable third places, if there are any, like just like like uncovered picnic tables out in like a dirty patch of grass, just like a pit. Yeah. Only
Yeah,
connecting
not only
over,
don't
like,
they get
safety
paid,
issues,
they
like,
all
hey, my car
paid
was
to
broken
go
into. Was
there.
your car broken into? And that
They
increases.
paid for the
feelings of
registration,
social
they paid for
isolation and
hotels,
feeling
they paid for
unsafe to, like,
flights.
go out and about and connect with people. And then some of the ways that we built community was connecting with people in your housing community that do have shared culture markers with you, discussing different utility issues together, connecting in community gardens and other shared interests, and then like just asking people questions. Like we had one person share that they were hearing a really weird noise, and so they went outside and their neighbor was also outside, and they were like, what? What noise is that? And they were like, oh my god, the neighbor like 3 houses down has a goat. And so then they're all like, oh my god, did you hear that? Have a goat? And using just like silly things and weird happenstance to kind of talk to people. And then we kind of went on and on about animals, and like maybe you have a neighbor who walks their dog a lot, and so you start coming out when you know they're around, and like you can say hi. Or like I've been connecting with my next door neighbors recently over pet sitting, and then I've started doing like skill trades with them instead of paying them to pet sit and stuff, which has been like fun and created more community between us.
Awesome. Thank you so
Sorry, I
much.
went on for a long
No,
time,
this
but
is
Well,
great. Lots of good,
these
good
people are
concrete tips here.
socialists. They're not
Thanks,
Democrats.
folks.
So
Was
these
there
are two different
another breakout
things.
group or,
And if
kind
these
of in this
people
back
win,
area over
they
here that you
abolish
could
the
share?
border. So keep that in mind. These are not Democrats. These are socialists. Uh-oh, black lady. Uh-oh.
I'm Darlene. I'm from Chicago suburbs, and I think we had people from all over Minneapolis. And I think that, from what I understood, you guys
Talking to the microphone, sir.
okay. I think from what I understood, you guys are pretty much in community with your neighbors, although there is some, maybe I think it comes from people trusting one another. That is a vulnerable state, and so getting people to kind of take down that barrier can be an issue. And I think maintenance of the buildings were some of the concerns. I personally talked about living in a Chicago suburb known as Heavenston, where we have fake progressives who really buy into the capitalist initiative and are basically trying to sell
Those
us
progressives
on
buy
that
into
if we
capitalism.
raise the zoning and build more, we're gonna have trickle down economics, and that the rents are gonna come down, but the rents are so high that people are being displaced, and the land is worth so much, and the land is more important than human beings, and displacing elderly people. And so, trying to fight back towards the system and a council or who buys into this. It's very frustrating for us, because at the end of the day, I do believe that housing should be a right, and if we have millions of dollars to throw into like helping wealthy developers, why can't we help some small landlords who have affordable housing so that they can continue to keep this housing for people? We don't, not all of our small landlords are great now. Don't get me wrong. There's good, there's bad, all over. But I think, I'm just really concerned about people, and that, while we project to the society that we're all inclusive.
They're trying to get her to shut up, and she's not getting the message.
Well, thank you
That's
so
all I
much.
got.
Yeah. We have just about 4 minutes left for breakout room or breakout group share outs. Been on Zoom too much, y'all. But I think want to hear from a few voices over here. And then we are going to move into an open Q&A after, like,
good
conversation
Q&A
after this. So would a couple of folks from this section like to share about what y'all talked about in breakout groups?
Greetings, comrades. My name is Asantwa Nkrumah Toure. My pronouns are she, her, co-conspirator. I'm with the Philadelphia Tenants Union in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, also known as
Co-conspirator.
Lenape Land.
Land blessing.
For our group here,
Land blessing and a
one
breakout
point was
report
made
back.
that students are often exploited because they're young or they're moving around or what have you. An example of that in Philadelphia is we had a student who was illegally exploited from a condo in Philadelphia.
I got to go get some more coffee. I'll be right
And
back.
when they went to their school where they're a grad student, and they have a prestigious law school at the University of Pennsylvania, the law school at UPenn does not offer free legal services to its students. Imagine that. Also, trying to build a tenants union association can be challenging because landlords will pit good tenants versus bad tenants, and that breaks the cohesion of the tenants group. Organizing a tenants union in small towns can also be challenging. Some things that could help prevent or not have isolation would include social events at your meetings, such as picnics, meetings with food, childcare, people to display their artwork or what have you. Those are some things and other things that that can be done to break isolation.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I think we have time for one more person to share out kind of from this front area breakout group, if anyone's interested.
Cool. Well, yeah, we had a cool smorgasbord of people, some people living in cities and some people living in rural areas. I think all of us in different ways like shared experiences like building social relationships with tenants, and we got to talk a lot about like what it means to have grown up in an area and like have those relationships develop versus being like a transplant, and recognizing like just echoing a lot of what Steven said, like organization means commitment. It takes time to do this.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate everyone sharing out from what sound like really awesome generative conversations. The last kind of portion of today's session will really be more for open full group discussion. So if there are things that you wanted to talk about with this group kind of on the theme of isolation, atomization, how to build community around kind of tenancy, this is a great time to do that. I will be taking Stack, so if you would like to speak,
Progressive Stack, the oppression hierarchy.
We can continue to run the mic. And then do you all want to kind of a line maybe? Oh yeah, we could do a line if you want to come up. That will be more streamlined. And then do you all want to say anything kind of at the end to close us out? Sweet. Okay, awesome. So yeah, if you have something that you'd like to say, you can come up and get in line. Welcome. And I will be keeping folks to like under 3 minutes.
Sounds great. I'm Cass. I'm from Lawrence, Kansas. I organize with Lawrence Tenants there.
Kansas.
We're a pretty new union. I think something that we hold as a value is trying to make the processes within our union reflect I guess, the processes and way of relating that we would like to see in our future. That world without rent, right? That world where we all have a collective say in how our homes are run. So this is more my plea to everyone. If you have good resources about how you've like formalized and built processes in your union, come say hey to me. We're in the process of like collectively drafting a constitution about how we make decisions together, how we relate to one another, forming grievance committees, that kind of thing. We are new, we need help, and we would love to do that collectively. So that's just my ask. Thank you guys for running this session.
Yeah, awesome. Cool.
Hello, my name is Binks. I am here in Chicago, and I wanted to call attention real quick to something that that lovely person in the back had mentioned, which is the abundance housing movement. It's a very real political movement that it has been garnering a lot of support in like, I don't know, progressive spaces over the last like year or so. And it really is just trickle down economics, but like funneled into this delusion that like if we just keep funding housing development, everyone will be housed, which is like insane. They're also anti-rent control. So just keep that in mind. If you hear abundance housing from like politicians or different movement spaces, just know that's what they're talking about, and it sucks.
Thanks so much.
Boo. The progressives are trying to trick them, is what they just
Hi,
said.
I'm Mariah from Atlanta. I would love to ask y'all and anyone else in the room the role that community mapping has played in building power where you live. I come out of labor organizing, and so workplace mapping is really important for us. When I was talking in my group, I thought about like the power someone with a small dog holds because they walk around, and so they see a lot of people and things like that. So would love to hear your thoughts on how that's benefited your campaigns.
Do you want to actually, pause there, and we can like start to have folks respond to that. And then if anyone else kind of in the group is interested in also responding on the community mapping, come up, get up if you are interested. And if you would also like us to bring you a mic, please raise your hand and we will make sure to arrange that. But I'll pass to y'all.
So pulling out a couple of the things. So the first question about like resources. I second the question of like, come talk, let's keep this conversation going after this session.
I'll answer this when I have
we are
a
all
chance
members
to.
of the Autonomous Tenant Union Network, which is like a international union of different tenant unions in North America that like talk about these sorts of things. Like we have a Discord server. We also like meet on like, is it Zoom? Like, but we meet electronically. It's not important about platform, but we meet electronically once a month to talk through those sorts of like organizing questions that come up, like the practicalities of building out a union. I would say from the beginning, like the first step is always talk to your neighbors before like process, before protocol, before grievance. It's always like talk to your neighbors. Then the rest will come.
Yeah. So first of all, in terms of resources, I don't know if this is available online. Maybe comrades from Latu could speak on it, but in our union, we read a piece that was done by a comrade from LA Tenants Union called Notes on the Northeast Local. And that has been super helpful for us thinking about how we're doing strategically tenant organizing. It also ties into the question of community mapping. One project that's happening right now in our union is basically organizing with one of our comrades who lives in a building that's a nonprofit landlord. And most all of this housing is Section 8, so a lot of it is government funded. And additionally is that this nonprofit landlord owns like 55 buildings within a 10 by 10 block radius. And so it's really ripe for that geographic kind of mapping. And so what we've done is, luckily in New York, we have tons of open information, which I don't know how that exists in Atlanta or other cities, but looking at housing violations. And so what buildings have the most HPD violations in order to kind of go to those buildings first. Additionally, going to those who have the most amount of people. But then on a larger community level we've been working to pinpoint kind of existing community organization. And so in this specific community, there is a community garden. where it's a real, like, some of the stalwarts, real leaders in the community who've been there forever are part of, and they run it and they started it, as well as having transplants who are coming in this really newly gentrifying neighborhood. And so we've been working, some of us have been working at this community garden to build relationships and just further do that social investigation in order to better map the community and what are the power sources, what are the potentials, as well as kind of what's going to be the barriers and who are going to be the barriers.
I was going to talk about abundance if you want to close in on that.
I wanted to touch one more thing about community mapping in terms of, like, there's the technical part of mapping, which is like keeping track of like people's addresses within your union and paying attention to like which buildings are being organized near each other. But then there's like the non-technical, which is like knowing the people who know a lot of people. So like the shorthand I always say is like, know your building's drug dealer.
I'll answer
but
this
like
when I have a
know the
chance.
woman who doesn't leave, like just like is always in her window, because those are the people who knows everyone in the building and be able to connect you.
I just wanted to talk, since this is a talk about isolation, atomization, I would want to talk about abundance real quick. The idea that we can build more housing and that'll solve our problems comes from an Econ 101, supply and demand. This idea that demand, everybody needs a house, demand's high, but we just don't have enough supply. That assumes that we can, just like you can choose buying a different branded Cheeto at the store, you can choose buying a different house. This idea that housing is about units that are all equally dividable and we can all get whatever we want. Housing isn't about units, housing is about homes. And these people live in real neighborhoods, and you get displaced by building more things and saying, oh, your place isn't great here, move somewhere else. It's that same churn that we're noticing that stops our organizing because people are never rooted. Abundance and this idea that housing is individual units that are all the same serves that same churn that keeps us divided. So we are not units. We don't do rational economic choices because my family, your family lives in a neighborhood with their community. That's their home, and we don't just get to exchange it like hot Cheetos.
Thanks, y'all. All right, pass back to participants.
Hi, greetings again. Again, my name is Asantwa in the Philadelphia Tenants Union. You all may have heard we had a very embarrassing situation 2 years ago where 2 young Black women were shot doing what we call landlord terrorist officer evictions, LTO. Long story short, basically it was a private mercenary law firm for landlords in Philadelphia because the LTO office only charged $95 per eviction, and landlords went there as opposed to the sheriff's office, which charged $300. So we can see the incentive there. But what I want to share with you all is, comrades, we still have a campaign called the Justice for Angel Davis and Latice Bethia Now campaign. These 2 young women cannot work. They have young children. They have repeatedly been denied Social Security benefits, and they have been literally staying alive due to this GoFundMe. We're now at a critical point. It's been 2 years. So we're asking for your support and networking. We need some rich folks to give some money to these GoFundMes until their lawsuits are successful and we crush these landlords. Angel Davis's landlord has a notorious history of dangerous property in several states across the United States. Latice Bethia's landlord, the Women's Community Revitalization Project, comes out of our fair housing and women's movement of the 1960s and 70s. You feel me? So we found out much later that the Women's Community Revitalization Project has a recent history of taking tenants to landlord-tenant court, and they don't owe any money, but the problem was bad bookkeeping. And the person who was my lawyer did some research in his files and found out who these people were and that they did not owe, and the one person that did owe, they only owed a few $100s and not several thousand. This is where we are.
Yeah.
So, any rich folks, Susan Sarandon, Tyler Perry, hook us up. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can you send us the GoFundMe information or say it out loud? Okay, passing around the flyer. Go ahead.
Hey everybody, I'm Nathan. I'm with the Ann Arbor Tenants Union and the Anti-Eviction Mapping Project.
Michigan.
I wanted to respond to this point that I guess has been already addressed a few times about the community mapping aspects. We're running this workshop at 3 p.m. tomorrow that's going to be about trying to untangle landlord ownership structures and so on, and how to translate those into results that are empowering and meaningful for organizing, I guess. So that could be another space to continue this kind of conversation. But I also wanted to echo Amadi's points from earlier that these like technical, sometimes technical, I think conversations, I think, ignore the fact that this mapping is already happening in our communities based on the relationships we know and the people that we know, and often the times that the skills that we need to do that kind of mapping are things like canvassing and having conversations with our neighbors, which are skills that all of us already have, I think. I think also there's the Autonomous Tenant Union Network is hosting a social tomorrow at 5 p.m. I think, and I thought that could be a great space for people from different tenant unions to for us to basically talk to each other, I think, because I'd love to talk to all of you. So, right.
Oh, great, good,
thanks.
Good plug.
Hey everyone, my name is Kolya. I was a member of the LA Tenants Union for a couple of years, and I'm glad someone brought up abundance because this is terrible abundance. This is it's a technocratic, liberal, alternative vision. It is a vision for
They
a
really
different
don't
kind
like
of
this
housing, a
thing.
different kind of society, even. But it doesn't explain the crisis we're in, and it doesn't offer a serious way out of the crisis. It doesn't put the pieces together necessary to get us out of the crisis. Now, as a former tenant union organizer, and from what a lot of the things I see in tenant union organizing, I think one of the limitations we have is that we're always organizing at the level of community, building community bonds, community relations, and we miss the opportunity to produce
How funny.
our version. I hate saying
Take
abundance.
that, Haymarket.
Our version of this
Capitalism wins.
vision, right? That can explain the crisis, that can put the pieces together necessary to get us out of the crisis. And I think that one of the ways we do this is by answering the challenge of Asha and Stacy from last night's plenary, which is how can the left establish itself as a politically relevant force in society that everybody identifies as a political challenge to what exists? And I think that housing is a very important part of this kind of articulation, but it's not the only part. And so I think the challenge for us is, as we organize with tenants in unions, which we absolutely need as part of the base of such an alternative project, and as we're trying to build class consciousness, right, which is, we're socialists, this is our task. I think we need to think about consciousness as leadership within that bigger project, that bigger social project that exceeds housing, that exceeds the issues
Critical
that tenants
consciousness,
face,
class
and
consciousness.
that puts tenants and other workers, not all of whom are tenants, in a position of political leadership, to build coalitions, alliances, to establish an alternative vision to get us out of this. So I think that's kind of the larger political task that I would challenge us to meet as tenant organizers.
Thanks. Just in terms of timing, I think we have time for the folks who are in line to speak for like just a couple of minutes each max, and then we're gonna close out the session.
Keep asking, or they respond to it?
Sorry?
Should I keep asking questions?
Yeah, you can. I think keep asking questions, and like we can include that in kind of the closeout y'all are doing.
I'm CR with Triangle Tenant Union in North Carolina, and I kind of wanted to echo the comrade from, I think, Lawrence, Kansas. It's like just open to suggestions and thoughts on how to structure the union in a way that like we relate to each other well, and also ground the decision-making power and democracy of the union in the local level, the tenants doing the organizing, and manage the contradictions between those folks and the activist layer that actually created and reproduced the structures of the union. Right, there's very much like class contradictions there, even within the union, and how to manage those in a way that doesn't like liquidate the project.
Thanks so much.
These are not Democrats. These
Cool. Actually, I'm really
are
glad you went just before me.
communists.
Hi, I'm Jana Ludwig. I was involved with DSA organizing in Wyoming for 5 years, which is a thing. And have also been supporting the People's Network for Land and Liberation work, mostly through the Seattle node. And I just want to offer a resource. It's called the Cooperative Culture Handbook. So the processes stuff is really important. The structure stuff is really important. But if you still have people operating out of hyper individualistic competitive dynamics, they are going to undermine your attempts to organize every fucking time. And so this is what's there to help with that. So the Cooperative Culture Handbook and transparency, I'm a co-author of this. So it was a collective project, but I'm one of them.
Hi, everyone. I'm Heather. I'm based in Chicago, and I work at Uptown People's Law Center. I do like direct eviction legal defense. A resource that I wanted to share with people is landlordmapper.org, which is specific to Chicago right now and Milwaukee, but they're a national project that is tracking landlords' violations. They track which buildings landlords own. They track how many buildings landlords own, what the buildings are worth. It's like a really significant data mapping project that they're trying to build out to other cities. So if you're in a city that is interested in that, I recommend reaching out to them. Yeah.
Oh, can you repeat the name?
It's landlordmapper.org.
Landlordmapper.org.
Thanks so much.
They're also on Instagram.
Hi. So I do believe the fact that I don't think that we have a housing crisis. I think we have a lack of affordable housing. And, I don't, know how we get around like landlords or these big developers not accepting housing vouchers, that is, another issue in itself. I helped these residents and they lived on Wesley and they were displaced. And I think, we worked with MTO, Metropolitan Tenants Association, but they could not help us because they were getting funding from the city. So we have that sort of thing to, really try to advocate for the residents so that they can get adequate, stable housing. Because I think that's what everybody wants is someplace where they know that they can live and that it's decent and that they're not going to go up hundreds of thousands of dollars on rent. And I think, living in the town that I live in, it's like, I think frustration sets in because how to help the broader community understand that the way that the city is going around housing is not going to help the community. It's just going to further displace, and we're going to have more wealthy people that we're concerned about than the people who really need help. So
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, we can do one more short comment and then we'll pass back to speakers to close this out.
Yeah, I really found it interesting, the comment that was made earlier about the big picture issue of socialism and what promises can be made and kept that bring, big groups of people on board, big tent. And I want to give out the example of the city of Vienna in Austria. You probably, I don't know if you know it or not, but the government owns or rent controls 62% of the housing in the city. And there is and also they have a long Marxist tradition. No one can be mayor of that city without acceding to the fact that the government can rent control 62% of the housing. Now, that I think is where we ought to be aiming. This has to do with a long tradition of Marxism in the city. And you can't be mayor of that city no matter what, unless you agree to the same issues of that housing being affordable and controlled by the government, rent controlled. Now, BlackRock is running around buying tons and tons of these properties. We have plenty of housing in this country. It's just all being bought up for the purpose of, private equity firms are destroying the country, destroying our hospitals, destroying everything. We need the kind of government that's going to say, regulate them and say, force them to sell that housing back to the government at a reasonable
People
price.
there are younger.
If
They're
we're
not
going to
older.
do
but
quantitative
are
easing to get rid of all the
Money Graham
bad
Hunt
debt from the
mentioned.
banks,
Stop lying.
geez, we've got to get the government running in the opposite direction. and put those. We didn't even have private equity firms or stock buybacks before 1980. That was instigated by Reagan, and it has unraveled our democracy since. So it's been done in Vienna.
Thank you so much for this.
Good example
Very
of
good
where we
points.
got to go.
I think we're going to move into closing out the session. But thank you all so much for participating, both sharing
Fantastic.
resources and asking questions.
How much time do you have?
In the
We have
capitalist government, I'll speak to this when I have a chance.
Fantastic. I
the
really appreciated
capitalist
hearing from
government.
everyone. I think we'll just do some like closing out commentary and then more chants. Some of the things that I was thinking about while people were sharing was like the fact that like it's true that we don't have a housing crisis. We have a affordable housing crisis. I live in Madison, Wisconsin, which has a pretty low vacancy rate. Like there's
Wisconsin.
like a lot of competition for housing, and even there, we have enough vacant housing right now to house all of the homeless people in Madison right now, right? So part of what we're working towards, like the long-term horizon, is trying to shift our shared consciousness towards like believing that this world is possible, where everyone has housing, that it's possible. And the other thing that I wanted to flag is the importance of like cooperative culture, right? Which is that something that you can do like right now, today, you know, that like parts of the world that we're trying to build in the future are possible like right now with your neighbors. Like you can start talking to your neighbors, you can start engaging in mutual exchange, both of resources and information. You can help each other out, and you can do that right now.
Thanks, Madi.
Yeah, if I could add on to that, if we recognize that it's not a housing problem, it's a getting people into housing problem, then it's not about housing, it's about tenancy. It's a tenancy issue. And so if it's a tenancy issue, the tenants are the ones who can speak about that. They're the experts on it, not the economists, not the developers, the tenants themselves. And so as we look to a big picture, we can have our own picture here at Socialism Conference if we would like to, but ultimately the big picture is that tenants are able to create their own. That we don't have structures in society for tenants to create a vision of any kind. So it's no wonder that we don't have one. So as we look to create a vision, we want to create any vision that we create here is meant to be compatible with the creation of structures that will allow tenants to create their own visions. So again, just always wanting to flip the script and fundamentally need tenants to speak for themselves. They don't have the structures or the organization to do it, so we have to help build it.
Thanks, Trevor.
Just want to plug real quick because Trevor, you were talking about the problem of tenancy. Just want to plug our comrades from LA Tenants Union, a couple of them. The book Abolish Rent. If you haven't read it, it's available here. Read it. Really good stuff. And I think this is like really beautiful, that talking about developing a cooperative system, right? And using tenancy as that vehicle in order for tenants ourselves to control our own destiny. And while we spoke about the local, we need to be real about the fact that we are relatively weak on the left, and we are relatively weak as the autonomous tenants movement. And we need to build that power. And we are building it now on the local level, but we need to have structures that are scalable so that we can take this local power and have it be accountable to larger networks that are actually accountable to the people and to the tenants themselves, that then goes into government and makes it so that we actually have a government that is beholden to the people, a socialist government, not this democratic government that we have now. And so we can and we will and we need to do that through our organizing and through our structures. And for anyone who wants to talk about structure, please come see me, because it's a topic that is super on my mind at the moment.
If I can add a hot take on structure real quick. I think as you're looking for structure, the same thing as you're looking to build the union, part of the reason that we give the advice talking to your neighbors is because you want the tenants of your neighborhood to be the drivers of the union. So whatever structure you put in has to be the structure that makes it easiest for them to participate as the drivers of the union. You can have like an egalitarian framework or any kind of framework you want. If that's not easily comprehensible, if that's not natural for people to participate in, it won't click, and you need it to click. It should feel natural to be a part of their union because it should be their union.
Good. Great.
All right, Chance.
Yeah. Last, I just wanted to plug one more time on this conversation of like keep the conversation going across tenant unions, across neighbors. There's another housing panel tomorrow at 3 p.m. And then there's also a tenant union social mixer kind of situation at 5 p.m. So keep talking. Let's do, when I say tenant, you say power, tenant, power, tenant, power, tenant, power. When I say abolish, you say rent, abolish,
rent,
abolish,
rent,
abolish,
rent,
abolish,
rent.
Okay, another one. I'm going to say a word. You guys are going to repeat after me, right? I believe.
I believe.
I believe that.
I believe that.
I believe that we.
I believe that we.
I believe that we will.
I believe that we will.
I believe that we will win.
I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win.
Okay. Yay! Thanks, everybody. Great session.
Sick.
All right. All right. Well, that brings us to the end of our first session of the day. We now have about a half an hour break. Our next session that we're going to watch is going to be called Rethinking Anti-Fascism. And so welcome if you have just joined the stream. We do have a little bit of a break right now. And so we'll kind of watch them file out. Look at how they're dressed. Do you guys see any bright colors in this crowd? There's occasionally like pops of color that have to do with different flags. But I always think it's funny to look at like socialist crowds because they do actually have like a very specific way that they dress. It's very drab. The colors are usually very washed out. Oh, queer haircut right there. She's got the mullet. You guys see that? So someone said earlier in the chat, these people seem like they're out of central casting. Yeah, okay, the live stream just ended. Yeah, I can understand why you might think that, but all of this is also real. This is real. This is real right now. So guys, we are in the middle of our Socialism Conference Day 2 coverage. I'm going to be streaming all day long up until about 10:30 p.m. tonight. If you appreciate what we're doing, please make sure you have mounted the like button. There's a shocking disparity between the number of people who are watching live right now and the number of people who've liked the video. So please mount the like button for me. It lets YouTube and other platforms know to recommend my content to more people. Please do that. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel. If you are shocked by what you're seeing at the Socialism Conference, this is the type of content I cover all year long. And so if you're new to me, if you're new to my content, if you're like, holy shit, this is like, we haven't even gotten into the crazy yet, by the way. We are going to there is a gender presentation later today. We are going to get much crazier than what it is right now. So if you're already like, oh my God, just wait, because we literally cover this content all the time. It's not just the Socialism Conference that they're doing stuff like this. The left does presentations like this literally all the time. And so we do deep dives into the radical revolutionary far left. We watch their trainings. We talk about what they mean. We break down their language. If you are new, please remember, if you are new, you are learning a new language in terms of understanding the left. It might seem overwhelming at first. Immersion in the language of the far left is actually the best way to learn it. But please make sure you're asking questions in the chat if you have them. Either I will answer them, my mods will answer them. We want to make sure people have the information they need. If you would like the full streaming schedule for the Socialism Conference, it is over on my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. We're streaming all day today. We are streaming all day tomorrow. You can find the list of the presentations we're going to be watching and about the time we're going to be watching them over on the Substack. And then, of course, if you appreciate the work I'm doing, please make sure you sign up as a supporter. I am 100% funded by people just like you who believe that this content is important, believe it should be out there more. And so you guys allow me the ability to do this. We also do have a $2,000 super chat goal that I'm trying to reach. I actually originally had it as $1,000, but you guys blew it out yesterday. So we're just going to go for it. Whatever. I feel like I'm streaming about 12 hours of socialism today. I'm streaming another 10 to 11 hours of socialism tomorrow. If you appreciate the fact that I'm going to make this a little bit more enjoyable for people, and that I answer your questions, and that I'm making myself suffer for you, please feel free to throw in a $5 super chat, $10 super chat, $20 super chat, $100 super chat, $500 super chat, whatever you feel like doing, because again, you guys are the ones who support my work. I don't take any political money. My only job is to show up and to tell you the truth and to show you receipts. And so you guys make it happen so you can help me meet that goal, and that would be really, really, really awesome. We did have a couple questions come in during the presentation. I don't normally like to talk over the presentation, so I wanted to wait to take these until we had our break. In their socialist utopia, how are they housing everyone? Is it one giant compound or something? So I haven't heard them give a clear explanation of this, but yeah, I mean, they do believe in communes. They also, I think, believe in smaller communities. So basically what they want to do is commandeer all the unused property from the bourgeois, which is like, they're going to start by taking people's, like, okay, the way this is going to start is they're going to restrict people from owning more than one house. And then they're going to take your second house and they're going to reappropriate it away. So it would start with like the confiscation of land, but I think eventually they do want more of like a commune type setting, but I haven't heard them talk about that explicitly. That's not to say they haven't, just to say I haven't really been paying attention to that aspect of it. So that's a good question. What's the difference between these people and progressives? Okay, this is a great question, and I want to make sure people understand this, especially people who are new. We are not watching Democrats. We are not watching liberals. We are not watching progressives. We are watching communists. Okay, these are socialists and communists. We use that term relatively interchangeably because they use it interchangeably. If you want to know the difference, I actually have over on my main website, which is decodetheleft.com. If you go to the mapping, the modern left, so it's decodetheleft.com/map, and I'll put this link in the chat when it decides to load. There it goes. So I actually have a whole explainer about the differences between Democrats, liberals, progressives, democratic socialists, and revolutionary socialists. During the socialism conference, we are watching a mix of democratic socialists, the DSA, and revolutionary socialists. The difference between democratic socialists and revolutionary socialists is that they both want a post-capitalist society, but democratic socialists and organizations like the Democratic Socialists of America, they believe in using the electoral process in order to achieve a post-capitalist world, whereas revolutionary socialists do not believe in elections. They just want to violently overthrow the system. And so it's basically the democratic socialists are the reformers. They believe in working within the current system to change the system. The revolutionary socialists are the revolutionaries. They literally want to violently overthrow the government. So those are the two big groups that we're going to be watching at the socialism conference. When it comes to Democrats and progressives and liberals, the biggest thing is, and I'm telling you what the left believes, okay? So the left believes that the left believes that Democrats and liberals and progressives are too close to capitalism. They want to uphold capitalism. They don't want to sufficiently overthrow the system. So you are not seeing progressives today. Progressives are still too close to capitalism, according to the left. And so progressives have very different ways that they organize. I mean, we've been watching progressive meetings for weeks leading up to like the No Kings protest and afterwards. Just go back and compare what a progressive organizing meeting looks like with the No Kings protest to what we're watching now. Because if you guys compare the No Kings organizing meetings that we watched a couple weeks ago, they bear no resemblance at all to what socialist organizing meetings look like, which is what we're literally watching right now. So you can even just look on the face of it. These are different groups. These are different cultures. They don't actually organize together. Now, that's not to say that socialists didn't take advantage of the No Kings protest. They absolutely did. But the No Kings protests, by and large, were organized by Indivisible, which is a progressive group. It's not a socialist group. And then what happened was like other organizations that were more far leftist kind of like tagged onto the coattails of it because it allowed them to reach an audience, but they were not actually involved. Like socialists were not actually involved in the organizing of the No Kings protest. So that's the difference. They are very, very different when yeah, so Dan the drummer over on Rumble says, I had a lot of this wrong and I thought I knew some stuff until now. That's very common, Dan. That is very common. Welcome to watching the real far left. But this will break down the differences between all the groups. I have like little infographics and explainers about all the different groups. And guys, we need to start being specific about who the real enemy is. This is not to say that we support the Democrats. We don't, but you have to understand that of all the groups on the left, the Democrats are actually some of the least dangerous. We're watching the really dangerous ones right now, and it's going to get scary for people like as we continue to make our way through this conference. I literally just explained the difference and gave you a website. So I can no longer help you, bro. I explained the difference. I drew you a picture. I drew you several pictures. I gave you a website. I wrote you an article. I just spent like 10 fucking minutes explaining the difference. So you're going to have to rewind and take advantage of the resources I've already given you, honestly. Like, seriously, how much do you want from me, bro? How much do you want from me? They're like, your initial explanation of the difference is not good enough. You're drawing me a picture is not good enough. You're giving me a website is not good enough. You're writing an article for me is not good enough. You're taking the time to explain the difference between progressives and socialists is not good enough. Okay, go fuck yourself. I can't do anything else, bro. I can't do anything else. I can literally do all of these things. I can literally draw pictures and make it as easy as possible and like get a big skywriter that's flying behind a plane or something, writing in smoke in the sky, and conservatives will still be like, they're all Democrats. Oh god, that we can literally show them video after video after video of socialist shit talking Democrats. We have like hours of socialists saying we're not Democrats, we hate Democrats, progressives suck, liberals suck, everyone sucks except us, and conservatives will still be like, they're secret Democrats in disguise. Ugh, bro. Moving on, next question. Are most of these groups gay or trans, just needing to be part of something? FYI, I don't care about people's lifestyle. You know, I mean, listen, I do actually think there is definitely something to the fact that when you think about who the queer kids are in schools, many of them are autistic. Many of them are very socially awkward. They don't fit in. And there is something to be said about the fact that the left is much, 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 much more accepting of everyone. So again, for people who don't know, I went undercover at the Socialism Conference in 2023. I've been at this event. I was with them for several days. Everyone is very nice to you when they think you're on their team. There are a lot of weird-looking people at this conference, and no one treats them any differently, and no one insults them, and no one talks down to them. And I'm sure that an event like this is one of the places where they feel like they fit in. And so I do think there is something to that. I will say they also do believe what they say they believe. Like, queer is a political ideology. Queer is an identity. See, the retard conservative in the chat is still pretending I didn't explain to him the explicit difference between these groups. Bro, I'm very sorry. You have failed the IQ test. You are just not smart enough to be here. If you can't take all the different explanation that I just gave you for free, you are no longer welcome here. So you're going to get put in a timeout now. And you can be quiet and you can listen for a little while because obviously you didn't listen when I clearly explained it to you. So one of the things that the left does really, really well is that they do provide an environment where everyone feels welcome and everyone feels like they fit in. And I mean, in the process of like being welcomed into an environment where everyone feels like they fit in, you are going to create a political identity out of that, right? So, I mean, listen, like the right doesn't treat people nicely at their events if they look weird. I'll tell you that right now. Do you know, like, I used to go to like CPAC and stuff. Do you know how many comments I would get about me having a haircut they didn't like at CPAC? It's like, why are you doing that to people at events? So again, I think this is something that the right can really learn from the left about, where you don't have to like someone, you don't have to like how they look, you don't have to like their haircut, you don't have to like any of these things. But it's like, if you are being rude to them, you're not going to get a political ally in them. They're not going to want to be around you. They're going to go to the place where they just fit in, right? So it makes sense. Let's see. And the last question I have is, I thought they didn't believe in things like government. So they don't believe in the capitalist government. They think the United States is a capitalist society based on a capitalist constitution. They call the United States the capitalist US government. And so when they're talking about overthrowing the state, they're talking about capitalism. They explicitly said that in the presentation we just watched, by the way. They said, what did they say? He said at the end, it was like, he said at the end, they want a socialist government that will be accountable to the people, not a quote unquote democratic government. Because they don't think we currently have a democracy, because they think the only true form of democracy is socialism. So when they're talking about overthrowing the government, they're not talking about having no governance model. They're talking about instituting a socialist form of government, which would basically be, on a national level, like a very, 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 very large House of Representatives. There would be no president, there'd be no Senate, there'd be no Supreme Court, there'd be no Electoral College, there'd be none of that. But like, they want a very, very, very large House of like significantly larger than it is now, more direct proportional representation into like the decision-making body and stuff like that. So you go to a conservative thing where they bitch about your beard being too long. See, it's just annoying. It's kind of like, okay, even if I agree with you politically, why would I want to get involved in your group? So I think the thing that's so interesting about this is we just watched a presentation about the tenants' rights movement. Did you guys see how many organizers were in that meeting? Just explicitly focused on tenants' rights all over the country. It's like, the right can't turn out that many people to a county GOP meeting. Like total. And the left is turning out just dozens and dozens of people that are organizing in very specific niche things all across the like leftist spectrum. And they're focused and they're having these discussions and they're sharing information and they're talking about how they organize. It's like conservatives are complaining about people's beards and people's haircuts and calling people names on the internet and doing purity tests over whether or not you support Israel. And the socialists are actually just focusing on the issues they care about. And like, that's the, it's just like, it's, you know, I actually like, I know people that are at the socialism conference. I know multiple people that are actually there right now. Don't tell anyone. I'm not going to tell you who they are. But there is shot, like when people first go undercover at socialist events, and I've seen this because multiple members of my community have gone undercover at socialist events. One of the things that is shocking about actually being there in person is the level of seriousness with which they take this. It's like, if you compare what it's like to be at a socialist event to what it's like to be at a GOP event, the level of seriousness in which they take what they're doing is a million times more serious than what you see at a GOP event. At a GOP event, they barely even organize. They barely even talk about strategy. What they do at GOP events is they network at the party afterwards where they all get drunk and then maybe do hookers and blow in the hotel room. I'm not even making that up. GOP events are networking events around social things that are happening at the event. And again, like I've been a speaker at GOP events. Almost no one actually goes to the sessions. The only reason they go is to go to the networking events afterwards where they're all like drinking brandy and smoking cigars or out at the bar, or, you know, they're having a big party or something. And then they're getting video at that party to put on social media because that's what's considered to be important. It's like, these guys are a million times more organized. Yeah. And then this is the conservative response. They're lazy. They work so much harder than us and they do all of this for free. And they're literally spending their 4th of July at a conference organizing because they're lazy. No, conservatives. No. You're seeing the evidence right in front of you. You want to deny it exists. because you guys are the ones that are lazy. Compared to them, you assholes are fucking lazy. What are you doing right now? Nothing. Okay, looks like the live stream's getting ready. That's awesome. That's awesome. Live stream. We're going into a presentation called Rethinking Anti-Fascism. A conversation with veteran anti-fascists about what it means to scale up an anti-fascist movement when the forces we're fighting have taken the power of the state. This seems like it's going to be a good one. Don't know why it's spinning like that. Yeah. They don't have jobs. We're the only ones with jobs. Oh, you meant the GOP is lazy? Well, I would agree with that. Man. So this presentation should be getting started in about 10 minutes, guys. I appreciate everyone coming out to join me today. Put this up. They're not doing anything right now. They're just hanging out. If this is your first time watching Socialism with us, welcome. Please feel free to ask questions in the chat. I'll answer as many questions as you guys want, but I won't always be able to answer them during the live presentations. Well, okay, so why are they ugly? Well, there is actually an answer to that. What they're doing with their looks is, especially the queer activists purposefully make themselves ugly as a political statement against the beauty standards assigned by capitalism. So when they look weird, that is actually like a purposeful thing. Hey, Christian, thank you for the super chat. Hey, Queen, a pleasure to catch you live for a change. Assuaging my guilt with this small token. Hey, I appreciate that. If more people want to assuage their guilt with a small token, that'd be pretty great. We could meet the super chat goal today. I promise, if we meet the super chat goal today, I won't even ask you guys for any money tomorrow. I won't change the goal again. If we meet the super chat goal today, I will not change the goal again. I will not ask you guys for any money tomorrow. If we meet that goal, we're done. And then we celebrate. You can still send me more money though if you want, but like, I won't beg for any more money as soon as we meet that super chat goal. And then we can all just enjoy. Wouldn't that be nice? I will be much happier if we meet that super chat goal today. Thank you, average person. I won't yell at anyone else for the whole rest of the stream if we meet that super chat goal. Actually, some people like me yelling at them. Thank you. Hey, thank you two ladies. Appreciate it. Awesome. Now you guys are making me do math. See, now we got some movement. Awesome. Awesome. Appreciate it. Blackmail. That sounds like blackmail. Yeah, it is blackmail. It is. It is blackmail. Let's meet the goal. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. Little pre-rally here. Pre-conference rally for super chats. You guys are gonna make me do math. Yo, Renan, $35. Thank you. Appreciate it. It was a good day, Renan, yesterday. Now I really have to do math. Oh shit. So that's 8. And then 420. Think that math is correct. Sweet. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. It would be really great to meet that goal today. I'm not even joking, though. Uh-oh. I was going to notice saying there's like instability issues on the stream. I was like, no. You know what? It will be a hazing ritual. I will probably yell at you at some point, but just consider it a hazing ritual. Everyone has to go through it. It's an initiation, really. If we meet the super chat goal, no, you cannot bring up mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is a terrorist condiment. Hey, thanks, Rich. I appreciate the $10. Thanks, LK. I accidentally went viral on X and I regret everything. Yeah, happens. Accidentally going viral on X, it happens. Yo, Wilson. Oh, Wilson's really going to make me do math because he is an Aussie. Thank you, Wilson. I appreciate your support. Thank you for sharing my stuff over on Twitter. Thank you. See, now I really actually need to do math. Hang on. You're getting like I'm having to do math with like foreign money now. But I mean I'll take it. I'm not upset about it. Hey, thank you, Chris. You're also insane. Guys, we should be getting started in just a couple minutes. I'm watching now so I can party later. I'm glad you're soldiering on into the evening, but today is July 4th, and I hope to have my happy blind ass in the pool listening to fireworks. Well, fine, Ben. Fine. Okay. You think you can go have fun and the rest of us have to suffer, I guess. That's okay. Listen, guys, I do this stuff so you don't have to. Just like leave a super chat or mount the like button on the way out the door. I would appreciate it. This is awesome watching these. Thank you. Thank you, Faith and Hope. Welcome. I don't recognize you, so I think you might be new here, which is great. And now I have to do math to figure out how much money you guys just gave me. Let's see. Plus. Cool. Okay. I got it. Thank you guys for all your support. Can't do it without you. All right. Are they started yet or no? Let's see. Okay, they're not playing music or anything, so I guess I can have the sound on. I want to get Chinese food later or something, man. Pizza would be good too, though. Well, okay, I'll take the IOU. Thank you. Also, guys, as a reminder, please make sure you're subscribed to my Substack. Now, subscribing is free, so you don't need to pay any money for it, but you'll get updates, you'll get notifications when I go live and stuff. You'll get breakdowns and clips of things if you want shorter clips. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. You know what you can give is just perfect. I appreciate it. All contributions are valuable. And when you can give more, give more. And if you can't, that's fine too. Hey, thank you, Photo Girl, for the super sticker. Yes, that we will get along fine if you don't shit talk tarot cards. That's actually very true. But we're not talking about tarot right now. No, I will not be getting pineapple pizza. That will not happen. And you shouldn't get pineapple on pizza too. Pineapple on pizza is terrorism. You're basically a socialist if you have pineapple on pizza. What a horrible idea.
Hello. I think I met you.
I just heard them say that CTU is in this. CTU is the Chicago Teachers Union.
Well, that's a great thing about having a large cohort. It'll be easy.
Did anyone else hear that? CTU's over there.
It's a bit much. But no, my remarks are a little over time, so that makes me feel a little less shitty about
yeah, you know, like once I was actually in these sessions, I was like, they're actually really long, so I don't think we have to worry about how long is it.
But we're supposed to reserve the last half hour for
questions. Yeah, so, but even that, even with those.
Literally the same thing that pulls women into it. It's their values. Men are not different than women. Oh, hey, $50 Cash App. Thank you. Guys, if you want to send Cash App or Venmo, you can do it with the QR codes up there if you prefer doing that. Thank you for the $50. I'm not going to say your name because I don't know that you want me to, but I appreciate that.
Yeah, you know, they told me they're like, people can register on the app. It's really popular.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised. I mean, it's a topic. It is a topic that people care about. Yeah, there's a lot of people.
Every session I've been to. I don't appreciate that.
Guys, if you're over on Twitter, could you do me a favor and retweet the live stream too and encourage other people to join us? I'll put the link in the chat. Dan, the drummer on Rumble, says he's followed me on YouTube, X, and Substack. Awesome.
I'm guessing there was some kind of time zone mishap, or like it's a long way from Yellowknife, so something. But I was like, like your live stream. I only came down here to see you. But yeah, hopefully he should eventually. But I was like, I'm just gonna go back to my room. I saw them. Read my remarks myself.
Hey, Ninja Artist, thank you. Like the super chat of Karlyn yelling at you is your kink. I don't mind that. It's okay.
Oh, no shit. I see that.
So I just texted the ARA book loop that film rights.
Should be getting started soon here, guys. I will try not to talk over the session unless I really have something to say. But if you guys have questions at any point, please put them in the chat and I will answer them when I have the ability to. I'm like the woke Les Van Helsing. I'm trying, Edward. I'm trying. Thank you. What a nice compliment.
I can text her.
You want to text her?
Yeah.
Why not? Go to a meeting, see what happens. Just don't cause problems. Don't be disruptive. Just go and listen and talk to them and see. Try to apply everything you've learned watching socialism to a real life socialist gathering and see what happens. Yeah, we're going to be watching that at some point. There's a presentation about it. I think it's tomorrow.
I mean, I'm hoping that they work. Speaking at the podium, obviously, I like that.
Guys, the signs they have up, those are all books that they publish through the company that's running the conference. So the company that runs the conference is called Haymarket Books. They're socialist book publishers. So when you see them hanging stuff up, those are their books that they've published through the publishing company. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's significantly more. Yes.
Do you have any thoughts on like the order of this?
I was gonna, so Michael, Andrea, you.
There's significantly more than people think there are.
Hello. How are you?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Always was.
Hi, I'm Andrea. I think we met ages ago.
The sooner more people figure out this is way better than anything James Lindsay has ever done, the better. No, this is in Chicago. If it was in Boston, I would totally go, but it's in Chicago.
Again. How are you? Oh no, that's terrible. I mean, yes, we're all terrible. Is someone else sitting here?
No, you're good. That's all you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it looks like Rick's not feeling well, so I think he dropped out last.
Oh.
So, the way it'll go, I think, is Ari will just do the intro, pass it to me. I'll talk a few minutes, and then go.
Okay.
Michael, you, Kelly.
No, go Michael Kelly.
Okay, we'll go Michael Kelly, you, and then I'll do the discussion.
Yeah. Because I just talked for a long
Yeah, you
time.
did what, 3 sessions?
I did not plan that.
How do you find socialist events in one's area? That's actually a great question. This is over on Rumble. The way you would find, okay, so what I would do is I would start by figuring out what is the radical revolutionary bookstore in your area, because socialists have bookstores all over the country. They're either called radical bookstores, revolutionary bookstores. They might be called collectives. They're sometimes called cooperatives. But just look up the radical revolutionary bookstore in your area and then go there and then see what flyers they have. And that will tell you the groups that are organized in your area. And go to one of their meetings or just look up by city. I guess you could do that too, depending on where you are. But that's where I would start if I was looking in person. I would start at where is the bookstore that these people hang out at? Because typically at bookstores, they do events at the bookstores. They do like book readings and they do things like that. So that can start to connect you with like, who are the major groups that are organizing in my area? and then you go down the rabbit hole, and then you realize how much socialism there is in your area, and then you start to freak out because it's always been there. You just didn't know about it until you started looking for it. And it's really fun. Yup, they can use coffee shops as well. True.
I love Ari's entrepreneurial spirit. Okay. He gave the magazine to everybody. Oh my god.
At publication.
Once you figure out how to find them, guys, you're going to see how much content they make and how much they do and how much organizing they do. And you're going to start realizing this conservative bullshit talking point of they're lazy is just so crazy, because the amount of organizing they do dwarfs anything the GOP does on literally any day of the week. Once you see it, you can't. Wilson's been watching my content for a long time. He knows. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Hey, thanks, Brian. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you being here.
Long time reader. Like since my 20s. Which is a long time ago.
It's like a lot of like radical folks, like when these times came into the world, like late high school, early college, like stuff like right around that age.
Yep, actually, this is a really good point. Libraries, that's actually another good place to look. A lot of librarians are socialists. The masks are a symbol of solidarity with the community. It's not because they're trying to hide their identity. It's because they are trying to make the community safe for everyone else.
I'm doing a TikTok tomorrow. The vast majority of their the first 30 people to show up will get an advanced reader costume. Like,
Yeah, everyone wish Suzanne a happy birthday.
Oh, someone else is on.
Remember, like when I was.
You are, and you also play one really well.
I remember just getting bell hooks on his board. And he was like, well, Shane, no one like lives as an adjunct. It's basically like an internship until you get a job like what? And I was like, and he was at University of Rochester, which at that point, you know, he had to have made about 120. This is 10 years ago.
That is maybe
$50,000 a year school. I was like, you.
I knew people when I was first teaching here in the western suburbs of Chicago who were adjuncts at 60.
Yeah, we should mean that. Oh yeah, I meant to hide him. Yeah, I meant to hide him. Yeah, I did. I meant to hide him. I'm not doing conservative bullshit today. That's absolutely not going to happen. Hey, thanks, Soul Quest. Appreciate it. Oh, here we go.
All right. Hello. I'm going to smile as much as possible before a panel about fascism.
Actually, you're right. I should not
everything's
have
going so
banned
great.
Neon Riot, and I'm going to bring him back for that.
My name
Sorry,
is
Nylon
Ari
Riot.
Blumenkaus. I'm the
I
executive
wrongly
editor
judged you.
at
Whatever.
These Times Magazine. We're really honored to sponsor
My
this
bad.
panel. We have another later today on public employees and the public
This is
good.
called Rethinking
as well, with
Anti-Fascism.
some Debt Collective organizers, some folks with fun as well. So encourage you to join that one as well.
Thanks for calling that out, Reagan. I got that one wrong.
I'm gonna introduce our panelists and then I'm gonna get out of the way. But before I do that, I want to share just a short story about this morning. and about some of the issues involving publishing and fascism that like we're dealing with on a daily basis. I was contacted maybe about 24, 30 hours ago by some activists in Britain who are facing some of the most intense repression around Palestine action that we've seen. It's the state's attempt to drive Palestine action into the space of terrorism, into the space of non-legitimacy and all of that. Well, at midnight tonight in Britain, if you are associated with Pal action in any way whatsoever, you could face years, right? So this presented a really interesting, really scary, really frightening issue for writers and reporters who actually wanted to like sound the alarm about this. And so this morning I worked with a really courageous writer who agreed to keep their name on the piece. And we got it out as fast as we could ahead of the 24-hour deadline in which apparently if you publish an article, maybe you go to jail. And that's where we are, right? We've seen students across the country being targeted for writing op-eds as well, particularly about BDS. We're seeing writers all over the place, both being targeted, but we're also seeing journalists really taking strong stands as well as the repression is coming right now. So the discussion today is gonna go a little bit all over the place in terms of fascism, but it's really gonna talk in a lot of ways about how we build a new movement for change. And I don't know about y'all, but when I've been finding little windows, like little cracks in analysis and frameworks right now, it's been like really heartening because there's nothing else to cheer for. I've really been, me and Shane have been working together for a long time now. And Shane is one of these really bright lights for me, someone who consistently finds the cracks that really can bring us forward, that can really have us reimagine what's possible. And the book that Shane is working on now will tell this story very fully. So first, let me talk about Andrea Ritchie, a Black lesbian immigrant survivor who has been documenting, organizing, advocating, litigating, and agitating around policing and criminalization of Black women, girls, trans, and gender nonconforming people for the past 4 decades. She is co-founder of Interrupting Criminalization and the In Our Names Network, a network of more than 20 organizations working to end police violence against Black women, girls, trans, and gender nonconforming people. In these capacities and through the Community Resource Hub, she works with dozens of groups across the country organizing to divest from policing and invest in strategies that will create safer communities. Ritchie is co-author, along with Miriam Kaba, of No More Police. She's a nationally recognized researcher, policy analyst, and expert on policing and criminalization. And Ritchie lives in Detroit, Michigan. Thanks for joining us. The next person on my list is not here. And we go fishing a lot together, so I'm thinking maybe he's fishing. Is Rick fishing?
He's not feeling well.
Oh, he's
He
not
sent the
feeling
email,
well.
Yeah, he thought he just at the last minute decided to.
Okay. So if anybody sees pictures of Rick fishing today, yeah. So,
Yeah, as for those of us who are somewhat hard of hearing but not deaf and don't know sign language, that you all speak into the microphone.
yeah, thanks for that flag. I notoriously speak softly. I really appreciate the feedback on it. So is this better? This better? All right. Oh, victory. See, I was concentrating so much on just like standing high enough so you could see me, but all right. There we go. Okay, great, great, great. We're gonna move next to Kelly Hayes. And I think a lot of us know Kelly Hayes and have been really moved and transformed by Kelly's writing and Kelly's work over for such a long period. Kelly's the host of Truth Out's podcast, Movement Memos, and a contributing writer at Truth Out. Kelly's written work can also be found in Teen Vogue, Bustle, Yes Magazine, Pacific Standard, NBC Think, her blog, Transformative Spaces, The Appeal, the anthology, The Solidarity Struggle, How People of Color Succeed and Fail at Showing Up for Each Other in the Fight for Freedom, and Truth Out's anthology on movements against state violence, Who Do You Serve, Who Do You Protect? Kelly is also a direct action trainer and a co-founder of the direct action collective, Lifted Voices. Kelly was honored for her organizing and education work in 2014 with the Women to Celebrate Award, and in 2018 with the Chicago Freedom School's Champions of Justice Award. Kelly's movement photography is featured in the Freedom and Resistance exhibit at the DuSable Museum of African American History. Thanks for joining us. All right. Michael Staudenmeier is a veteran of many anti-fascist, anti-imperialist, and anarchist projects over the past quarter century, including work with ARA Chicago in the 1990s and 2000s. He's the author of Truth and Revolution, A History of the Sojourner Truth Organization, 1969 to 1986, that's through AK Press, as well as other many shorter works of political analysis and historical scholarship. He works as an assistant professor of history at Manchester University in Indiana and lives in Chicago with his family. Thanks for joining us. And Shane's going to be moderating the panel today. Shane, as you all know, is a journalist and filmmaker. He's based in Portland, Oregon. He's the author, co-author, and editor of at least 4 books, including most recently Safety Through Solidarity, a radical guide to fighting anti-Semitism. That was through Melville in 2024 and was co-authored with Ben Lorber, who's here in Chicago as well. Let's see. You've also published Fascism Today, What It Is and How to End It. That was through AK Press in 2017. And your work has been featured in NBC News, Al Jazeera, Jewish Currents, The Daily Beast, Jacobin, Baffler, Yes Magazine, and the Oregon Historical Quarterly.
And in these times.
And in these times as well. If you all are wanting to be more familiar with In These Times work and also with Shane Burley, I suggest you look up an investigation that Shane spent about a year on that has to deal with how Jewish institutions across the United States are purging their staffs of anti-Zionists. In many ways, also purging staffs who are actively unionizing. And these are some of the more like liberal places that we would have thought of as well. So you should look that up under Shane. And I'm going to get out of the way and we're going to get started here. Thank you all so much. In these times, we come out 10 times a year, and basically for everybody at Socialism, there's a way to get it for free probably, or at least to get the newsletter for free. We have free subscriptions for DSA members, for union members, and then obviously our weekly newsletters are also free. That's really the easiest way to stay up to date with all of our content each week. And so I really recommend it. We don't blast out. It's good content. So, thanks so much.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Ari. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, so if I start getting quiet and I creep back from the mic, just go give me thumbs up and I'll see you and I'll just like lean in, no problem. I want to thank everyone for coming out. I know it's a really busy schedule, and so I appreciate that you came out to be a part of this discussion with us. I'm going to sort of just intro a couple of comments and then pass it to some of my co-panelists to share some of their thoughts. Then we'll have a bit of a discussion and save a good chunk of time at the end for Q&A. I just want to remind folks that this is being live streamed, so if you're going to get up and say something,
Karlyn disclaimer. Karlyn
this
disclaimer.
Is being seen by people, including people in the room. So just consider that,
including the evil fascists.
The question for the session came when me and Ari were talking about what would I actually talk about if I was going to do a panel here. What's like the actual questions on my mind? And those questions were something that started really percolating a couple of weeks after Trump actually took office this year. But it really should have been something I was thinking about for the last decade, because it's something that was impending at any point in time. So what have we seen over the last 6 months or so, right? A rapid acceleration of ICE deportations, attack on freedom of speech and journalism, attack on universities, right? Full-scale assault on trans folks and trans healthcare, obviously accelerating attacks on healthcare in general, right? All of this seems familiar looking at history. What happens when a far-right movement takes power? These are the kinds of measures that historically have happened. So when I'm thinking about anti-fascism historically, most often what we're talking about, particularly in the American context, but other places as well, is when folks are taking direct action to confront far-right organizations, activists, insurrectionaries that don't have state power, neo-Nazi organizations. There may be times in which those organizations ally with state power. The history of the KKK, connecting with police departments all around the country, or even more recently, Proud Boys coordinating with the MAGA movement. But it's not one and the same as having state power. It's not entire police forces that they would say are officially taken over by these parties. And even some of them consider themselves enemies of the state. There's a whole version of fascist politics that actually sees all parts of the liberal order as their enemy. So if we're looking at anti-fascist history and trying to take lessons from that to guide us now, how do we apply those lessons when fascists actually take state power? When it's not police, or it's not Proud Boys that are doing it. It's not a neo-Nazi group. It's ICE with a budget 3 times what we'd ever expected it before. So this is a conversation that we're having now, 2025, but it is a conversation that people have had in fits and starts for years and years. We've seen the absolute takeover of European politics by national populist and far-right political parties. Hindu nationalism is now one of the largest political movements in the entire world.
They're obsessed with Hindu nationalism. I've heard them talk about this multiple times.
Party in Israel and other people creating an alliance of, in some cases, ruling coalitions, right? These are people who actually control state power, and in places like Hungary are dictating not just how the state is going to approach things like civil rights, but what kind of resistance is actually even going to be allowed, or how they're going to crush it. So, and I think thinking about this in the US, we have a situation when not just Trump has taken power, but the entire GOP has shifted in a direction that would have been found in fringe publications and white nationalist magazines a decade or 2 ago. We've actually seen in the last few years a decline of open white nationalist groups, except for neo-Nazis, which is kind of its own world. And there's a reason for this, because their ideas aren't fringe anymore, right? They're being said at national conservative conferences. They're being said on the floor of Congress, right? They actually have a major place in the halls of Republican politics. So any anti-fascist project we're talking about has a dual mandate. Of course, continuing to fight, neo-Nazi insurrectionaries in the street, to blockade them whenever happening. But also we have to consider what happens when they have full state power. What happens when they are coming and wielding an ICE badge and they have the legal right and the monopoly on state violence? Those strategies end up being different, but they have to be connected. Anti-fascism has always been and will always be a movement that is not about having state power, but using direct action and community self-defense to confront the far right.
That means
don't believe that
Antifa.
the courts or the police can be reformed so they can defend people against racist violence. That is not possible. And so we have to figure out how we maintain that sense of tactical militancy while also dealing with a sort of threat that sometimes we hadn't considered, and thinking about how we build mass movements and coalitions to take that project on. So that's what I kind of want us to unpack a little bit today. What are the thoughts people have about what anti-fascism looks like in the US and internationally in 2025? How does our histories as organizers or researchers, as journalists, how does that play into how we're thinking about this? And what do we think might need to be different as we're going forward? We're building new kinds of organizing and formations to take on this level of the threat that we're at now. Yeah, I have some of my own ideas about this, but I want to kick it to everyone else before I kind of weigh in even deeper on that. So I'm going to kind of turn it first to Michael and then to other folks on the panel to talk a little bit about their thoughts, maybe a bit about their history and what their kind of was on their mind when we bring up this subject now. And then I think we'll have a bit of discussion after that.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? All right. Thanks, Shane, for the introduction and also for the invitation to be part of what I think we probably all agree is a really crucial kind of conversation to be having right now.
I think that's a teacher.
I
Black
am a
history is
historian,
Chicago
as was
teacher
mentioned
something.
in the introduction, and a couple of years ago, I co-authored with 3 other activists and sort of independent scholars a history of a network, not really an organization, from the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s that was called the Anti-Racist Action Network, or ARA for short. And I think what I want to talk about is how we can draw some lessons from that history, which is pretty obscure. It was always a very grassroots organization, never really was in the limelight in a lot of ways. Considering what Shane laid out, and I think we are all sort of aware of on some level, which is how different our era is from that era, right? Especially if you're old enough to have lived as an adult through what I was thinking about this morning. ARA's peak period was the Bush-Clinton-Bush era, and we're now in the Trump-Biden-Trump era. And those are pretty radically different periods, right? Not just in terms of the ideological shifts of the far right, but also in terms of things that happened much earlier than Trump's ascendancy, with the rise of really comprehensive surveillance state technology, with the global war on terror and a much larger and more aggressive
Not always a
US
feminine.
footprint internationally in military terms. And
This
a
guy look
number of other
feminine?
things that have shifted. I would even put, well before the rise of Trump, the bleed over from the extreme far right into the functional apparatus of the Republican Party. That was something that was clearly happening in the late 1990s,
I
accelerated
wish.
after 9/11 in some ways. And we were seeing the sort of the full flowering of that today. So acknowledging that we operate today in a radically different context, I want to try and offer 2 distinct lessons that I think are still applicable
Hey, thanks,
from
Suzanne.
the work
Appreciate
that
it.
I and thousands of other people did in ARA in that older time period. The first is, I guess, about diagnosis, maybe, or terminology. You can think about it in different ways. And that is to say that ARA, everybody who was involved in ARA, we all said that we were anti-fascists. What we didn't get hung up on was, kind of intense split causing debates about what defined fascism. It's pretty crazy. When we worked on this book, we could not find ever an organizational attempt to come up with a clear, coherent, and universally agreed upon definition of what fascism was. And there was a reason for that, right? The reason was that our basis of unity, we called it the 4 points of unity, were very simple, and they were all about practice, right? They were direct confrontation. The first one, the name of the book is We Go Where They Go. That was the first point of unity. Wherever there are fascists in public spaces, again, this is the 1990s, that's a different question than fascists in public spaces today. We wanted to be there to confront them and not give them that space. The second point was something Shane said earlier. We did not rely on the cops or the courts. Didn't mean we never interacted with the police or with legal systems. Sometimes we were forced to for obvious reasons. But that was not the fundamental mechanism that we saw. We saw direct action by large groups of people, which I'll talk about momentarily, as that mechanism, not reliance upon the mechanisms of the state to save us from fascism. And then the third was non-sectarian defense of anti-fascists.
You
and
think
that was really
conservative events are
important,
more
and it spoke
masculine
directly
than
to
this?
that question of not
Okay.
getting hung up on definitions. It was clear that many of us had divergent understandings of what fascism meant, both historically and in that then current moment in the 1990s and the early 2000s. That didn't get in the way of us acting in solidarity with each other, collaborating together on important actions, demonstrations, planning campaigns locally and regionally and nationally, et cetera. So that's the first part. And I think we can probably all see where I'm going with that. We can flesh it out over time, but not getting hung up on precise definitions, I think, is a really powerful tool for building mass movements. I think it's a necessary tool. The second lesson is that what ARA was able to accomplish, all of its successes, I think, were attributable to a delicate balancing act between mass organization And I'm not talking millions of people, but I am talking thousands, perhaps at peak, maybe 10,000 people were involved in ARA in some capacity or other. But thousands of people
True.
who were also open to a
Very
level of
true.
militancy that I think pushed everybody in good directions, right? What I mean by that is that mass militancy required that the people who did think that street fighting, for instance, was an appropriate tactical choice had to be okay with and support lots of other people who were in those spaces for whom that was not a tactical choice they were willing to make, right? They couldn't draw hard lines about that. And then on the other end, it encouraged people for whom street fighting was certainly not a tactic they were ever going to engage in to think twice about what it meant to be in a space where some people were going to push those militancy boundaries, right? And how to navigate that, that space simultaneously. So those are two lessons that I think are really crucial from ARA that despite all of the context differences, I think we should take to heart. I'm happy to say more, but I don't want to keep going right now.
Can folks hear me at this distance from the mic? Is this okay? Okay. Not everyone can.
Not taking her mask off. Not doing it. Community love, community care, solidarity, comrades.
How about this? All right, we good. We good. Hi, everyone. I just want to name that I am speaking
I'll
as a
answer this when I
Menominee
have a
person
chance. When I have a chance to.
whose people have endured the fascistic violence of colonialism, as someone rooted in action and anti-fascist traditions, and as a prison and police abolitionist. And I'm going to talk about an element of the fascist threat that I
here
think
we
the left
go.
really needs to
Here
sharpen
we
its
go.
analysis around. So for years now, I have been trying to raise the alarm about the tech cults of Silicon Valley and the financial, political, and institutional capture billionaires attached to these ideologies are pulling off. Emil P. Torres and Tenant have done groundbreaking work in this area, describing this grouping of tech-based ideologies as the TESCREAL bundle, an acronym that refers to a group of connected and overlapping cults, some of which evolved out of one another, that center the tech industry as the guiding force of humanity, or whatever humanity is supposed to yield or become. Some adherents, such as Elon Musk, view humanity as a mere biological bootloader for artificial intelligence, an outlook that frames empathy for the suffering of real living people today as counterproductive or even suicidal for civilization.
Capitalism will literally
These
kill us.
tech-based ideologies invoke the threat of human extinction, the promise of utopia, and often position artificial intelligence as the determining factor in the fate of our species. As Gebru and Torres have noted, discriminatory and eugenicist attitudes are widespread in these movements. Last fall, I wrote about the alarming intersection between these fascist tech cults and Christian nationalism. How some tech elites wove their expansionist fantasies through the fabric of Christianity, and others, like Elon Musk, simply endorsed Christianity as the interests of big tech and Christian nationalists converged in the Trump coalition.
Wow.
Naomi Klein and Astra Taylor have recently described this mashup of apocalyptic fantasies and death-making politics as end times fascism. In this context, I want to talk for a moment today about AI and what it means for our anti-fascist politics. So how is AI affecting us right now? From job losses to environmental devastation and filling the internet with low-grade slop, we are experiencing a massive assault on our livelihood, our senses, our capacities, and our ability to relate to one another. We are talking about a business plan that amounts to the near completion of capitalist alienation. Rather than simply robbing us of our time, eliminating third spaces, and turning us into competitors who fear each other more often than we relate to one another, big tech now seeks to root out even the aspiration for human connection, offering enshittified convenience food for the soul in its place. The use of chatbots is cultivating spiritual delusions in large numbers of vulnerable people and further warping our ability to relate to one another in real, messy, human ways. Friendship, therapeutic support, spiritual questions, thought partnership, and even romance can now be outsourced to sycophantic chatbots, which occasionally tell people to act on violent or self-destructive impulses or to indulge in meth a couple times a week. ChatGPT and its competitors are mass manufacturing individual delusions and social alienation. Where social media reduced human beings to short-form performances and 140-character captures of our politics and experiences, AI platforms have further eroded our ability to navigate difference. When I talk to people who have become socially dependent on ChatGPT and similar tools, they often say that they find the program more empathetic and accommodating than real people.
That's true, though. It is.
This is especially true for people who are largely neglected in our society, including disabled people whose communication styles are often misunderstood or rejected, people with depression and chronic health issues who may feel that no one wants to hear them talk at length about their problems. All of the people we neglect are vulnerable to this. When it comes to romantic dependence, some people have lost real-life relationships and even their jobs over AI fixations. Artificial companionship, sycophantic, always available, always supportive, and often full of shit,
She's not
can
saying
quickly
things that are
become an addiction
necessarily
that
wrong,
threatens our mental
honestly.
health, our human connectedness, and our ability to function. This is the end game of our isolation. Rather than throwing up barriers that make it harder to seek companionship and support in each other, we are being offered an artificial replacement for other people's humanity and for our own thoughts. We are being bundled away from one another and de-skilled as critical thinking atrophies or goes undeveloped, and people who outsource their thought work to an autocomplete mechanism. Men who sell machines that mimic people want us to become people who mimic machines. They want techno-feudal subjects who will believe and do what they're told.
Thank you, Edward.
We as people are being
Appreciate it.
strategically simplified. This is a fascist process. AI platforms are also a fire hose of bullshit, generating false realities for people to engage with across the internet. When I think about deepfakes, I don't think about how far the technology has come. I think about the time someone sued Elon Musk for saying Teslas could drive autonomously with greater safety than a person. Musk's lawyers argued that he shouldn't be deposed because he didn't remember saying these things, and that as a high-profile person, he was the subject of many deepfake videos and audio recordings. They didn't claim the specific video in question was fake. They simply argued that the landscape was too polluted for accountability to be possible. That argument failed in court in 2023, but it gives us a glimpse of where the techno-fascists want to take us. They don't need total narrative control.
It's actually a
They
great
just
book
need to
title.
make the truth dismissible, debatable, and ultimately irrelevant. That desire isn't new among fascists, but the scale at which they can now distort reality and the human experience is the product of evolving technologies. These technologies are profoundly exploitative, from the theft of intellectual and artistic labor, to the abuse of workers, to the ecological damage endured by communities and wildlife near data centers. Tech companies operate like religions and empires. They want to undo society and governance as we know it and replace it with something even worse: fascist corporate fiefdoms ruled by tech CEOs. In the meantime, algorithmic governance is being used to standardize the kind of bureaucratic violence that once required complicit people to enforce. Now the dehumanizing work of organized abandonment, who gets approved or cut off, who gets turned away in a crisis, can be automated. Remaining human employees can be taught to answer to the algorithm. Some people may be conditioned to believe that these systems are actually fairer because they are dispassionate, even though algorithms simply reflect the priorities of those who impose them. Tech companies are always seeking to manufacture dependencies. And we are now in a moment where both the public and the government are being thrust into dependency on technologies that will be hard to walk back. We must resist by targeting these companies, leveraging our power as workers, and through cultural work that defends our social bonds, creativity, and critical thinking. First and foremost, we need worker power. We need union power. We need a new Luddite movement, one that defends the integrity of human expertise and skill. These machines aren't what they're cracked up to be, and our labor still powers this economy. We must recognize that, build power, and leverage it. As the government attacks the structures that legitimize unions, we should exploit that strategic error. The NLRB was created to contain union militancy. Its weakening could let the labor movement off the leash. We need to support Black communities in Memphis who are organizing against Musk's XAI data center and its pollution, and workers in the global South who have been viciously exploited to train AI models. We must also understand that our movements need to hold people in their humanity. Many people are in crisis. So many of us are lonely and searching for comfort and answers. The right exploits these vulnerabilities expertly. People experiencing collapse are particularly susceptible to hyper-religiosity, cults, and demagoguery. And even those who aren't pulled in by Christian nationalism or tech cults like long-termism or effective accelerationism may fall for abstract AI solutionism, the belief that our best hope lies in scaling up AI to solve everything. But we already know how to stop killing the earth. We already know how to reduce preventable deaths and crimes of desperation. The problem is that the solutions don't serve billionaires, 70% of whom made their fortunes in tech. So how do we build the counterculture we need? We have to make space for grief, connection, and the sacred. In a bi-weekly support group for activists called Understory, which I co-facilitate with Tanuja Jagannath, participants explore what is sacred to them, check in about how they're doing, and discuss what it means to move forward under current conditions. It's a spiritually nourishing space that helps people rehearse our values outside of productivity-based frameworks. Projects like the Black Zine Fair have demonstrated that people are ready to receive and share knowledge offline.
Can someone look up
We need
Black
to
Zine
invest
Fair,
in those
please?
ways of learning and sharing, ones that predate and transcend billionaire-owned platforms. These spaces are not only culturally vital, but can also create more safety for necessary conversations in a time of heightened surveillance. We have to learn together. Last week, I was moved by the story of a book club in a prison where one imprisoned woman read a copy of We Grow the World Together aloud through a heat vent, and others listened. She read the entire book to the others that way. The imprisoned women then discussed the book in conversations and in letters. We have so much to learn from our imprisoned co-strugglers. While those of us on the outside face repression, we still have a lot of freedom to move, and we should use it while we can. We need more support groups, more discussion groups, more grief groups, more opportunities to learn together. We need to learn from experiments like Women Building Up and Interrupting Criminalization's Communiversity. And we need to continue to create space to feel and think and do the messy work of being human together, because that work is already countercultural. And in time, it may be revolutionary.
It's all you.
Yeah, I don't.
Uh-oh.
How many of you listen to movement memos?
Black lady, black lady, black lady.
Okay, all of you need to listen to movement memos, because that is what, whenever it comes out, blows my mind and shifts my entire being, and gives me the information I need and the analysis I need in order to move in this moment and in the rapidly changing environment in this moment. And I think the episode between Shane and Kelly recently in May that I listened to yesterday to kind of prepare for this panel is an example. The techno-fascist episode is another. And then, of course, everyone should listen to the Fascism Barometer. There's many sense-making spaces out there. If you didn't read Mariam Kaba's newsletter from yesterday, Prisons, Pros, and Protests, you might want to do that. There's many spaces where we are making sense of what's happening in the world, and we need to seek them out in the way that Kelly just described. And that is a sense I had not made of the world because I'm a pre-internet child. And so it is essential for me to know that. As a pre-internet child, I'm also very grateful to In These Times, which as in my late 20s was very foundational to my emerging left analysis. So I'm grateful In These Times for sponsoring this panel, and Shane for inviting me, and just all the ways you also blow my mind and teach me constantly. I don't know what about rethinking anti-fascist organizing. I want to say some things I've been thinking and am currently thinking. One is we need to rethink the global North frame through which we understand fascism and anti-fascist organizing.
Thanks, Reagan.
And thankfully, Robin D.G. Kelly will tonight expound on this, so I don't actually have to say very much, but those of us from the Global South who have experienced total state control over our lives and ideas and movements through colonial powers, as Black people, as Indigenous people, this is not unprecedented. This is, I literally have just come from traveling where I've seen concentration camps in Rwanda and Cape Verde. Like, it's not just that there was, some really bad things that happened there and then this really terrible thing called the Holocaust, right? Like, there was chattel slavery, which was, and genocide and colonization of the land that we're on, and this ongoing total control of colonized subjects that in around the world, that is fascism. That's what total control is, right? So Robin will explain it better than I did, so forget that. But I do want to say, don't forget it, but just wait for him to do it better. But I do want to say also, as someone who came up in anti-apartheid struggles, like, I clearly understood myself to be involved in an anti-fascist struggle. Just because white people were able to vote in South Africa didn't make that any less of a fascist state for the people that my ancestors are descended from. And so it was really important to understand that. It's important to read a Black feminist take on the Black anti-fascist tradition in this book, which you should go buy if you don't already have it, or get from your library. So I want to say that we have to expand our view of what anti-fascist organizing is and has been, even though there was a time in my life where I also thought ARA was the anti-fascist organizing, also in my late 20s, right? And so we have to expand our views there. I think also the notion that...
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the notion that it's different now because the fascists have total state power is true. And also, in light of what I just said, not unprecedented. But what I do think is unprecedented now is not just that fascists have seized state power, total state power in the United States, that the coup is complete, at least the administrative version, and I would say the judicial version and military is
yes,
close,
we are not
right?
communists.
But because fascism has taken hold in the heart of empire, in the country with the largest army, the largest economy, the largest surveillance state that we have seen, right? And so, and the things that Kelly has just described are happening in this context. So yes, there's many lessons that we can learn and draw from the past, but we have not been here before. As Kelly says, we are off the map. And the world is off the map because it's never been an economic or military superpower the size of the United States with the technological and weapons capacity that it has, that has been under total fascist control. So the rest of the world is also experiencing something unprecedented, even though US imperialism is not unprecedented. So I want us to think about that. And I apologize to those of you who have heard me say this now perhaps twice, but I'm going to say it a third time and hope that this is what you take away. Mariam and I co-founded Interrupting Criminalization in 2018 in the first iteration of this administration, because we understand that criminalization is essential, instrumental, core to the advancement and operation of right-wing authoritarian and fascist agendas and regimes. Criminalization is literally how they work. And so how they operate. It's not just how they repress their enemies. It's not just that they criminalize some people or criminalize abortion or criminalize gender affirming care. It's literally a political process, and we learned this from Beth Ritchie, that extends way beyond enactment and enforcement of criminal laws and policies to practices of policing, punishment, and exclusion that are enacted by the state, currently under total control by fascists, but also by all institutions of society, including ourselves and our families and our communities. And so it's a process that we, in some ways, have access to interrupting, and that was what we wanted to really create a movement resource hub for folks who wanted to be engaged in uprooting criminalization as the route that we need to pull on with all of our might if we want to transform the world from one that was careening towards and now is in full authoritarianism and fascism into one that is rooted in Black feminist liberation. And I say that about criminalization because the notion that the part about fascism where there's like an us and a them, there's the legitimate citizens of the state, the legitimate people who are entitled to things, and then there's a them who are an existential threat to a past, an imagined, a future, a desired social order, and therefore must be contained and controlled and surveilled and policed and punished, and then in the most extreme, ends of fascism, eliminated, exterminated, expelled. That's the process of criminalization. So that's what I mean by that's how fascism works. And it normalizes a certain level of violence and denial of care and necessities for survival to targeted groups under non-authoritarian and fascist conditions. But then by doing that, manufactures consent for a lot of the violence that we're seeing now, because it's okay to do that to criminalize people. Once we decide someone's criminalized, what can we do? Rip them from their families.
They're saying
Put them in a cell,
criminalization is
leave them there in the
fascist.
dark for 30 years where they have to read through a vent in order to have contact with someone. We can, take away their citizenship. We can, deny them benefits. We can do any number of things to them. And we can do that through criminal laws and policing and prosecution and imprisonment, but we also can do that through enforcement of civil and administrative laws and policies, in the distribution of care, benefits, opportunities, and necessities for survival. We can do that by passing a MAGA murder bill.
What?
That has now criminalized and denied care to anyone who can't pay for it.
A MAGA murder bill?
So it's important for us to also understand the role that we play in it, right? Part of it is how we navigate these moments, right? We're like, well, it's okay because it's happening to the criminalized people. It's not happening to the good people. And we'll fight it when it happens to the good people, but we're going to be okay with it and then the more and more it creeps, again, there's another amazing episode of Movement Memos that talks about the kind of frog in boiling water kind of tendency of humans to normalize everything, to just be like, it's okay, it's fine. The dog with the cup, it's fine, everything's fine. Like that is a very human tendency. And also it's a very human tendency to not be able to process this much bad at once. So criminalization is one way that we reconcile all that we normalize what's happening, that we say it's okay because it's happening to someone who deserves it in some way, or someone who is not us, who is an other. And that way we can carry on with like, it's okay. And it feeds our basest instincts to scapegoat, blame, and punish individuals and communities for structural inequities and massive shifts that are promoted by climate collapse and the intentional tanking of the economy, and also the crises that capitalism just produces and is constantly trying to recover. Criminalization points us to something or someone that we can touch, see, and blame, as opposed to white supremacy, cis heteropatriarchy, authoritarianism, imperialism, that it feels very difficult to touch, capitalism. Right? And certainly the things that Kelly just described, I have no idea how to touch those things. But criminalization also is fueled by this piece of like, don't have empathy for people. Empathy is weakness, right? Criminalization and kind of hard responses to people who are seen as deviating from social norms or being a threat is kind of the way to go. And if we can get a machine to do it, then we don't have to, then there's no one to sort of cultivate a interruption of criminalization in, and there's no one to cultivate a culture of non-compliance with, because it's a machine, right? So in these ways, criminalization really prepares the way for and creates infrastructure for exponential expansion, escalation of all these forms of violence that criminalization manifests and enables, and all the structural violence it upholds in this context. So I think that means a number of things for our resistance. And as I just said in the panel, it's also how sort of the gender project of fascism and authoritarianism manifest is through
The gender
criminalization of sexual,
project?
gender, reproductive autonomy, which is something that we particularly focus on at IC.
That means abortion.
And that's not a side project. That's also an important central
The
core piece of how
criminalization of
fascism
reproductive
works,
autonomy
right?
is
And how
abortion.
colonialism and chattel slavery, like you have to create hierarchies. How do you do that? You pick one, gender. You make a line, you police it hard. Nobody crosses one way or the other. And then you tell one gender that they're better than the other. They have more power over the other. And now you've just bought people to
Patriarchy.
be complicit in your project. And you've normalized the idea that some great white father somewhere should be managing this land. And you've normalized the idea that some great white man who should now have sexual access to everyone under a chattel slavery household, right? You have, and is legitimately can quote unquote own other human beings. And you've legitimized a
Capitalism created
strongman,
slavery.
authoritarian fascist leader who now we call Daddy Trump, right? That is part of the project. And that's when people are like, oh, criminalization of trans people, that's a side issue. Maybe we don't have to do it. No, that is literally the project. That is how they do it. So we have to fight back. And so for me, what I've been thinking about is the ways in which abolitionist organizing is and always has been anti-fascist organizing, that abolitionist organizers need to be leading the way because we have been fighting criminalization and working to uproot it, because interrupting criminalization, not because my organization is named that, has to be at the core of our response to right-wing agendas, fascist agendas, authoritarianism. And we can't just be defending migrants. We can't be exceptionalizing ICE. I've seen some people being like, Andrea, stop talking about criminalization. Why aren't you talking about ICE? I'm like, I literally am talking about ICE. They're like, what is happening right now? Or they're like, no, but they're the Uber criminalizers. I'm like, no, they're the Gestapo. I'm like, the Gestapo, it's all the same thing. We have to understand that and understand that criminalization is the root of fascism and authoritarianism that we have to really pull on. And that means that narratives of resistance that focus on who the real criminals are, felon in the White House, lock them up, are feeding their project, not our resistance. They are normalizing this process of criminalization, and then they're also creating this reality where the groups of people who are criminalized now have to kind of frame themselves as either benefits to racial capitalism, hardworking migrants in the fields. They're harvesting don't chase them through the fields. Otherwise, how am I going to get my green beans tonight? Right? Or at least perceive people as not a threat to racial capitalism. So if you don't speak out as an immigrant student, you might be okay. But if you say a thing, then we all know what happens. We're just putting people in a position where we're feeding their project, and we're putting people who are criminalized and targeted by fascism and fascism's eugenic project in that position. So I just really want to emphasize before I stop just the role that criminalization plays in manufacturing consent for what's happening. Because we all know that they can't do it alone. They have to, they're doing it with machines. That's alarming, to say the least. But they also need people to do it. Or people at least not to get in the streets and fight back. Or stop doing it in their jobs. Or refuse in some way. And I would argue that more than cowardice, and more than an instinct to comply, and more than this human thing of just let me normalize so I can get through my day, the investment that we have in criminalization is actually what gets more in the way of fighting back, and why challenging and confronting, including our own instincts to criminalization, instinct, and punish, and our kind of daily participation in it some way or another, like uprooting that is actually the most important thing. I think the manufacturing of consent through criminalization is playing the biggest role in allowing this march of fascism to continue. So I would conclude by saying criminalization got us here. Criminalization is keeping us here. Criminalization is definitely not getting us out of here. And that matters. And it's by confronting and interrupting and challenging criminalization that we have the best chance to strike at the heart of fascism.
Like I kind of don't want to speak after everyone now. I'm gonna let you all down. I definitely want to make a lot of space for questions, but I want to ask kind of one question. I want to get into one question with the panelists first before we kind of pass it to the crowd.
Q&A.
When I think about how anti-fascist organizing looks like at a particular time, I kind of look at what it's responding to. So what are the manifestations that we're looking at? And that actually makes it become kind of clear. So for example, we're seeing the mass sort of ICE raids that have been really high profile, but also have created really high profile moments of resistance. So we see these videos, places Minneapolis, Detroit, LA, where folks are coming out in mass and able to physically disrupt things, whether it's de-arresting people at big protest actions in Chicago and New York, or if it's like the more localized efforts to kind of surround ICE agents, and then to sort of make that larger, to create these community defense networks in places like Los Angeles, where they do patrols and they're using rapid response networks to pull people out, notify them when ICE is in the area, and actually make entire neighborhoods less likely for ICE to come in. And that's happening in some places. And the other thing I sort of notice is that when I'm talking with organizers doing that work, is that that's only step one, right? Then immediately they're using those same patrols or watch locations to do mutual aid distribution, to help folks get groceries if they're too nervous to actually go to their homes, to help them get their medications so they don't have to go to the pharmacies, to help folks who maybe were working on working as vendors or working in food carts that help get them some money so they can stay at home, and because those are going to be the prime places where ICE is coming and doing those raids.
Oh, thanks,
so
Reagan.
it doesn't just stop with that, right? It actually goes beyond what we think of as anti-fascism in almost every situation. But there's also the question of scalability, so we just saw in the bill that ICE's funding might increase. There might be more ICE agents. They're flooding in. I know in places like Portland, we're actually seeing like the number of ICE agents on the street triple and quadruple over just a couple of weeks. And so that has a question of scalability. When it's a few ICE agents, neighbors can come out, create a blockade, and can sometimes disrupt that. But what happens when it's hundreds? And so I'm sort of curious if folks have over the last maybe 6 months, I've seen really, really striking examples of anti-fascist organizing that responds to some of these state actors. And if there's ideas you have about what it takes to really scale that kind of organizing up. I'll keep that open to anyone who wants to pick it up.
I'll be right back. Let me know if I miss anything. Oh, where's my mouse?
I mean, one thing I'll say is that organized people can pivot in a lot of directions. And I think the more networked we are for any purpose, the more capacity and potential we have to do what a particular moment demands of us. Like, I don't think you can divide the mass mobilization that we saw in 2020 in the streets from the mass mobilization of mutual aid that had been unfolding. These things were deeply interconnected. In the UK, when there were race riots and Muslims were being attacked in the streets, immigrants were under siege, I remember an amazing story about a football club, a group of guys who had been getting together for years to watch soccer, who at some point pivoted from that to, hey, let's also collect food for needy folks. Let's make that a thing we do. They came together around a shared interest and then bonded around shared values, took some action around that, and then in a moment of necessity, defended a mosque. So I think we have to think about potential in those terms and understand that anytime we can bring people together in an organized way that make us networked, make us, have a sense of human connection and understanding, we have the potential to also bond around our shared values, to act on those values, and potentially escalate. And I think we should be looking at every opportunity in our lives to organize that way, from book clubs to fandoms that we're part of to, maybe creating sort of a text thread for our neighbors to, hey, if something comes up, if there's a tornado or if anybody needs anything, let's have a text thread. That could grow into unionizing a building. And we all know that people who come together in that kind of relationality and unions have the potential to do very powerful things. When we look at what happened in Los Angeles, is it any coincidence that you have not only a lot of strong tenant union organizing, in that area, but a very powerful mutual aid network, and that this was a city that rose up and defended its people.
The tenants
when they
unions
were under
and the
attack.
mutual aid network
And
is
you
how
know,
they're
I
doing it.
take pride in what we have built here in Chicago, in a lot of our neighborhoods. There is a lot of great organizing in this city. And when we see thousands of people taking the streets to protest ICE, when we see the fact that there are autonomous organizers and activists disrupting ICE apprehensions at immigration court routinely now,
it's Antifa,
that have really gotten in the way of ICE making that a primary inlet in this city for stealing our neighbors. Like, this comes from the fact that this is a heavily organized and networked city. But we can do
They're
more.
socialists.
We can all do more, and we can continue to build on those relationships and networks of possibility.
They're telling you they're the people organizing against ICE and the deportations, guys.
Once again, unsurprisingly, I agree with everything Kelly just said. You know, to your question of scale, which is, you know, always a thing that abolitionists are asked, they're like, that's nice that you have your cute little, you know, community crisis response that works from 12 to 3 on Saturday. 911 works all the time and it works to scale, but look what we get, right? Like the scale responses are going to look like the things we have. They're going to reproduce criminalization and
These
policing
people denounce Karen Bass. They don't work with Karen Bass.
Distribution
Karen
of
Bass
life
is a
chances
Democrat, not a
at
communist.
the
So
scale
no
that they do
conservative
now.
bullshit. This is wrong.
And so we have to remember that it's in relationship that we have the greatest power, not only to shape reality, make sense of reality, invite people into different visions of reality, but also to, you know, have spheres of influence and to practice different values together. And so that's why the AI thing that Kelly's talking about in terms of like taking us out of relationship, discouraging relationship, breaking our capacity to be in relationship, is so terrifying, and why I show up to the understory whenever I can, because I want to be in practice in every space I can be about how to be in relationship, because I think that's essential. So I think the scale piece goes directly against that, right? So we have to figure out how to be
No, they wouldn't. She's a Democrat.
operating
She's
at the
not their
level
ally.
of relationship
No.
and community groups, but those all need to be networked. And you and I talked about this, you know, also that's safer in anti-fascism fights, and that's what fascists are doing. Actually, they're decentralizing and operating in very small networks so that you can't hit at the head, right? It's hard to, they pop up everywhere. It's everywhere. And so we need to kind of be operating in the same way. And so we need to be operating at the level of those relationships, but doing that, then coming together in communities of practice, and then coming up together in networks of influence, and then through that kind of the snow. Everyone should read Theory of Water, by the way. I just had enough. And Leanne in it talks about how the first thing snowflakes do when they land on the ground is change their entire chemistry to bond with other snowflakes to make hard packed snow. So this is what, like, how we do it is in relationship, but then it becomes, you know, a snowflake joins another snowflake, and then there's an avalanche, and you've changed the whole ecosystem.
She's not a Marxist.
There's many other, you
They
know,
don't
sort
think
of
she's a
metaphors I
Marxist.
could
She's a
use, but
Democrat.
I think that's where the secret to scale is. But it requires
Yes.
us to really be invested in those things and to do the messy work of it, which is hard.
It doesn't fucking matter. Okay.
But then you
okay,
become
okay.
more nimble. You're more.
I'm now turning the sound down on the live presentation because the chat will not shut up about this. We had them on video yesterday saying they will not work with Karen Bass. We had them on video yesterday saying they don't like Karen Bass. We had them on video yesterday saying Karen Bass is working against them. This is all on video. Facts don't care about your feelings. Your little bullshit conservative narrative doesn't fucking matter. These people do not like, do not work with, do not endorse, do not support Karen Bass in any way. And they literally fucking said it on video fucking yesterday.
Any shared space, anywhere you have influence or relationship, is where you engage in shared sense making and practicing those shared values in your crafting circle, in your, you know, if you're a DS9 fan, there's a great podcast for you that'll help you understand abolition in the context of DS9. Somebody, you know, online today was like, I have to get in the fight, but I want to do it in a way that fits my weird interests. My weird interests are comics. So guess what? The next Comic-Con is going to involve like the anti-fascist comic. Like we really have to figure out.
This
and
is
also
why
because
I
we have
yell.
to find joy, right? Like this
I have
is
to
a
explain this
long,
every day.
hard thing. And
4
so
years.
how can we find spaces of joy where we also talk about these things? I happen to be someone who likes to sail in a community sailing group. Well, I have a captive audience now for 4 hours while we're out sailing. We're going to talk about some things, right? I might not get invited back next week, but I'll find another boat to get on. So there's really ways of doing that can, and it's a long practice, but it's also one that is about celebrating our humanity, about continuing to become more human in the face of this. I'll just say quickly that there's a whole bunch of things like links and things here that show many ways that interrupting criminalization is inviting people into this kind of decentralized local networked abolitionist organizing. I encourage folks to check out Block and Build, but make it abolitionist. There's like 50,000 ways that you could be engaged in anti-fascist organizing, and it's designed to
We
help
have the link for
abolitionists
that, so we
situate
can
their work
download
within
that.
broader anti-fascist organizing fronts, but also to help groups that are mobilizing in large numbers, like Indivisible, Working Families Party, No Kings, all that, to maybe expand their horizons about what they could be doing. So bring this to your local Indivisible meeting, maybe start a conversation there as well, right?
They're trying to radicalize the progressives.
And then we have to invite people into practices of noncompliance, right? To the extent that it's not algorithmic. So we organize healthcare providers to interrupt criminalization in the context of accessing care. That means continuing to offer criminalized care. It also means continuing to offer care to criminalized communities. So in LA, people are offering pop-up clinics to folks who are afraid to go to the hospital, and inviting community to figure out how they're going to block ICE from the hospital.
It's massive.
And there's many ways that we're inviting healthcare providers into doing those things. So invite you, if you are a healthcare provider, to look that up and join. I do want to just close by saying one thing I find inspiring that also kind of in this moment, or that I'm looking to a lot in this moment, I don't want to say inspiring, that I'm really looking to and drawing analysis and inspiration from, is disability justice organizing.
Oh.
Because disability justice organizing is about refusing the eugenics, that is the extreme form of criminalization, right? That is inherent to this fascist project. And that's not a thing that people do at scale. They do it at the scale of relationships, in supporting each other and meeting each other's needs, in understanding that everybody is different and figuring out how to practice community care that in ways that are also about unseating the eugenic project that is the United States and its current fascist iteration. So I really hope that people can invest in that, understand that more deeply,
The
support
eugenics
the
project
leaders
that
who
is
have
the
been trying
United
to
States.
shape our work for decades, to prepare us for this moment and beyond, and to integrate that analysis in abolitionist and other forms of organizing as we fight fascism.
Wow.
I am. Thanks again. I hate following anybody. I think one of the things I just want to add before I kick at the questions is, when you look at the history of anti-fascist struggles that hit like a mass capacity or attempt to, it really is about letting people show up authentically in their own way. So if I was in the project I'm working on, I look at the Anti-Nazi League in the 1970s, and one of the reasons it became such a large movement was that people were invited to make their own groups and sort of affiliate. So you had queer groups like Gays Against Nazis, there was School Kids Against Nazis, there was Music Fans Against Nazis, and then Rock Against Racism. There was all these little chapters where people are going to show up, they're going to do things their way and be a part of the collective whole. And when I'm talking to organizers in LA, one of the really inspiring examples is the Coalition for Community Self-Defense, which invites groups to show up as themselves and just gives them the tools to engage. And here's how you're going to train folks to set up rapid response networks. And then people are doing that and engaging locally and plugging in with sort of amplification. New digital tools can be helpful for those sorts of things, but it's pretty simple. So when talking to a lot of folks, people will say, hey, I go jogging for an hour every morning. That'll be my sort of monitoring time. And I'll post anything I see in the chat. And then that goes to another chat that alerts people. These are the sort of ways of doing it because it plugs directly into someone's life. They don't have to change who they are. They don't have to go somewhere else. The way that they are, what they do in their life is good enough and being plugged into it. And I think that's a really important thing. If we're talking about scale, that's sort of how you do it. Okay, enough from me. We're going to do questions, I think, but being mindful that we want people to hear us. I think getting up to the microphone is probably going to be the best bet. So if folks want to like raise hands, I can call. See you right there on the green. Rekafia, you want to be up next? Guy in the red shirt in the back. If y'all want to like line up there, we could do questions. Maybe take a few at a time, and then we could.
I'll answer this question when I have a
answer to them.
chance.
Cool.
Thank you all so much for doing this panel. My name's Brianna. I'm from Memphis, actually.
Brianna.
With the DSA chapter there. One of the big fights that we've been fighting lately is obviously the fight against XAI. They had the first facility that they built. Now they're building a second one down in Mississippi, just a little bit south of Memphis. Google is also building a facility right across the river. I think Musk is about to ship in a power facility from China that was purchased like yesterday. That the Chamber of Commerce is kind of trying to brand us as like the digital Delta. So we're trying to mobilize against it. And there's a lot of people there in the city who are very much against it all. But a lot of them are liberals. And a lot of the time there's a lot of whataboutism about the level of crime in the city and how that's something that we should be focusing on instead. So my question is kind of for everyone on the panel. I feel like it's applicable to everyone who spoke. What exactly can we do to fight the AI takeover in the city? How can we make it clear that abolition is related to that fight? And then also, how can we get through to the people who are constantly all about staying peaceful and not being militant, and make them understand that some people are going to be militant, as you stated?
How can we get through the people who want to be peaceful and just let them know that violence is going to happen? Wow.
Hi, thanks everyone. I'm Michael. I really appreciated everything you guys said and also the question right before me. I kind of came in with a question that I would still love to hear some of your thoughts about, and some of Ari's comments in the beginning really spoke to it, and also some of the stuff that Michael said, which is that a big part of the problem with the fascist moment we're in right now is that it's not only present.
I've been doing it for 4 years and no one pays attention.
Fascists like fully take power.
I went undercover at this 2 years ago.
That center-left governments as well and across the West have been increasingly adopting fascist politics, and parties across the spectrum outside of the hard left have really gone really hard right. And I think dealing with this, this is a huge challenge, and dealing with this stands in some tension to the need to build a broader coalition, which came up just now and also came up in Asha's comments yesterday in the opening panel. So like, how do we navigate this? How do we handle, the liberals becoming fascistized while we're trying to also build a coalition?
The liberals are becoming the fascists. They don't like liberals.
John from Philly. I've been doing anti-fascist work since I was like way younger than I am now. And I want to just say that, I appreciated you recapitulating the principles as ARA went by, because they still guide me politically when I deal with this question. But to that I add, when you say cops and courts, I always add capitalist politicians to that when I talk to people, because
capitalist politicians.
This is an important question. You have like 40 plus years of neoliberalism in this country that's created the conditions we're in now with Trumpism, and a bipartisan effort that gave us things like the Patriot Act and the national security state. My question, I guess, for discussion is, what do we say to our friends on the left that tell us we just have to vote for Democrats to stop this, when deep in my heart, I know it's bullshit, because they're not going to stop it.
Democrats aren't going to stop it. We shouldn't vote for them.
What is the alternative? I mean, elections don't stop fascism. It never have, it never will. So what is the alternative? So that's the question I have, I guess. Looking at all this scribble on here, just making sure I didn't miss anything.
They're very clear. They don't like the Democrats.
So it sounds like the question from everyone is, how do we talk to liberals?
Because they don't like liberals.
Anyone want to lead us off?
I'll give a shot. I guess there's lots of things I could say.
I know very, very little about it. But, you know, basically headlines in the liberal media suggest to me that the Pride March in Budapest a couple weeks ago was a pretty cool thing. And what I think strikes me about it
No.
is
That's not
that
what he said at
simply
all.
showing
He
up was,
said
as
they
I understand
don't
it, at least,
like
again,
the Democrats.
largely
They
from the liberal
don't
media,
vote with the
an illegal
Democrats.
act.
It's not just some of the Democrats.
think
It's none of the
that
Democrats.
that's
When will you
a
guys
powerful
start
tool
fucking listening to what
I
they're
think
saying?
Andrea
I
said
swear to God.
something
I
about-
swear to God. I swear to God. Well, they just don't like some of the Democrats. No, they are telling you clearly in no uncertain terms. They do not like the Democrats. They do not vote for the Democrats. They do not like the liberals. The liberals drive them fucking crazy. I don't know how much more clear they can be with you guys until you start fucking listening to what they are saying. Your conservative bullshit narrative does not trump what they are saying in reality. These are not Democrats. No, oh my fucking God. You are banned for 24 hours. Go away. You want to come in my chat and contradict what we're... Well, they still vote for Democrats in secret. Banned for 24 hours. I'm not even fucking around anymore. I am not going to deal with conservative bullshit as I'm streaming 22 hours of socialism in a 48-hour fucking period because you guys can't get out of your own fucking feelings.
necessarily mean any number of things that we might assume, but I think it is important.
I'll jump in for a second. I mean, I think one thing that sort of binds those questions together is this question of like, why is this class of folks who would otherwise consider themselves left of center not being drawn in to like this kind of larger liberatory vision? And I think there's a lot of reasons for that. I think one, and it's only one reason, is that there's been a difficulty about talking to them about what the project is and actually showing them the kind of material benefits of participating in it. And I think that, you know, engaging in solidarity requires an incredible amount of faith, because it means stepping away from all the institutions that you're generally taught to depend on, and then depending on other people. And I don't know if you've met other people, they can be undependable sometimes, right? So this is actually kind of difficult. And so, like, you know, I think this is true about talking about the folks that are actually obsessed over further criminalization, right? They want to criminalize people in their communities, or they're going to kind of
I'm literally banning anyone that
as
continues to say they vote for Democrats.
their
So if
final
you want
say in
continued
things.
access
I
to the
think we have
chat,
to
you
talk
need to
about
rein
what
in
does
your
it
fucking
look
feet,
like
please.
to actually
Thank you.
trust that something bigger could happen, you know? And so I think involving them in a step-by-step process, you know, what does that look like in a small scale? Okay, what does it look like to build up those relationships more? And I think people shift by participating. I don't know if they shift in arguments. A lot of times we phrase this of like, what can we say to the folks? And I was like, I don't think you can say anything. I think you can bring them to the mutual aid event, and they can talk to other folks and they can participate in that. You know, part of what happens, I think, when we engage in actions is that we do crack a window open into what a revolutionary future could look like. And people are able to live in there for a minute, right? And they're able to see that and feel that. And I think that's what people need to have. And in terms of that, I think that's also part of this kind of rightward shift, where particularly in, you know, it's different in the US than in Europe, but there's a kind of whole history of sort of left-wing rhetoric that didn't deliver on people, or promises that weren't made, or movements that didn't actually enable working class autonomy.
I'll try not to.
And so there's distrust in that. And then the right comes in and says, well, I have a revolutionary vision for you, and it's going to protect you personally. And so I think it's about bringing people back into that material benefits. It's also about, you know, fighting to actually win, and not pretending that sort of very, very small electoral victories are victories, you know? And so I think because people hear that and they know materially that that's not a victory. So if we're obsessed over, you know, what progressive politician in some city won, you know, a primary race at the same time as people are about to lose Medicaid, you know, lose their health insurance, like what victory does that offer them? So I think acknowledging the reality and trying to work towards the material gains, and then talking to them about how these other issues actually tie directly in with that, and showing them actually getting them involved in that. I think that's how you end up doing that thing, that process of shifting. And again, that requires like, how do we bring people into larger mass movements? I think that ends up being that process.
So This question reminds me of conversations I used to have with my dad sometimes, who came a long way in his lifetime in understanding where I was coming from politically, but started off on a vastly different page, not even liberal really, like a lot of conservative leanings on a number of issues. But one thing that we always agreed about was labor. My dad was a proud union member. He believed in the necessity of people looking out for each other. That gave us a jumping off point. It's important to identify common values where you can as a place to build from. What do people care about that you also care about? What can you praise about what they care about and say, yes, you're so right about this, and how it connects to something else that they maybe don't understand. I'm also thinking about a conversation we had back when a few friends of mine were facing prison time. They were in jail, pending trial for locking down to stop a pipeline. And I was deeply, deeply upset about this. One of these people in particular, I was very close to. And I was talking to my dad about it. And he was like, yeah, I understand like their reasons, like
Both.
the, you know,
It's
what you're
both
saying
at
about
the
the
same
environmental
time.
damage. Like, I don't want that. Like, my father loved the natural world. So, but they broke the law. And after I took a moment to simmer down, I said, Dad, do you know how many laws these oil companies have broken? Like, do you know how lawless this industry is? And I explained a bit about that. And I said, and do you know how many laws the bankers who tanked the economy such that we're all living the way we're living right now broke in the perpetration of that? And I broke some of that down. And I was like, so this thing that you're citing, the law, do you understand that it's only real for people like us? And that it's not real for people like them? That actually tapped into something that resonated with him. And he was like, oh yeah, no, I guess you're right. It's rigged. If the oil company gets to break all the laws and the people don't, it really did help shift his perspective a bit. And so I think we need to help people recognize, in accordance with, in connection with the things that they really care about, that this shit's not real. It's not real. It applies to some people and not to others. Police don't enforce laws, they enforce social norms.
Oh!
Hierarchies are normative. People with money not getting punished, normal. Black people, poor people, trans people being criminalized, disabled people being criminalized, normal. They don't even need the excuse of an actual legal transgression because police move with impunity. I also want to note around sort of having conversations with people, Chapter 6 of Let This Radicalize You is an important resource. It's about the concept of violence in social movements. And I think that it's a very valuable jumping off point to maybe counter some of the 3.5% bullshit out there. Like, I'm not going to go deep on
The 3.5%
not trying to disrespect
bullshit.
Erica Chenoweth up here, but it's not real in the way that people think it's real, right? We have a lot of liberals out there who think that if 3.5% of us hold a sign in the street on a Saturday afternoon, Trump has to resign. Like, this is wild. So we really need to get together with people and talk about what resistance movements actually look like and what leveraged power actually looks like. There's also a
Most of
chapter
them,
in
no.
Andrea
They don't
Small's
vote. They don't
book,
participate in
How to Blow Up a
elections.
Pipeline, that evaluates and critiques Erica Chenoweth's work that I think is worth reading. Also on the voting thing, this is very thorny. I'm going to speak to it. I'm one of the people who thinks that we should strategically vote. I think that
well, there you
I
go.
vote to try to create space for the work that I think needs to happen. I don't believe that any of these people are going to save us. But I notice that the work in which I do my, the space in which I do my work, the walls are kind of closing in right now, right? I want to make any decision I can that maybe undoes a little of that, that gives us more space to build. And that matters to me. You know, we're not going to vote our way out of this. We're also not going to eat our way out of this, but I had breakfast this morning.
We're not going to vote our way out of this.
And beyond that, I would just say, as a prison and police abolitionist, I am accustomed to talking to people who think that my underlying ideas are absolutely whack, right? A lot of people who build with me think that I am bananas on this getting rid of prisons thing. You know how I connect with them? Over their heart's desires. What do they care about? What are they afraid of? What do they want to see happen? And are we on the same page about that? We need to get better at building from there, even when people have a lot of ideas we don't agree with. And I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I think that's called organizing. I don't know if people are familiar with that term. But I think we've really lost it, right? We've really lost what organizing is. And I mean, Ruth Wilson Gilmore says, our job as abolitionists is to knock on people's door and say, hi, my name's Andrea. I'm an abolitionist. And I'm here to work with you to solve your problems. That's what I was taught, to door knock and figure out real quick what the thing was that we had in common so that we could figure out how we were going to fight it together. And, you know, sometimes it took a long time, right? like, oh, you know, so I think the same for the Memphis that you were saying, Brianna, like, I think there are tax breaks that they're going to get. There's environmental destruction that's going to happen. There's workplace violations that are going to happen. There's so many things that are going to happen at that site that it's just a question of figuring out, you know, which people are concerned about that. I think the folks in who did Stop Cop City work really mastered that. They were like, do you like a forest? Okay, let's talk about that. Do you want money for schools and not this thing? Let's talk about that. Do you not want to be repressed when you protest the killing of Rayshard Brooks? Let's talk about that. Like, there was a million ways to get at it. And I think that was basically what defund, you know, organizing was about too, right?
Yeah,
it was about
smartest
what are we
comment in the chat
losing
today.
by putting $9 billion into the New York City Police Department, and also what are we foreclosing by putting $9 billion into the police department, right? And I think that is still where we need to go, and to talk and to connect those things to the conditions that create what they then label as crime, right? Like if we are giving tax breaks to the AI people so we can't have after school programs, then people are going to be outside and they're going to call that crime, right? So, and I think this question of, how do we deal with the center left people moving right is really important. And again, it's just, we have to be better organizers. I'm sorry, we've been out organized. We have to get better at it.
They really
and
believe
that
they're
means we have
losing,
to reach across and again,
but
find
they
the
are
shared
not.
values. I used to be the director of something called the Sex Workers Project, which, you know, announcing that in a room always kind of caused this reaction. You know, we were fighting with anti-trafficking people about the use of possession or presence of condoms as evidence of intent to engage in prostitution, as opposed to evidence of the intent to maybe have sex if we could. Get it? And so, you know, we had to go talk to these anti-trafficking advocates. Like, I am diametrically opposed to these people around carceral responses to people's engagement in the sex trade and, frankly, criminalization of sexual, reproductive, and gender autonomy. And also, they're probably transphobic and also 10 other things, right? But I just had to sit there and be like, what do you care about? You don't want people to be coerced into doing something that they don't want to do. Me neither. Can I tell you that most people I talk to in the sex trade are there because they don't have housing or immigration status or jobs? So you may want to stop this. I don't agree with your moral position, your prohibitionist, your eliminationist politics. But if we can agree that housing is something we're going to fight for together, then let's do that. Now, am I leaving it there? No. Every time we talk about it, we're going to talk about it, right? Like,
I'll answer this
it's
when I
not,
can.
I'm just not letting you sit there with your turfy, you know, swerfy politics. But we had that conversation over years and years and years. She supported the legislation. And then guess what? She was the sponsor of legislation to decriminalize prostitution altogether 10 years later. I'm not solely responsible for that. All of the sex workers who talked to her were responsible for that. And everyone who came up in allyship and conversation.
No, it's not. You just don't speak
that
their
group
language.
were
You don't
responsible
understand what
for
they're
that.
saying. Sorry.
Now, there are
That's
some
not
folks
right.
on that side I can't talk to, and they also have no desire to talk to me. So there's someone else can talk to them, right? But that is organizing. And we have to be able to do that. And we have to, we just have to become better organizers. And that means becoming better humans, right? Becoming the humans who can bring into being the world that we long for, and practicing that in ourselves, with each other, in community, in relationship, and recognizing that no one's disposable, even the people I disagree with very strongly, which as a Capricorn is a challenge, but it is the truth.
Capricorn.
And then just I think about the rule of law piece and the illegality. I don't know. I use similar arguments as Kelly. Like, we all broke 5 laws on our way here today. People break laws all the time. And people are like, okay, we get that, Andrea, like the minor things, sure. But like murder. Like, when Obama sends a drone to kill someone in Yemen, it's not even named murder, it's just named like national security. When a cop kills someone, it's named self-defense. When a criminalized survivor kills someone who's been torturing her for years and told her, promised her or them that the next time they would die, that is considered murder. So the rules literally don't apply to everybody, even the ones that we think are the most basic. And as someone who went to law school, I can say that Kelly has a very cute cat, and I'm out of time.
You don't speak their language.
The
I
rule
can't
of law
help
is
you
whatever
until you
people in
learn
power
their
say it
language.
is.
Think, like,
Confirmed
listen more.
by someone who went to law school and was taught that. And so we need to think about what is the social, what kind of society do we want to live in? And what is the social contract we want to create with each other? And then how do we practice that? That's what my response is to folks. But the law, the rule of law, like, what is the rules by which we want to live together? And how do we want
Violent
to practice them together?
revolution.
And that, I think, is anti-fascist organizing.
I'll answer a bunch of these on the break.
All right,
but
y'all, we're at
people have
time. I'd
got
love to keep
start
going,
listening,
but
guys.
we
You
gotta cap it
start
out.
listening.
Thanks so much to
Okay.
Andrea, to Kelly, to Michael, to Ari, if you're still here.
Okay.
And thanks so much to ASL Interpreter and for everyone being here, bringing your questions and stuff. I'm glad to be able to be in conversation with you.
All right, so they're wrapping up. So I've got a bunch of questions to answer. So the Socialism Conference is going on a break now, just so you guys know. So the next live session at the Socialism Conference will start in about an hour and a half. Now, don't think I'm stopping the stream. I'm not. There is another presentation that I want to go back and watch. So there was a presentation that ran simultaneously to this presentation that we're now going to go back and watch the live stream for the other presentation that was streamed at the same time. But before we do that, in the presentation we're going to be watching next is Debt is a Labor Issue, Unions and Debt Allocation. And this just happened. So this live stream is just wrapping up. But I want to take some time and I want to answer. Oh, you guys can't see what I say. I want to take some time and answer some questions before we do that. And as a reminder, this is a great time. If you haven't yet subscribed to my Substack, head over to the Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. I am streaming the Socialism 2025 conference out of Chicago all weekend long. I will also be answering questions in the chat, sometimes yelling at people when they don't want to listen to the answers. And listen, guys, listen. I know that some of these answers, well, I know that many of these answers that you're getting from me, it is different than what the conservative bullshit artists have told you about the left. And I understand why people might be shocked to find out that the conservative influencers who claim to be fighting communism actually have no idea what communists actually believe and what they're actually doing. But the information I'm giving you guys comes from literally me spending... Someone on the channel calculated the other day that I have watched over 5,000 hours of these people in the last 5 years. And I quite frankly think that might be like a low number, but so the minimal amount of time that I've spent watching and listening to far left socialist events is about 5,000 hours at least. If you have not spent 5,000 hours listening to these people, you do not know more than I do about what they think and what they believe. I have also gone undercover with these people multiple times. I was undercover at the Socialism Conference in 2023. I literally went to the entire conference. I sat there in person with them for days listening to everything they had to say. So I'm not trying to make you feel bad when I tell you that what you believe about them is wrong. I'm trying to teach you what they actually believe. And the thing of that is that most of you don't know what they believe because most of you are listening to people who have never listened to these people before in your lives. Let me give you an example of this. So the person that I put in a 24-hour timeout, because people in the chat just kept talking about how these are Democrats, these vote for Democrats. Obviously, they vote for Democrats. It's such bullshit. Do you know how I know it's bullshit? Because last year, at the Socialism Conference, so the person I put in a 24-hour timeout literally said They obviously vote for Democrats because the Democrats are the lesser of two evils to them. Oh, you think so? Well, at the Socialism Conference last year, there was a presentation titled The Genocidal Returns of Lesser Evilism, the U.S. Elections and Left Strategy. We literally watched this presentation on the channel on Monday. You can go back and watch the presentation. In this presentation, they say, we do not vote for the Democrats, and we judge anyone who does vote for the Democrats because we do not think that voting for the lesser of two evils is a good idea. In fact, we believe voting for the lesser of two evils literally is genocidal. This is what they believe. They're not running out and secretly voting for Democrats. These people hate Democrats. We've already heard them say several times in this year's conference. They hate Democrats. They don't want to work with Democrats. They don't like Democrats. They don't like liberals. They call them neoliberals. They think they literally said in the last presentation that liberals are fascist. I need people to start wrapping their heads around this, because every time you guys say socialists are Democrats and Democrats are socialists, you're allowing these people to win because these people are operating completely unopposed. No one is paying. Someone asked me earlier in the chat. Hang on, let me find the chat where it was sent in. Hang on. Someone said earlier, so no one has infiltrated this? I want to see some pushback. No, you're never going to see pushback at this event because the right doesn't even know that this event is happening. The right doesn't pay attention to this. I've been covering, this is my 4th year in a row covering the Socialism Conference. No one on the right talks about this. No one listens to them. No one goes to their events. No one pays attention to what they're saying. My community has been screaming into the ether for literally years, trying to get people on the right to pay attention to this because this is growing. These are the people that are responsible for the protests against ICE, guys. These are the people protesting in the streets. These are the people causing the riots. Just because the news coverage died down about what's going on in Los Angeles, don't think that stuff is stopped. They're still trying to cause riots in every major city around the country. They've taken the weekend off because they're all at their... So now we're going to hear a round of screaming from the right. They're going to go, look, they didn't protest on the 4th of July. It's all over. The left is over. We won, they lost. The reason you're not seeing mass protests right now on the 4th of July is because they're at their fucking conference. This is the largest gathering of far-left activists of the year. The reason you're not seeing mass protests right now is because they are in Chicago planning what they're going to do. That's why. So, oh yeah, I applied for that immediately and I never heard back. You want to know why? Because they don't give a flying fuck. I applied for that as soon as I could. Never heard nothing. I have sent information to very high-level people in the Trump administration many, many, many times. Never hear anything. They don't do anything with it. My community has sent stuff to them. They don't do anything with it. So I'm doing what I can do, which is to show people what's going on. And perhaps if enough people get tired of this bullshit and they get tired of conservative influencers ignoring this, and they get tired of the Trump administration not doing anything about actual communists and socialists in America, maybe something will actually get done about it. But until then, all I can do is show people what's going on and break it down and explain it. And so that's what we're trying to do. So I'm sorry if people are offended by the yelling, but trust me, when literally every single day of my life, I have to explain again that Democrats are not socialists and socialists are not Democrats because conservatives don't want to fucking listen. It starts to drive you mad after a while, especially when they're literally saying it on video. We hate Democrats. We think liberals are fascists. And conservatives are like, oh yeah, I bet they're still secretly voting for Kamala Harris. And it's like they literally protested Kamala Harris and did a whole series of presentations telling people don't fucking vote for Kamala Harris. Like, they are very clear about what they believe and no one listens to them. Anyway. Let me go back and answer some questions that came in. You guys have been sending in a lot of questions. Let me see. We're already been streaming for 4 hours. Holy shit. Guys, please make sure you mount the like button. We're on a break right now. I'm going to answer some questions, and then we're going to watch a pre-recorded presentation that just got presented at the Socialism Conference, but they will be coming back live around 4 p.m. Eastern. But we're going to take a break and answer some questions. Have any one of these activist types ever said what they would do once after the utopia? Yes. So there is a book called Everything for Everyone that is a utopian futurist vision. I want to do a book club about it at some point, but we've done many, many streams about it where they lay out what their vision is for the future utopia. They actually do talk about that quite a bit. So DJ, I want to thank you for sending in the stuff about the zine making. The Black Zine Fair that they mentioned earlier. The reason I bring up zines is we actually collect zines. So I have a full collection of zines. I collect them in a Discord. I also collect them in person. The reason is that zines are their propaganda. They've been creating zines for decades to propagandize their ideas. Every time they have a new organizing strategy, they create a zine out of it. So anytime they mention zines, we're constantly looking for more of their libraries of them because they have these secret digital archives all over the internet of these zines. And the thing is like it's all publicly available, but you have to know what the name of the thing is to go find it. And so that's why we bring that up. We already talked about Karen Bass. Karen Bass is not someone they support at all. We had them on video saying it yesterday. I already answered this question, which is you can literally watch the episode we watched on Monday, the genocidal returns of lesser evilism. You can also just go directly to the conference website or the conference YouTube channel and watch that because they explicitly say, I mean, it's explicit that they do not support Democrats. So this all ends in civil war. Yes. I believe that the Civil War is not going to be red versus blue. It's not going to be Democrat versus Republican. The Civil War is going to be radical revolutionary socialists trying to violently overthrow the federal government. And I think it's going to happen in the next 10 to 15 years. I think they're trying to provoke some sort of pre-revolutionary crisis. They're trying to provoke the workers or the oppressed class to rise up and create some sort of mass civil disobedience. And I do think at some point they are absolutely going to try to violently overthrow the federal government. That is their end game. They've talked about it. We have them on video talking about it. They want to use the military to do so. Yes, they've infiltrated the military. Yes, I mean, what do you think was being taught at West Point? So yeah, that's what I think. Most of them do not vote. There are times where they do participate in the electoral process, but it's not about winning elections. They do not. Okay, so there are two types of socialists. There are two types of socialists at this event. We talked about this earlier a little bit. There's the Democratic Socialists of America, who are the reformers. There are the Revolutionary Socialists, who are the violent militants. The Democratic Socialists of America are reformers because they want to achieve a post-capitalist society, but they believe in working within the electoral system. So the Democratic Socialists of America do vote, but they don't vote for Democrats. They vote for Democratic Socialists or a party of working families or things like that. So they're voting for socialist candidates to get into local office because they believe they can reform the system by making small changes in the system. The vast majority of people at the Socialism Conference, though, don't even like the DSA. They believe that the DSA is wasting their time. They do not believe in elections. The only reason they form political parties, the revolutionary groups, is to give people something to join so they can have a better chance of organizing around their revolution. But it's not to win political office because they don't think the change that they're going to make is within the political office. And they talk about this openly and they talk about it on their websites and all that. So many of them do not vote unless there is a specific strategic organizing reason to do so. And they do not believe that elections are going to win them anything, basically. I love this comment. We have to quit bitching and making fun of people and come up with a cohesive pitch and get organized because they're going to keep going and they're wrong about so many things. That's exactly right. The left right now is spending the 4th of July in Chicago organizing, strategizing, picking apart all the different things about their movements, coming up with plans to move forward. The right is memeing on Twitter. So the left is serious about this. The right is not. And the right may have better ideas, but it doesn't matter if you have better ideas if you're not doing anything to achieve those ideas. The left has shitty ideas, but they work really hard at achieving those ideas every single day. They are highly organized. They are highly strategic. They are highly intelligent. These are not just people that have crazy hair that are shouting at the sky like you're going to see on libs of TikTok. These people know what they're doing. They are professionals at this. For many of them, they literally build jobs and organizations around doing this. People think they don't have jobs. Not only do they have jobs in organizations that they created, where they spend all their time doing this. Because this is their life. This is their identity. The right has nothing to match them in terms of organizing, and it's pathetic. It really is. What happens after they organize? Just organize until they have enough people to do what? Violently overthrow the government. That is the end goal. The end goal is the overthrow of the capitalist system in the United States. They have to get a lot of people together to convince them to overthrow the capitalist system in the United States. That's currently what they're working on. That's what they're organizing. When they overthrow the capitalist system, they will abolish the U.S. Constitution. They will abolish the government as we know it, and they will create a Marxist society in which we will probably all starve. So it's going to be real fun. Notice how everything they think that you're against is phobia. They barely have even said the term phobia, and when they are saying it, they're not saying what you think they're saying. So this is a conservative bullshit talking point that is not reflected in what you're actually seeing. So I wouldn't say that. If they don't participate in elections, what's their grand plan for overthrowing the government? Violent revolution after provoking a pre-revolutionary mass crisis. That is the plan. Trust me, you'd rather take the yelling than the socialism. Yeah. One would think. One would think. Let me just catch up on the chat, guys. I do have to take a phone call from someone who might be in Chicago, but so I need to take a phone call real quick for a second. But let me just catch up with the chat, see what you guys are saying about all this. Okay. Yes, I mean, he's a socialist, but he's a democratic socialist, so he's a reformist. He does want a post-capitalist society, but he believes that winning elections and making small incremental changes is the best way to get there. And guys, I will answer all questions as we why do you say they're winning? Because they own every major institution in society, and even though they have no political power, they're able to very literally dictate what the Trump administration is doing. The reason that we don't have mass deportations right now is because of these people. They literally dictate the agenda of the Trump administration and the entire Republican Party and the conservative media, and they don't have any political power. So they're absolutely winning. They own the colleges and universities. They own the public schools. They own your children. By the way, they're not following Trump's executive orders. Trump's executive orders hasn't stopped them from doing shit. In fact, they're recording videos saying they're explicitly ignoring Trump's executive orders in the schools. They're still teaching all the woke bullshit that everyone thinks is banned because it's not banned, because the radical revolutionary far left is completely ignoring Trump's executive orders, and they say so openly in public and no one does anything about it. So they are winning. They own every institution. The right owns no institutions. Like, I don't even know what to say. Is there anyone on the right you think is at least on the right track? Nope. No, I can't think of one person. Andy No knows more than most. But Andy No is still playing a conservative bullshit narrative game that I don't like and I don't appreciate. Personally, I like Andy No a lot on a personal level. I think he's a really nice guy. I think he's very smart. I think Andy No knows he's playing the conservative bullshit game because it maintains a status for him. But intellectually, I vehemently disagree with some of the decisions he makes and some of the things he says to his audience, because I don't think they're hinged into reality with what the left is doing. He's probably one of the closer people, but even he still pushes a bullshit narrative. So you never have to worry about a narrative here, because all I do is show you guys the video and tell you what's going on. But anyway. You are not going to be able to arrest someone for having different political beliefs than you do. There is no basis for arresting him. Good luck. That's not going to work. Let's see. Just going through the chat. All right, guys. What we're going to do is we're going to go back, and we already watched this. Hang on. So this is a presentation that happened just now. So this is a presentation that happened a little bit earlier. It's recorded, but we are on a break right now for about another hour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the recording of this debt is a labor issue presentation. I have to step away to take a phone call real quick, but I'm going to put the recording up and we can watch that. If you're appreciating the coverage of the Socialism Conference, please make sure you mount the like button for me. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel. If you want other people to see this, please share it out. We are streaming all day long. I will be streaming up till about 10:30, 11 o'clock tonight. I'll be going the whole day, so I will drive myself crazy for you. If you appreciate what I'm doing, please feel free to send in a super chat to support it. You can also head over to my Substack, which is Karlyn, Karlyn, .substack.com and sign up for a membership, $8 a month, $80 a year. I've been covering this event for years. I'm one of the very few people that actually covers the full event, shows it all to you guys, breaks it down. The reason I do that is because I want you to hear directly from the left what they believe, because the conservative bullshit artists are the biggest hindrance to fighting these people. Like, the biggest problem we have with fighting the left is the conservative right and all of the bullshit that conservatives shill to their audiences that are completely unhinged from reality. So the more, and by the way, the more you watch the left, the more you're going to see how unhinged the conservative bullshit artists are. Okay. So I'm going to play this presentation. I'm going to do a phone call real quick and I will be right back. Let me know if I miss anything, guys. And we're just continuing our coverage with the Socialism Conference. It's set up for you guys.
Or I think, yeah, it's afternoon. We're going to get started, and as other people come into the room, we'll make space for them. My name is Jason Wozniak. I'm a debt collective organizer and researcher. I'm also a professor at University in Pennsylvania, and I work a lot in education theory and practice. Today, I'm going to facilitate this session on debt and labor. And I'll give you the general framing, just so everybody knows what they're going to get into, and then we'll allow each of our panelists to introduce themselves very briefly. But what we want to do today is a couple different things. We want to provide some analysis of the ways in which debt and labor intersect, the ways in which we think that debt is both a labor issue and labor, broadly speaking, needs to invest more time, energy, and resources into fighting for debt abolition and debt cancellation. One of the tactics that we use or methods of building critical consciousness amongst debtors in popular assemblies is called the debtor assembly. And so what we're going to do is, after hearing from the panel, we're going to actually circle up and perform a debtors assembly with everybody that's in the room. And we'll have more information about that. But the idea will be to talk about the debts that we have, how they impact our lives, how they impact the work that we do or don't do, and then talk about how we organize and build power to cancel those debts. So that's the general framework. We'll also have some time, hopefully, after the debtors assembly for people to ask questions or share any thoughts that they might have. So I'm going to turn it over just to some brief introductions, and we'll go in the order of which the speakers will speak. So to my right, we have Jason Perez. So.
Hey y'all, Jason, pronouns he, him. I work for Just Impact Advisors. We're a donor-advised fund that is trying to end mass incarceration. So we fund organizations nationally around criminal legal reform and abolition organizing. So anything from Stop Cop City to abolishing money bond in Illinois, to things like reform prosecutors like Kasner in Philadelphia. And before that, I was a labor organizer for 7 years, and then I was an doing abolition and Black-led organizing with BYP 100.
Thanks, Jason. We're going to turn it over to Lindsay.
Hey everyone, I'm Lindsay Muniak. I am an organizer with the Debt Collective, where I lead our work on healthcare, which we often describe as work on medical debt, but really is about the profit motive in healthcare, the ways that that traps people in debt, that it uses the threat of debt as a disciplinary mechanism to basically keep poor and working class folks from seeking healthcare that they need, and the ways that that sort of like ripples throughout the rest of our social and economic lives. And I am here talking about that medical debt, but talking about debt really more broadly, and have some background in the labor movement, doing worker organizing, and especially doing trainings in Baltimore, where I'm based, to teach members of the working class there to do new worker organizing in their workplaces. So this is a nice intersection of some different pasts for me. I'll pass it, or I guess.
And to Janine.
Hi, everyone. My name is Janine. I am a Chicago teacher. I do a lot of work within my union, going down to Springfield and talking to politicians about our current contract that just passed, as well as I'm on the exec board and a lot of union work on the back end of my union.
All right. So I'm gonna frame a couple things and then turn it over to the folks you just heard from. And I want to start off actually by recounting a bit of a conversation I had when I visited one of the UAW stand-up strikes. What was it? It seems like a very long time ago, but a few years ago maybe, in Pennsylvania. And it really struck me in terms of this question of debt and labor in the intersection. So in conversation with some of the comrades, I kept hearing a similar theme, and that was that all these workers were in massive debt, like tremendous amounts of debt. And I remember in particular a conversation with two people that I'll recount. One worker told me that whatever gains they were going to win in salary, they would have to use to pay off the credit card bills that they were ramping up and building up as they were on strike and before strike, just to survive. So they had massive credit card debt, and that debt was not going to go away unless they won the strike. And then all the gains that they won in the strike would be used. It would be wiped away immediately. It's gone. So they win this strike, and all that money goes to pay their credit card bills. Another person that I talked to that same day, and again, there were many, told me about how they had medical debt, and how that, in a sense, the strike was life or death for them. That there was no way they were going to be able to both maybe serve some of that medical debt and get the proper health care that they needed unless they won the strike. And so, one of the takeaways was that this debt hovered, maybe not explicitly always, but it was there on the line. It was present with the workers. It was a big part, I think, of why they were striking. And I came away with the sense that the UAW comrades, like so many other workers everywhere, were striking not only for better wages and benefits, but also to take back the wages, the time and slices of life that debt robs them of. And consequently, there were conversations that day and subsequently, so I continued to look into this and think more about this, confirmed how sorely the labor movement needs a coherent debt analysis and collective strategies to fight for debt cancellation. And upon reflection, I found myself asking over and over again, if we can fight and strike for wage and benefit increases, could labor more explicitly and intentionally fight somehow and in some way for debt cancellation? So what does it mean to say that debt is or should be a labor issue? With the help of Ari Bloomkatz, and in these times, I set out to explore some possible points of connections between debt abolition and labor by interviewing people like Sarah Nelson of the Association of Flight Attendants, Jackson Potter, Vice President, Chicago Teachers Union, Teresa Romero, President of the United Farm Workers.
Okay, I'm back. I just want to say real quick, I don't know what's been going on in this presentation because I had to be on the phone with someone. But I just want to say, so Rumble has questions. Thank you for letting me know. I apologize, Rumble. I was ignoring you. NGG had a question with a Rumble rant. I admire their knowledge of moral law, but number 2, fake wombs and re-education schools, they're closer to truth. I don't see a question there. I see a statement that I don't agree with. Okay, so I don't actually see a question from you, NGG, but I did see the statement. Thank you for the Rumble rant. Oh, NGG followed up with another Rumble rant. Too many foolishly believe in government laws as the measurement for morality, since their stance on moral relativism is admirable. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Can I give you examples of what BS is being pushed? I literally already did. It's not my fault you didn't listen. So go rewind, listen again, because I literally already gave you multiple examples of this explicitly. All right, we're all caught up. I hope, let me know if I missed anything. But we'll just keep watching this until 4 p.m.
And others, and the interviews are in full here in this issue. And the interviews with these leaders of labor and workers confirmed and added to debt labor analysis that Debt Collective has been developing for years. So in short, I'm just going to go over a few key points about this analysis that we try to develop and then apply. So there's 5 key points here that I want to get across. The first, when labor is weak and unionization is low, workers are forced to take on debt to offset costs for necessities like healthcare, housing, and food. We have a very good line, I think, which says, debtors aren't living beyond our means, but debt is the only means by which we can survive. How many of you have taken on more debt to put gas in the car, a meal on the table, serve some basic health care, etc.? That should not have to be the case. But again, there's this connection, right, between stagnant and low wages, not having enough public services, and then having to take on debt to make up for those gaps. The more debt we have, the more we are compelled to work under the boss's conditions, rather than fighting for our own, or put otherwise, debt weakens our leverage at the bargaining table. I think there's a good case to be made that debt is a gift to capital. When we are massively indebted, we are willing, or not willing, let me take that back. We are forced to go to the table and take salaries and take jobs that normally we would not take. But we know that we have to take these jobs in order to service these debts or we're screwed. Third point, interest-heavy loans act as a regressive kind of pay cut, reaching deep into workers' take-home earnings. So again, think of the UAW workers that I just mentioned. These loans that we're carrying as workers have sometimes exorbitant interest. I know I have credit cards with 25, 28%. That's robbing my future wages. The student loans that I have, $248,000 worth, especially now after this fucked up bill, that is going to take my future earnings. In fact, if I earn more, I will pay more into the debt of those student loans. So debt robs not only my future wages, but it robs the time. It colonizes my future in terms of how much
It
work I'll have to
colonizes
do.
my future. I love that.
So that's the fourth point.
Let me make something very clear for new people. And this might seem harsh, but your lived experience does not matter. The number of socialists that you know and the things that those leftists have said to you don't matter. I'm not saying they're not real. What I'm saying is that your personal feelings and your personal interactions are not representative of the larger themes of the left. The reason that my work is so predictive of what the left does is because we listen to a wide variety of groups. We listen to a wide variety of activists, and we look for themes that show up over and over and over and over and over again across a wide variety of groups. One individual is not important. One experience is not important. What matters is when things are showing up over and over and over and over and over again. So just because you don't know a leftist that's personally involved in the unions, that doesn't mean the unions are not completely and totally controlled by socialists and are used for leftist organizing. It just means you haven't found that information yet. So your experience does not matter. It does not change what the broader theme is. Yes, they do live their ideals. This is part of their identity. It's not about owning the means of production. It's about abolishing capitalism. It's not the same thing. Capitalism is a social model. It's a cultural model.
And that is just to keep up with debt payments and interest. Workers take on more hours and multiple low-paying jobs. Or in other words, debt robs our leisure time. I don't know about you, but I grew up in a family of working-class parents, and I never saw them. And the reason I never saw them is because they were working all the time. Why were they working all the time? Because they were massively indebted. So I think there's something to be thought of here in terms of like how much time matters. We know it matters a lot. And I think we have to remember that debt is one of the ways that our time gets robbed. Finally, data shows that debt can make workers more unlikely to strike. It's one of the things that statistically we see this connection where debtors are afraid, or not afraid, but are less likely to go on strike because they know.
Okay. Jesse, I'm going to be real honest with you, bro. It seems to me that you've been doing a lot of talking in the chat, and people in the chat are trying to help you, and you're not listening. And then I try to help you, and you're still not listening. So your job, Jesse, for the remainder of the stream is I need you to shut the fuck up, stop talking, and I need you to listen to what is being said. If you have a question about something, you are allowed to ask questions relevant to what is being said for further elaboration, and then your job is to listen to the answer. But if I just continue to see pontificating that is not hinged into reality in the chat with no question, I'm going to end up putting you in a timeout, and I'm going to take away your ability to speak. Because this is a time for you to listen and to learn the things that you don't know. I'm trying to help you, but I promise you, this is not helping. It takes time, but I need you to ask questions and I need you to listen when we're trying to tell you stuff, okay?
That while they're on strike, they're going to have trouble servicing debt potentially. And if they lose, there's even more of a problem. Not to mention that debt functions as a form of social control. So there's a way where you can make an argument. I'll actually talk about this later this afternoon, that people will take less risks to struggle against unjust laws and practices because they're in debt. So what do we do? There's a lot to be said about this, but today we're going to practice one of the tactics that we use in a debt collective. And this is a tactic of the debtor assembly. And this is very important because, so I've been organizing around debt since Occupy Wall Street. And one thing that you learn right away is that it's really hard to get indebted workers together in one place at the same time. Partially because of what I was just talking about. Debtors are always working. It's really hard to carve out the time to come together and meet. And then the other issue is that we're not necessarily all on one shop floor. Like pretty much all of us are in debt and we're spread out. So
I already answered this. They're going to usher in a Marxist.
The other aspect of this is that once you do get debtors together, it's hard to get debtors to talk about their debt in open public ways. And that's because we live in a society, and this goes way back, in which debt is a stigma, and there's feelings of shame and guilt associated with it. So we are told from early on that if we are in debt, we've done something wrong. We are losers. We're not making enough, working hard enough, that we are not doing what we need to be doing in order to be successful, right? So there's shame and guilt associated with debt. And that makes debtors less likely to want to talk about their debts in public. In fact, how many of you have regular conversations about their debt in public? Probably not all that much. I mean, hopefully you do, but yeah, Rochelle does, of course. It's one of those things where we just don't like to talk about it in public. And this is a huge problem, because what does that do? It further isolates us. And as isolated individuals, we cannot fight our creditors.
This is right.
The only way we build power is if we collectively come together as debtors to say no to the debts that we owe. At Debt Collective, one of the things we try and do is reverse these realities by declaring that alone our debts are a burden, but together they give us power. And so the Debt Assembly is meant to be doing several things at once. On the one hand, in a debtors assembly, and Rochelle over here, Rochelle, maybe raise your hand. Rochelle's going to do another debtors assembly later today. Is that right? At 3:00. But there's at least 3 different things that can happen at these assemblies if they're done well. One is you further the analysis. The second is, and this is really important, there's a bit of cathartic relief. Sharing these stories
This
for the
guy
first
is
time,
boring.
being able to
That's
talk
all
about
right.
debts in public without being shamed is extremely empowering. And so that's the third thing. This is like one step on the long path of building power. You know, the myth is that we're told over and over again that indebted workers are living irresponsibly.
They have no reason to lie. There's no reason for them to lie. So I don't actually think that this is productive. And I'm going to ask you to stop doing this, because I think it's distracting to what the issue is. I also don't think it's appropriate. We're a high IQ community. We are not a low IQ retard community.
We've somehow failed, et cetera, et cetera. So we have to tell counter stories. We have to be able to tell the stories in which we can share with others the stories that remind us that we are not alone, that there are millions of debtors like us,
Sometimes we have to sit
and
through
that
boring
together,
things.
when we
The way
come
it goes.
together, we have the chance to fight
Welcome
back
to
against some of
socialism.
these burdens that we are familiar with. And so, at the very least, one of the things that the Debtor Assembly does is that it destigmatizes this idea that debt is somehow our fault, that we're somehow guilty of something, that there's shame associated with that.
This is
And
not
then, very importantly,
appropriate.
it's a way
Don't
to
do
delegitimize
this. I
the
don't want to
dominant
see it.
economy that we're in. Because remember, it's the structural issues that have driven us into debt.
My
It's not an
God.
individual.
Again, guys, it's like the left takes this seriously. The left is having, it might be boring, but the left is having a serious conversation right now. The right is, these people can't even take a dump without forming a committee. Do you really think that this bullshit is going to stop them? It's gross. It's inappropriate. It's low IQ. Please don't. Take this seriously, guys. You want to know why they're winning and we're losing? They take it seriously. We don't.
Fault or problem. So that delegitimization process is extremely important. So I want to end just by saying again that you could say that a debtor's movement gains momentum and direction when one debtor can say to another, "I have debt.
Real.
You have debt.
Real.
Together we have debt." And it's through that together that we can start to build power. So for the rest of this panel, we're going to hear from these comrades here.
Comrades.
About more of the debt labor analysis. And then after they're done with short presentations, we'll circle up and we'll share some of our debt stories. We'll sharpen the analysis. And who knows, maybe it's a step towards building further power. So I'm going to turn it over to Jason.
All right. What's up, y'all? I'm gonna just talk about just things that we used to do in the past in labor organizing that we can look to. I'm obviously not saying like this is exactly what should be done or whatever but there is like methods, tools, and organizing approaches that we can look to that were successful and that we can go back to as we try to overcome issues around like debt and labor organizing and like and it as an impediment to labor organizing. So, the first thing I always want to just remind folks on, or like, bring back to folks, is that like, everyone usually, well, at least in my circles, I don't know if in other people's circles, but people always talk about like the heyday of like the CIO era, and I think it's just important to remember, especially on the CIO organizing, like left-led part of that campaigns around debt abolition, like complete debt abolition for workers, was central to their campaigns, and also debt peonage abolition. So basically what we understand to be having to be on the chain gang, right? And I'll go into that a little bit further. But those are two things that were seen as central to any sort of effort to organize in the South in particular, but to organize agricultural workers, but then also to organize heavy industrialized towns, especially like think of Western Pennsylvania. So usually anything
all
having to do
liars
with
and
digging up
grifters,
stuff.
all of them.
Those are usually company towns. You're usually put in some sort of debt relationship in terms of where you lived at, where you bought your goods, your services, et cetera, et cetera. So this was always on the minds of organizers, and you really just couldn't get to a campaign around union, even union recognition, with whatever benefits, et cetera, unless you figured out this problem for those workers that you were trying to organize. So important to remember, because just like in labor, just like in labor today, there's like left.
Quick programming note, guys, because we do have a little bit of time. In about 40 minutes, they're going to be starting their next live session. The next live session that we're going to watch is called Labor and the Struggle for Higher Education, which I think is going to be really interesting because it's going to tell us what they're doing to organize in colleges and universities. That's going to be at 4 p.m. And then at 6 p.m., if you guys are planning on only coming to one presentation today, or maybe you have to leave to go to a barbecue or something, 6 p.m. Eastern time, they're going to be doing a presentation called Gender, Sexuality, Reproduction, and the State. That is with our queen, Abolish the Family Goddess, Sophie Lewis. You do not want to miss the gender presentation. The gender presentation is going to be wacky. That's going to be at 6 p.m. tonight. And then after the gender presentation, we are literally going to watch a presentation that they're also doing at the same time as the gender presentation. Check this out. Reclaiming the Future, Outer Space as a Site of Organizing. There is a presentation later about organizing in outer space. We're going to watch that. And then at 9 p.m. tonight, we have the final closing keynote of the day, and that's going to be about fighting fascism. So we're having maybe a little bit more slower presentations right now. So if you guys need to go to a barbecue or something or do something fun, you're allowed to do it right now, but come back later, 6 p.m. You absolutely want to be here for the 6 p.m. presentation. I promise you. And, please make sure you've mounted the like button. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel and all that stuff. We will be streaming all day today, all day tomorrow to show you what's happening at the Socialism 2025 conference in Chicago.
Radical or progressive unions, and then there's just terrible unions. And so, like the ones that I'm talking about they were usually left-led unions. So by that, I mean, they were usually had a lot of organizers or leaders that were from the Communist Party or the Socialist Party. And they were usually dealing with working populations that usually had more folks of color, Black folks, and women. And then, as I said before, then usually in the South. And they were usually dealing with employers so there's a few different types of employers, let's say, like, especially in the North, but let's say in auto, right? So boss terror and boss suppression it wouldn't really happen to you unless like you were organizing or like try to do a mass action or something, then all of a sudden you'd get it. Whereas in company towns or then in the South, it was like routine boss terror, right? Like that. You didn't have to do anything. You didn't have to like organize a thing. You didn't have to whatever. You would just get terrorized by your boss. That was just like, the cost of having to work for your.
Yes. The left is 1,000% winning. There are more far left activists than you even can understand. And yes, the left understands whiteness means capitalism because the left knows they're talking about systemic racism and not skin color. It is the right that does not understand this because the right lied to their audience and told their audience it was all about the left hating white people. The left doesn't hate white people. They have white people at their event. They don't care if people are white. There has not been one single mention so far in the entire presentations that we've been watching about them hating white people in any way, because they don't. It's not about skin color. It was never about skin color. The left knows it's not about skin color. The left talks about it not being about skin color all the time. They talk about systemic racism or institutional racism. Systemic racism means the system that upholds racism. Institutional racism means the institution that upholds racism. That means capitalism. The left knows this. The right does not. I'm not going to take bullshit from you. I see you complaining on Twitter. I don't fucking like it. You are brand new here. And while I do appreciate you sharing my work, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So I don't want to see any low IQ retard shit in my chat. If I tell you to stop, your job is to listen and learn. If you want me to educate you, then what I need you to do is shut the fuck up, stop pontificating, stop insulting them, stop behaving like a low IQ retard, and listen to what is being said. But I promise you, if you keep complaining on Twitter and you keep complaining in my YouTube chat, you just got here, but you're going to be banned pretty quickly because I'm not going to put up with that shit. If you have questions, you can ask them. If you want to do this bullshit owning the libs stuff where you feel sorry for yourself because you got yelled at by the mean woman who was taking all her free time to show you this shit on the internet, you can go somewhere else and complain. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Why don't they call it something other than socialism? Because they're socialists. Why would they call it something other than socialism?
Your boss, like that and by terror, I mean either having the police go to your place, set you up on something, put false charges on you, then have you go work for the chain gang, pay off random fines. I mean, it was just like a whole thing. I mean, their main thing was just they just wanted a cheap, free labor pool and to keep those conditions down. But you know, the South or company towns just felt that it was very important to control, you know, the labor pool on the front end, whereas, you know, better, and these are, you know, generalizations, but then let's say in the North or places that had more like social democrats in charge or whatever, then they would do their repression on the back end, right, in response to A, B, and C. So it's just a way to think about it. And so for debt abolition, like, you know, why did debt abolition, and then how would you, like, what were like the means and methods or organizers would use? So higher wages was always that you had to have, if you wanted to have true higher wages, you had to have demands on debt abolition towards like corporations or towards the government. And it was looked at as a way to control the means of distribution. And, you know, the terms that they would use back then was like industrial democracy. And industrial democracy is like a progressive era meets socialist party era type of conception of hopefully democratically controlling the workplace, but not just the workplace, all the institutions.
Democratically controlling the workplace.
And, you know, like, you know,
that
where
means
we get the idea for a bargaining for
securing the means of production,
organizing, or social unionism.
No private business.
This is where it was pulling from. And actually it was fairly habitual for most union organizing. That's how you would think about it. It wasn't just like the narrowest of terms of what we understand to be like contract labor organizing now, like labor organizing to get a contract, right? So, you know, as I said before, the ways you would get in debt is if you were an agricultural worker, usually you had some sort of bogus thing of that you're renting land. You'd either be in debt to
I'm gonna
the
go get a
landowner,
snack. I'll be right back.
And or the merchant that you needed the tools on. And then if you were like a miner, et cetera, you would be in debt to the company store that like owned all those things. And so out of that process, then you would have a process of going then into debt peonage. And debt peonage is basically, you know, you get the capitalist, you know, the capitalist gets local government to charge someone with the failure to pay their debts, right? So everyone, all the workers are in debt, right? So it was like about like 40% white workers. For sure, it was more, black folks were primarily targeted and were the majority of it. But this also impacted like Filipino workers, Mexican workers, depending on where you were. If you're on the Southwest, then it would be more Filipino and Mexican workers. If you're in the South, it'd be more black workers. But then there was also tons of white workers would go through this too. But you would already be in debt in some sort of form to your boss. Your boss at any time could enforce that or not enforce it, right? And so at times they would just go randomly enforce it, especially when once they started feeling an organizing drive, they would start enforcing it nonstop. And what would happen is the local governments would put charges on you, saying you have a failure to pay your debts. They would then put you in front of the courts. They would charge you a bunch of fines and fees for being in front of the judge. And then on top of it, they would charge you for then having to be in prison or being jailed. And then they'd say, we don't want to jail you because that costs too much money. So then we are going to, rent you out to then either to your same employer.
Hang on, I got a question. I have a question. Are these the same types of folks who have overthrown the government in Latin America? Yup. That is exactly right. Yes. And they study it and they talk about it.
Which is now your former employer. That employer would pay the fines and fees to the government. So the government was fine with it because they get the money back, and then you would have to work in that way. And that's what that peonage was. And so the main organizations that would fight these kind of things, it was CIO or union. So particularly what we the Sharecroppers Union, the Southern Tenants Workers Union, the Steelworkers Union, and then what is understood now as, well, the Food and Tobacco and Agricultural Workers Union, which then now is, due to the Red Scare or whatever, became District 65, which is then RDWSU, which then is also then a derivative of now United Commercial whatever workers, the people who did like our Walmart campaign. But those are like all the anti-communists that then took over those unions and got rid of all these folks. But
you know what it is? It's
sorry,
edible
that
cookie
was a
dough.
trail. But so the main means was
It's
mass legal
sugar.
defense, right? So there was International Labor Defense, Worker Defense League, and what they
Thank
would
you.
do is
I appreciate it. Thank you.
they would actually go to the places where people were working on either a chain gang or they were imprisoned on their land or in their company town. They would get their records. They would then put notices in front of court. They would file in local courts, and then they would file in national courts. And then they also connected the campaign to
Frozen Milky Ways.
There would be folks in,
Good idea.
especially because of the Great Migration, people who would go north trying to escape this. And what there was deals that they had where you could get arrested and then you were sent back to where you had your debt peonage on, right? Like this was a normal, common phenomenon, or like where you owed money to the company town. So, a lot of times we don't think about this now, but most of where we get the legal framework, the quote unquote civil rights, all this other stuff is from those labor organizing fights, so that then you cannot, even though nowadays it's being told it rolled back, right? But the premise nowadays that you don't get incarcerated for debt, right? The premise, not saying that that's it, but that wasn't the premise back then, right? That the premise was that you do get incarcerated for debt, right? You do get arrested. That only came out of primarily labor organizing. And then
one of the biggest things I want people to take away from this is not necessarily that this is the most groundbreaking presentation in the world, but I want people to really think about how literally everything the left does works together. So unions work with the tenants' rights groups. They work with the immigrant groups. They work with the debtors groups. They work with the protesters. They work to support Antifa. They like all of these things, they all work together with each other. So people might think about these as separate issues. They think about the problem of the unions or the problem of, I don't know, these annoying immigrant groups that are protesting the deportations, or they think about Antifa, but they don't think about them like and how some of these organizations it's a decentralized model. So it's like a web of organizations that are all trying to work with each other in order to elicit the revolution. Then you throw in the teachers unions, the schools, you throw in the student protest groups, the pro-Palestine groups. Literally all these things work together, and it's like a massive interlocking web that is decentralized and has all these different cells all over the country. So it's decentralized. So they work in parallel together. They don't always coordinate with each other, but you can see how the debtors people are talking about the labor unions. The tenants' rights groups were talking about the pro-Palestine thing and the anti-ICE protests and how they were involved in that. And so it's like they do form alliances with each other, but there's no leader, right? So sometimes they choose to get to work together, sometimes they don't, but it's like a massive decentralized network. And why that's really scary for our purposes is there's no head that you can cut off. This is a many-headed hydra. And the minute you cut one of the heads off, the problem doesn't go away because there are thousands of other heads. Does that make sense? Let me see. Socialism doesn't have a bad name to socialists. Why would... Bro, they're winning. Their organizations are growing. Their organizations have been growing for the last 2 years. Why on earth would... Just because... Okay, the reason that you think that socialism has a bad name is probably because you listen to conservative media. These people don't listen to conservative media. They don't have the same values you do. They don't have the same influencers that you do. So they don't have a branding problem. Their movement is growing. It's not contracting. It's growing. Are all of... Well, I mean, not all of the... There are thousands of groups. So is every single socialist group in the United States at this conference? No. There are thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of these things. Are some of the highest level and most well-known and most influential activists at this thing? Yes.
The other aspect of it was, I think just one more thing. And then the other aspect of it was, which is sometimes I still don't know how to like formulate it all, but you know, when you're on an organizing drive back in the day, which is I think a little bit different now, you would have really huge like woman auxiliary or like non-worker auxiliary organizing components to your organizing drive. And what they would do is organize around basic things like price controls, around debt relief, and that debt relief would coming unconditional debt relief. So a lot of times your debt, a lot of times whatever relief that you would get would come with all sorts of conditions that like if you don't meet this thing, you don't meet that thing, then you're back on the debt, or that you couldn't get any public relief as long as you were in debt. And so there was a whole program around organizing around that to make sure that whenever you would get your relief checks, whenever you would get any sort of payment system, you did not have to abide by all those rules. That was like kind of baked in and built in to one's organizing drive. So, you know, what does that mean for today? I'm not sure. Like how, I mean, I think a great start is like,
I don't agree with this. No, this is not right. They don't have, this is not a man.
At least right now for a lot of folks.
There are all sorts of average activists at this conference. This is not correct. Are there highly influential people here? Yes. But that's not to say they don't invite. Of course they invite them. Everyone is invited all the time. It's a matter of who wants to show up and who doesn't.
Student debt. I would also offer up, and there's an organization called Participatory Defense Network. And, you know, they do most of their organizing actually around folks who are about to be incarcerated. But what they found is that, and I think this is always represents the spirit of like either whole member organizing or whole worker organizing, is that what they found was that a lot of times those same folks who are catching a case on.
What do you mean who buys a ticket? They do. Are you under the impression that they have jobs and therefore can't afford a ticket? Not only can they afford a ticket, they can afford plane fare, they can afford a hotel, they can afford food that they're going to eat when they're at the thing. Who, like, do you guys honestly think that socialists are like some alternate, like, oh, you're saying whoever buys a ticket goes to this. Okay, I misunderstood. You're right. I was obviously getting cranky. You're right. Okay, I misread your tone.
Like in criminal court, they would also have cases in civil court around either eviction, around medical debt, around whatever the random things. So then they started having to like have their program go into those same courts too, and then use the same tactics in terms of politicizing the courtroom process. And so, you know, I think I'm just making a plea that we go back to that, learn from those methods, and also just remember that that was once part of it. Like a lot of times, I know I experienced in labor, you would say these things, and then people would be like, "We don't do that. That never happened," et cetera, et cetera. And in fact, that is in fact part of our story and part of how we once used to organize.
All right, Lindsay, you're up.
All right. Well, as Jason was saying, I think one thing, as we find ourselves rapidly sliding into a fascist police state, one thing that I think it's really important for us to keep in mind is this idea that debt really functions. It's a symptom of larger structural failures, but it also functions as a tool of social control, right? It manages our willingness to take on risk as workers, and also as sort of members of the public more generally. I think there's really no way for us not to take seriously what these various disciplinary mechanisms that appear throughout our lives mean in a moment like this. Especially one where I think many people in this room, many people at this conference are hoping to see some mass labor action as a potential avenue for actually interrupting these horrifying things that
I'm
sure many other
2028.
panels are going to be going into in far greater detail. But yeah, I just want to, I guess, start out by saying.
So one of the things that we're going to see them organizing towards in the next couple of years, and this comes out of the United Auto Workers, the union, is the far left wants to organize a massive general strike where basically, and they want to do this in 2028. And the reason they want to do it in 2028 is they're going to need a long time to build up and organizing it, because they want to organize across industry, across all the unions, across all workers, a massive strike to completely disrupt the capitalist system. And this is something they want everyone to do. So that's what they're talking about when they say the mass general action. We're going to see them building up towards this. And I've heard some groups want to try to do it in 2026, but based on what I'm hearing now, 2028 seems to be like the consensus of what they think they can pull off. But we're talking like they want to do hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions of people, walking off the job across all industry, across all union at the same time.
Encouraging us all to think about what the implications of a tightly disciplined population in a moment where we're in it, folks. Like this is a fascist moment. In a moment where that's the situation that we find ourselves within. And I also want to kind of bracket.
Bro, are you stupid? Do they have a point? Are you stupid? What did I just say? Do they have a point? What are you referring to? What are you referring to? The point is the revolution. The point is overthrowing the government. The point is overthrowing society. That is the point. That is the goal. How are you possibly still fucking arguing that socialism has a branding problem when their organizations are growing? Let me speak very slowly because you've obviously taken a right turn and headed off into the land of retardia. You keep saying something that is unhinged from reality. You keep insinuating being a socialist has a branding problem. Except the socialist and communist organizations are growing and have been growing for years. So obviously, based on pure data, you are wrong, but you are not fucking listening to what is being said because you are so committed to this idea that you can't give it up. There is no basis of reality for what you are talking about. And I tried to be nice to you and I tried to answer questions. And now I'm fucking yelling because you're still not listening and you're still arguing in the chat. All right, you're going in a timeout. You don't want to listen? You can shut the fuck up. You don't want to listen when people nicely try to explain to you what's going on. You lose your ability to speak. And then you can sit there and you can be pissed off about it, or you can start listening. Those are your choices. My God.
My own contribution to this panel by saying that, and emphasizing, I guess, that the real victories that we have seen, which I'll talk a little bit about, just a few examples of them, but that we have seen in relation to organizing around debt in the workplace, have reflected the specificity of the workers' situation, the workplace situation. And so to that end, I want to remind folks that as with any worker organizing that is effective, organizing in your workplace around debt really starts with talking to your coworkers, listening to your coworkers, and sort of identifying different threads that emerge from those conversations, how your interests are united, and how you might build your collective leverage and then experiment with that together. And I think that's part of why Jason has built the Debtors Assembly that we're going to be doing in a bit into this, is really sort of like, it's always hard to talk to your coworkers.
By the way, if Donald Trump was really interested in stopping the far left, if Donald Trump really actually wanted to do something productive, Donald Trump would ban all unions. Write an executive order today banning all unions, especially unions associated with the government. But I would write that executive order as broadly as he possibly could. Ban the unions. Stop the unions from organizing. Prevent there being mandatory joining of unions for people who don't want to be in unions, because a lot of people have to join unions as part of their job, and they don't even want to be in the union in the first place. So if Trump actually wanted to do something productive and disrupt the far left, ban the unions. It is very, very, very simple. He won't do it because he's not interested in solving this problem.
Workers, when you're trying to kind of start a union, push for bolder worker action, or I shouldn't say always, but a lot of people find it hard. And then when you add in this dimension of debt, all the shame, guilt, feelings that like you've fucked up somehow, that accompany debt specifically, there's that additional layer. And so I guess what we want to encourage everyone here to do through this Debtors Assembly that we'll do in a bit is build that muscle to sort of like reject that feeling that we should be ashamed, or that talking about money that we owe is something that like is taboo or like off limits in the workplace as well as in our lives more generally. And so I think I want to talk briefly about one of the points that Jason, the other Jason here, had raised about company towns and about some of the sort of new iterations of the company town that we're seeing in this day and age, and how there are, because of the way that these company towns really produce a debt relationship between employer and worker, there are interesting opportunities there for workplace specific struggles. But I also just want to start out by citing a relatively newsworthy example of successful workplace organizing around debt, which is the win of the New York Taxi Workers Alliance in 2021. that has been in the news lately because the presumptive Democratic nominee for mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani, was one of the figures who was participating in the hunger strike led by deeply indebted taxi workers in New York City. And I think that this is it's just important, I think, for us to sort of like look to wins as well as like struggles that are underway, which I'll give an example of in a bit. But basically what these taxi workers in New York had begun to organize around was this extraordinarily I mean unjust, unfair this program of basically the city like increasing the debt that taxi drivers were taking on in order to have medallions, which is what allows them to drive people across the city of New York, in a way that was trying to use this debt that it was forcing onto the workers to sort of correct for some of the shortcomings in the budget, in the city budget. And this is something that we see with fines and fees in like carceral fines and fees too in different places. People have wrote about this. I mean, and organized around it and fought around it in Ferguson in particular. I would encourage anyone to Google like Ferguson fines and fees.
Yes, they are
debt,
explicitly so.
and see what comes up. But I think that this is a dimension that Jason briefly highlighted, and I know works on quite a lot, is like how these sort of like institutional debts and austerity practices that accompany them then systematically often get like shifted onto workers or members of the working class more generally. All of this to say, taxi workers were talking to each other. Obviously, the city under
See, this is what we call whining and crying and taking your toys and going home. You are not smart enough to be here. Then go back to Fox News. You're not welcome here. You're getting put another time out. And in all likelihood, that guy's going to sit in the chat and continue to fucking seethe. But I don't allow whining like this, guys. I don't. Do you think the left is going to coddle your feelings, bro? Do you think that the left is going to put their arm around you and pat your head and give you a kiss on the cheek and give you a hug and rub your back? And do you really think the left cares that you think they have a branding problem while their organizations are growing and they're just being more and more successful and they're blocking Trump's plans without even having any political power? Do you think they give a flying fuck how you feel? You don't say nice things to me, so I'm not gonna fight the left anymore. I don't care about fighting the left anymore because the mean women on the internet made me feel bad. Run along, go cry. I don't care.
De Blasio also giving the go-ahead to Uber, to Lyft. In addition to a process that shifted an additional I think it was like $250,000 was the kind of overall debt value of these medallions to something like $1 million without a dramatic change in taxi use demand. And in fact, really a weakening of the demand through the introduction of these private corporations, Uber, Lyft, the kind of sign off on that under the de Blasio administration. These taxi drivers were noticing that their coworkers, if we define worker broadly here, coworkers in the sense that they were all taxi drivers with these medallions, were killing themselves and taking on additional debts and just I won't go into the sort of specifics of it because the story has been told far more effectively than me by the workers who led the fight. But this is right. It's a fight that organically emerged among a number of taxi drivers who realized that they were all in insurmountable, life-altering, life-ruining debt that they could organize around. And so this produced a campaign that culminated in, I think, a 45-day hunger strike by these taxi drivers, and eventually won this massive restructuring of the medallion loans to, it's not quite the same as sweeping debt abolition. Now you just own the medallion. That would be great. I don't know how much that was part of what the workers were fighting for, but a massive restructuring where suddenly it was tenable to do this work. And so because this is in, this I think is certainly how I first became aware of Zohran Mamdani as an assemblyman in New York. And I think also how I also felt comfortable in watching his campaign and knowing that This was someone who will fight alongside workers and isn't someone who sort of professes to speak for workers without participating in those struggles. Timely, relevant, and a little bit more clear cut than what I want to take a few minutes to talk about now, which is some of the more recent sort of places that workplace organizing, worker-led workplace organizing around the question of debt has been taking shape. As I mentioned, I lead work at the Debt Collective on medical debt and healthcare, which has meant over the last few years spending a lot of time looking at a number of health systems across the country that have just like tremendously outsized regional economic power. These are often university hospitals. Gabe Wynant is, I think, doing another panel right now, has written this like extraordinary book a few years back, The Next Shift, exploring this.
I think that this is possibly one of the smartest questions that has been asked so far in the chat. Why do conservatives continue to push the narrative that socialists are lazy and jobless and disorganized when they are clearly winning the culture war? It is one of the most insane conservative lies that the left doesn't have jobs. It is insanity. The left literally controls the labor unions. There is not a single labor union in this country that is not that the primary purpose of which is not leftist organizing. Every single labor union exists to organize the left. Their entire job is leftist organizing. If leftists didn't have jobs, the labor unions wouldn't exist. We wouldn't even have that problem to deal with. The leftists control the universities. Do you guys know how many people work at your average university? We're talking about thousands of people at a single university. And you're telling me the left doesn't have jobs? Then how the fuck do they work then how the fuck do they control the universities? You're telling me that the left can control K through 12 K through 12 education? They control every public school in this country, but they don't have jobs. Not only do they have jobs, they are teaching your kids. Who do you think is indoctrinating kids into trans ideology in school? It's leftist teachers. They have jobs. Who do you think runs all the nonprofits? The vast majority of nonprofits are almost entirely leftist organizations. Who do you think made NPR a leftist establishment all over the country? There are like, how many NPR affiliates are there all over the country? This is one little niche thing, and they're all run by leftists. You're going to tell me they did that when they don't have jobs? And I can go on and on and on. A lot of them have government jobs. Exactly. How much? Do you guys remember the people protesting when Trump started firing people in the government? Guess what? They were all fucking leftists. And that's just normal institutions. We're not even talking about left-leaning institutions. We're not even talking about institutions that the left builds for themselves. How about the fact that there are radical revolutionary socialist bookstores all over the country? Literally. Go, like, pick out the city that's closest to you. No matter where you are in the country, pick out the city that's closest to you. If you don't live in America, make up an American city. It doesn't really matter. And I want you to Google or go into ChatGPT and say, where is the radical revolutionary bookstore in my city? Just go ask ChatGPT, where is the radical revolutionary bookstore in my city? Actually, hang on. Let's just do it. I'm sick of listening to this presentation. The other one's about to start real soon. Hang on. Let's just do this for funsies right now. This is my ChatGPT. Where is the radical revolutionary socialist bookstore in Boston? Here are some radical revolutionary socialist bookstores in Boston and Cambridge. They're even drawing me a map. They're giving me a map. Revolution Books, Center for Marxist Education, Lucy Parsons Center, that's a collectivist bookstore. They just give me 3 options. Oh, and look at this. Which one should you visit? If you want community organizing, go to the Lucy Parsons Center. If you are a Maoist, go to Revolution Books. If you are a Marxist, check out the Center for Marxist Education. Sure. Can we check Seattle? Sure. Why not? Where are the radical revolutionary bookstores, socialist bookstores in Seattle? Left Bank Book Collective, Revolution Books, Clara's Books. 3 and I bet you can you give me more than 3 options? Why, yes, in fact, I can give you more than 3 options. Here's oh, actually, no, it only gave me 3 options again. Wait, no, it did give me additional ones. Lost World Books, Queen Anne Book Company. So there's a list of 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 radical revolutionary bookstores in Seattle. And you can do this with any city in the country. You want me to do Indianapolis? Okay. Where are the radical revolutionary socialist bookstores in Indianapolis? And this will have to be the last one. And we might want to have to actually spell Apollos correctly. You guys can all do this too. I'm not the only person with ChatGPT. Like, here are some prominent radical revolutionary socialist bookstores and info shops. Oh, I haven't seen the term info shop in a while in Indianapolis. Ujama Community Bookstore, a Black-owned community bookstore. Indianapolis Liberation Center. Other independent bookstores and radical adjacent bookstores, Wild Pages Radical Bookstore, Mayday Books, not in Indy, but exists elsewhere. There you go. And you can do this. You can do this for any city in the country. You're going to tell me the left doesn't have jobs, but not only can I look up where they have jobs at the bookstore, but I can do this in any city in the country. They own the businesses. They literally own the fucking businesses. Don't forget the libraries. Oh yeah, they're all librarians. They're all librarians too. Don't tell me the left doesn't have jobs. I'm so sick of this lie. It's like, it's just the stupidest, laziest thing in the world. Like, it's like, if you have no critical thinking skills, then you think the left doesn't have jobs. Anyway, we're about to start our next presentation, so let's get into that. I'm actually We are moving into the live session, Labor and the Struggle for Higher Education. I appreciate everyone hanging out today for the Socialism 2025 conference. Happy 4th of July. If you're in the United States, even if you're not in the United States, happy 4th of July. We kicked the UK's ass. You know, we need to celebrate that. This says repression of student protests on campuses and existential defunding threats from the White House have combined to change the face of higher education and call into question its very future. Join us for a discussion of current state of the movement to save and transform higher education through the power of labor and community activism. Please make sure you've mounted the like button. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel if you are not already. And if you appreciate me taking my 4th of July to yell at people on the internet when they're being stupid and to show you what's going on in the world, please feel free to send in a super chat. We're trying to get to $2,000 today. I promise I will not raise the goal again, but I would really like to just finish our goal today. That would be pretty rad. I appreciate everyone that's been supporting the stream. Another way you can support the stream is by sending in Cash App, Venmo, or you can pick up a membership on the Substack. Cash App and Venmo will count towards the super chat goal as well. Yeah, it's been mostly just me yelling at people. That's really all we've been doing. That's it. That's all people will remember is I yelled. Because that's the important thing. Somehow the most important thing about the Socialism Conference is I yelled at people who were being dumb. Please make sure you share out the stream, guys. Actually, if you guys want to share the stream over on Twitter for me, and Rumble, I see you guys too. Please feel free to retweet that. I would appreciate it. My computer is getting so hot. That's why my video is looking janky. Hey, thank you, No Mayo. Appreciate you as always. Yeah, I do not have an air conditioner. That is actually very true. I wish I had an air conditioner, but I sadly do not. Sadly do not. Not in this room. I do have air conditioning in the house, just not in this room. Every other room in my house is air conditioned except for my office, which is the second bedroom. Every other room has an air conditioner. All right.
And then the guy in the back was starting so he can get rolling.
I have a fan sitting by my legs. It's actually not that bad.
Notification.
Oh, okay. I am not on the internet. That's okay. So with the timing, do you want?
I'm trying to put my fan underneath my computer so it cools it down.
Basically, 5 minutes for your initial thing.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Rude Boy. Appreciate it.
Throw a shoe at 6.
I think we're going to meet the goal today. It's going to be very exciting if we do. I won't ask for any more money the rest of the stream if we meet the goal today. It's not a matter of affordability, Suzanne. It's a matter of the room. Like, I don't have a window to put it in. Is essentially I have a giant ass skylight, but I don't actually have a window that can hold an air conditioner. Is actually the problem. It's not a matter of like affordability. Hey, thanks, two ladies. Don't bring up Meryl or else you're dead to me. Yeah, that's true. Jenny and Julietta say hi. Love you guys. Love you guys. Thanks, Jenny and Julietta. Appreciate it.
Check, check.
Check, check. I want
Money for books and education, not for war and occupation.
Money for books and education, not for war and occupation.
Money for books and education, not for war and occupation.
Money for books and education, not for war and occupation.
All right, all right. Thank you for Socialism 2025. Welcome. And not just books and education, but all the other wonderful things we do. But I wanted to just start it off with the right energy because we at Socialism so excited to be here with so many comrades who have been working under these incredible conditions. Really exciting to have this time. My name is Chinjara Kumanika. I teach at NYU and I, organize with a variety of organizations, including the AAUP and FSJP.
Hey, Jesse, I just found several options for socialist bookstores in Connecticut, not trying that hard. So no, this is wrong.
And just a couple of announcements up front. At the Socialism Conference, all
there's something
participants play a
called
role in
Blood
keeping each other
Roots.
safe. And
There's
and
also
making sure that
activist
folks feel
spaces
supported
around
and comfortable over
Connecticut.
the
So
conference weekend.
wrong.
So the few reminders here. First of all
I
attendees
just
are
did. I just literally
required
did your
to wear
work for you.
masks,
Next time you want
says the
something
man
from
who's
me,
not
you can
wearing a
fucking
mask,
send a
'cause
super
we are
chat.
among the few people in the room who get to not do that.
That's
only while
not
we're
even
on
what
this
I
panel.
said. So congratulations. You
Speakers in
weren't
the
even
front of the
listening to
sessions,
what
we
I
remove
said.
our
Okay.
masks,
You're
but
now
only
getting
while I
put
can
in
be
time. I
speaking.
don't give
think
a fuck if
everybody
you
gets
Googled it.
this.
I'm literally telling you what's going on and you're not
Second,
listening.
please,
You're
if you
getting put in a
can, wear your
timeout.
conference badge throughout the weekend. Respect the badge checkers at the doors. They're part of our community, and safety plans are there to make sure we have a safe conference. And third, the Socialism Conference aims to be a space that encourages genuine learning, discussion, and debate among folks from across the left. We ask that all participants help us to foster a culture where folks feel comfortable expressing questions and sharing different points of view. All participants should really keep in mind that the conference is a public space, so please take that into
Karlyn
account
disclaimer.
when you decide what to share in your contributions during your sessions. And I think this session is also being live streamed. So audience
Yes,
members
it is.
participating should keep that in mind when speaking in the discussion portion. All right? All right. Well, without further ado, we are going to get into our incredible panel. I am so excited to be in conversation with these folks who many of us, including myself, are already in community with, people who really bring extremely insightful perspectives to the struggle for labor and higher education. And what we're going to do is we're going to talk briefly for about half an hour, and then we will open it up to Q&A. And we have a nice, robust discussion in which I hope we really do get to weed into, like everybody doesn't have to agree with each other, but we want to keep it respectful and productive. You know what I mean?
I'll answer that later, Jason.
That said, I'm going to let my panelists introduce themselves. Because if I go on, it'll just be me discussing their accomplishments. So we're going to start out by my incredible comrade, Sherry Wolf, who I got to know at Rutgers University. Sherry, please introduce yourself.
Thank you.
By
the way,
we know Sherry.
Chenjoy calling himself a podcaster is like Beyonce saying I do a little singing. Chenjoy Kumanika.
We watched
Google him
Sherry
if
a
you
long
haven't heard
time
his
ago.
name, and go listen to Empire City, brilliant, Uncivil, and the lengthy series on Seeing White. Okay, that's podcasting. That's the ad on him. I am Sherry Wolf. I'm a longtime revolutionary socialist. I live in Brooklyn. I'm a member of the Tempest Collective. Which is having a meet up this evening. And
Why did the
author
mic
of
go down?
Sexuality and Socialism. And I guess what brings me to this particular moment is I'm also the senior organizer for exactly 12 years and 1 month of the Rutgers AUP AFT, the union of faculty.
She leads the union
full-time
at Rutgers.
adjuncts, postdocs, grad workers, and EOF counselors. So wall to wall.
I've told you they're progressives. That is
Yes,
progressive.
Jason.
Hey, everybody. Nice to be here. It's an honor to be on this panel with friends and comrades.
Same
Jason
guy as the debt
Wozniak,
one.
Been working with organizers.
We have to listen to him again.
In New York. Member of the Coalition of Action in Higher Education, which pulled off the April 17th Day of Action. Co-author of a book called Lend and Rule, which is about universities in debt. How many of you know how much university debt your university has? Okay, this is a big issue. Maybe we can talk about this because this drives a lot of austerity.
He's speaking so
and I'm also
quiet.
a professor at Westchester University in
Of course he is.
philosophy and practice.
Professor,
Thank
of
you so
course.
Hi, everyone. It's so nice to be here with all of you on the panel and in the audience. And to
Is he in Vermont?
I feel like the panel kind of marks.
Is he
the
from
development
Vermont?
of the academic labor struggle. My name is Gabe Winan. I've been in the academic labor movement for 15 years. With Unite Here as a graduate worker, I now teach at University of Chicago. I'm a historian, and I am the
University
president of our
of
chapter of AUP, and I'm on the executive committee of AUP Local 6741, which is the national umbrella local for the 15,000 non-collective bargaining AUP members. And I'm a historian of things kind of related, but only partly related. So we'll see if it comes up.
Oh, it's relevant. So I think I just want to start out by saying that, because of the way higher education is emerged in this country, I just want to clarify that I think one thing we share on this panel is we don't see higher education as something that's out there for a particular class of people, disconnected from other sectors of society and other parts of our struggle at all. And so we're not like assembling, like, how do we protect that thing? We are, I think, literally the people on this panel and a lot of people in this room have been involved in offering some of the most robust critiques of the problems with higher education before these attacks. And our commitment is really to transforming whatever this is into something that actually serves us. So that said, attacks on different parts of higher education have been absolutely central to this fascist strategy that has emerged. It has begun before the inauguration and accelerated in ways that were difficult to imagine, even though they were kind of all laid out in the Project 2025. Sherry, could you just give us an overview?
You don't
of
agree with them.
some of
You
the
think
things
they
that
do because you
we're,
don't understand their
up
goals. You
against,
don't
and
agree with
just
them
a
like you
picture
think you do.
of
If you do,
kind of
you're a
where things are at
socialist,
in
and
that
that's your
regard?
problem. That's not our problem.
Sure. Buckle up.
Oh, good. Sherry.
Trump administration is not hiding its agenda.
Oh, here we
So
go.
I'm speaking the obvious here. In order to go
Here
to
we
war
go.
with dissent and uproot the left in this country, authoritarians are going to have to destroy the environment in which radicalism is incubated and metastasizes. And that is quite honestly the university, right? The roots of the Black Panthers, every serious left organization throughout the history of my lifetime, but certainly since the GI Bill expanded higher ed into the working class, have been on college campuses. How many people in this room radicalized in college?
Wow.
Exactly. Exactly.
Wow.
What is that, 80%, 90%? Right-wing advisor Christopher Rufo put it quite clearly what they're up to, right? Existential terror. And I will tell you, as the senior organizer of thousands of people in academia, mission accomplished. Mission accomplished.
If
People
only they
are
knew
terrorized,
Rufo
it is
supported Judith
chaos,
Butler.
and it is bad. If you recall the first months of the pandemic in 2020, we talked about how it revealed the cascading crises, catastrophe, whatever, had revealed the underlying crisis. I think that's what we're looking at right now as well, right? We're going to talk about some of the points of continuity. But just this week, Indiana's public higher education institutions announced that they're eliminating or consolidating 20%, that's 400 programs of degree offerings in that state. And this is happening across West Virginia, Arizona, Florida, on and on. At Harvard, just I think yesterday or 2 days ago, and soon this will be happening at every single other private institution where there are unionized graduate students. 800 unionized grad workers were stripped of their union rights and reclassified not as workers, but as students, right? That is due to the latest National Labor Relations Board ruling that deals a crushing blow to student labor organizing. And it all began, of course, in late January within the first week of the administration with massive tens of millions and ultimately will be tens of billions of dollars in funding cuts to research grants. It was possible, I would say, to eliminate all of that money because of the neoliberal war on U.S. science that had taken place over the last 40 years. I don't know if people understand, but the way that science is done is through these grants in which the professoriate in STEM are turned into petty bourgeois small business owners who then pay their postdocs and their grads out of this grant money, okay? And this laid the groundwork. And the scheme not only now has upended all of that, but I think we are seriously looking at catapulting our nation into a sort of late capitalist dark ages, where entire fields of scientific and scholarly inquiry will no longer exist, and path-breaking advances in science and our understanding of various phenomena are going to disappear, and frankly, worse, it's going to be replaced with bullshit. Jason is going to speak about the financialization of student debt, but I will say there is nothing more disciplining. It is not just the money to the banksters, but it is nothing more disciplining and focuses the mind than having 50 or 100 or $250,000 in debt to throw you into a sort of state of, let's just say, rules following, right? A sort of insipid rules following. But just for good measure, of course, the state will help. And this came from liberal leaders and the Democrats under Biden, of course, when they cast peaceful student protesters as violent thugs and anti-Semites during the encampments in the spring of 2024. And that theater of repression that we all saw on our screens or in front of our eyes, if you were at Columbia or at UCLA or many other places, sending riot cops onto campuses to arrest 3,100 people in completely peaceful protests, allowed them to cast these students as violent thugs and and hateful and all the rest of that. And I think ideologically, the path was paved long ago for the current attacks that are ending the teaching of diversity, equity, inclusion, whatever that's supposed to mean, but really in cutting foreign languages, Africana studies, Latinx, women's, queer studies. They're coming, they're obviously coming for tenure. And if you're coming for tenure, you're coming for job security. And if you're coming for job security, then basically you do not have the right and you will not speak out and say what you really believe in because you can't hold on to your job and say controversial things and do that. So that's what they are making quite explicit in this moment. But all of these attacks were well well prepared for decades, I think, by discrediting higher education altogether as sort of elite puffery that foments sort of dangerous radicalism. And I think the incessant public caricatures that we've also, I mean, look at an episode of Law and Order, for Christ's sakes. Every time they do an episode on a college campus, which by the way was always filmed at Columbia's campus, that was the background, it was always a bunch of like, you know, a bunch of elite students who didn't know anything about the working class, who were privileged and, you know, little snowflakes and all of the things. This has been around for decades. It has prepared the ground for this sort of undermining of even the value of getting an education, such that when you listen to The Daily, the New York Times podcast, it opens with an ad for trade school. Don't send your kids to college, go to trade. This has all been prepared over quite a long. This has been a system ripe for
It's
the picking.
not
And you add
a
to that
man.
decades of the proletarianization of
Listen
the
to what
professoriate,
they're
in which the
saying.
overwhelming majority, now near 80%, are contingent laborers. Now it makes it a lot easier to then go after tenure when it's already perceived and in fact the reserve of a small minority of people, right? On and on and on. I probably have run out of time, so I'm gonna leave it here and we'll move on to my colleague.
You're listening to one of the most influential leftist union activists in the country, and your fucking reaction is, that's a man, 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 that's a man. Fuck off, conservatives. Like, truly and sincerely, fuck off. Pathetic. Honestly. Thanks, LK. I appreciate it. My God.
The example to me of what it means to do the actual nuts and bolts work of organizing, of knowing how to, and actually working with some of the most, you know, let me be careful here, working with all kinds of folks, including some very annoying people.
I know the feeling immensely.
I literally look to her for that. I'm speaking as a counsel on the National American Association of University Professors. Our slate, took governance of the organization last year. And when we were looking at we were already in this dual struggle of trying to think about, one, how do we fight the neoliberal university and we had not yet actually encountered
the neoliberal university, the capitalist
emergence
university.
of police power in the university, and this sort of new thing we're not even going to pretend like we're going to have liberal democratic procedures anymore. We just are doing those things. But as we thought about our fight, one of the key groups that has helped us to strategize and that we understood had to be a central part of our coalitions was Debt Collective. And so, Jason, I was wondering if you could say a few words about the way that financialization, and this is part of this attack.
Perhaps if you had been listening instead of worrying about if she was a man, you would know.
This was going to happen, but Sherry's speaking before me. I got to reinvent. So she covered a lot of what I wanted to say. It's not often that I get to say this, but we're at a socialism conference, so I do want to bring up this point, which is to say that we always need to recognize that universities are historically determined by political economies in which they reside, right? And so I think this leads to some important questions that we need to talk about.
Should thank Music-Camp for giving you that.
Which is to say, do we need a socialist political economy to have anything that resembles a socialist university? Another question we might ask is, how does the university help create socialist social relations that might make that socialist political economy possible?
How does the university?
And there's nothing new in what I'm saying here. People have brought this up before, including some people in the audience like Wayne and others. But, it is interesting to note, like in the first sentence of Paulo Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed, there's a footnote where he's talking about the student movements in 1968. And in this footnote, he talks about how the current movements of rebellion are trying to do two things at once. One, change the social relation within the university so that they can change the reality in which the university resides in order for the university to be renewed. And I think this is really important, and I'll break this down in a simple way. When we ask the question about leverage, where is our university? Or I'm sorry, where is our leverage in the university, but also outside of it? And how are we going to use that leverage to build power within the university, but also to build power outside in this, to use Freire's word, the reality in which the university resides? I think we have to think about this very carefully and very strategically. One of the things that makes this difficult is what Sherry talked about. the ways in which we live in what Wolfgang Streeck and some other people call a debt state or a debt economy. So the political economy of today, you have a social relation of the creditor and the debtor. As I mentioned at the beginning of my introduction, universities themselves are in massive debt. It's around $400 billion. Students, of course, are in massive debt, $1.6 trillion. It's racialized, it's gender. 66% of the student loans are held by women. These are disciplining apparatuses, both types. The university debt, and I want to talk to Gabe about this because I know there's an argument out there by Charlie Eaton right now around taking on more debt, but university debt is one of the things that drives a lot of the austerity. In fact, your credit rating for your universities, the credit rating methodology written by Moody's will say, if you have strong unions, you can take a credit rating hit. If you don't have financial folks on your board of trustees, your credit rating might not be as strong. So these are different ways in which you see this debt economy creating a university that is built by debt, that reproduces debt, both materially and ideologically, because this is another thing that indebtedness does. Indebtedness intensifies neoliberal logics, ideologies of return on investment, human capital formation.
Return on investment
And
is
so you have this
neoliberal.
process going on where the indebted university is producing indebted students to serve the debt economy. So how do we rupture this? Where are the points that we can work on making strikes and withholding payments? Where's our leverage, et cetera? There's a lot more to say about this, but I do want to just try and be somewhat optimistic in a dark time. I try to read poetry to keep me sane in the morning.
Conservatives are
And then
literally the
I
only
find
people who
myself
don't understand
just
any of this.
kind of
The right
repeating the
knows
same lines
nothing,
over
the
and over
left
again
knows everything. You are
as things
stupid,
get
they are
worse. And
smart.
there's a line
Just think
from
about it that way.
Holderlin, where Holderlin
Your
says,
side is the
"But
side
where the
that doesn't
danger
know
lies,
this.
so grows
They
the saving
do.
power." And I bring this up as a debtor organizer who for years has realized how difficult it is to get indebted students, or not indebted students, indebted people, indebted workers in the same place at the same time to talk about and critique debt. We're spread out, we're overworked, and when we come together, there's shame and guilt associated with talking about debt. But you know where there's one place where there's a lot of fucking indebted people? University.
Universities.
So the question becomes, how do we use that? How do we organize those folks that are in debt or going into debt to build power to strike not only against their own individual debt, indebted lives, but also to strike at this monster?
Bro, I'm already losing it. I'm going to be streaming for
And
another
what do we do
7
about
hours.
that? So I'm going to leave it there. A lot more to say. Let's see what else happens.
I'm gonna take moderator's prerogative and say a few words about how I entered into this particular part of the struggle from the AAUP's perspective, because I think it offers a lot of, I think, useful things to think about for our broader movement. When we kind of came into governance at the AAUP, we were facing an organization in which a lot of people, I would say, and even some people in leadership had a very different understanding of what struggle meant, right? Even labor struggle. And I look, listen, my hat's off to all the people who have fought and kept the organization alive. So there was 3 key changes that we were trying to usher in. One was a robust discussion and pushback on the idea that academic freedom alone is enough. There are a lot of people who just want to keep our mission to purely academic freedom. But, my perspective on this is that the idea of academic freedom, while centrally important to what we want to do, has been under attack for over a decade in this country. And I mean, for decades, really, right? Like America has a deep history of anti-intellectualism, right? So now you can't expect that that's going to mobilize the historic block that we need by just talking about academic freedom, which, by the way, no one has in university, as Sherry was just describing, as Jason was just describing. So there's a debate that's in some ways ongoing. But my perspective is we need to fight for a time when we can say that and it's meaningful. But we need to be thinking about different kinds of demands. And our organization has to center that, even though we're the AAUP. So that's an ongoing struggle, right? And I think it is in a way, I think a sort of, there's a relationship here to larger movement context where we have to think about what is the messaging going to be? Who is really going to be brought in? This might be your issue, but if we're really going to build the mass we need to build, it ain't going to be just one person's issue. It's just the reality.
It's all
right?
the issues.
Look at how our opponents function. They welcome people in. So that's one. The second thing is that a lot of people in the academy, a lot of workers, on one hand,
the
huge
right
number of workers. I think
people
isn't it
in,
like the UAW,
bro.
like a third of the UAW now? Some huge chunk of the UAW is in higher education. So you have a lot of incredible. Most of you folks are like untenured folks, staff, other people who are deeply skilled organizers. But a lot of organized people in university don't really understand what organizing is. So in some ways, I think the task is to destabilize what I'm going to say are two, I'm not saying the two dominant, but I'm going to say two dominant modes. One is the mode of, many of our colleagues and comrades where they think they're used to like faculty senates and institutions and writing letters to the administration and, and are sort of still in the state of, changing bylaws, still in a shock. I'm all for some bylaws. Look, the anarchists told me bylaws are important. But yeah, that's not at this phase, right? Not when they literally are just sending cops to arrest you. So one mode that a lot of people are still in is just like letter writing mode, and it's like saying like, okay, we can do that, but some of that capacity has to get moved to real organizing skills, putting people through workshops. Learning from Jane McAlevey, and I'm going to borrow what they say, may her legacy be revolution, to borrow CP's phrase from JVP. By the way, this morning, JVP had an incredible panel, which I think is recorded. If not, I took crazy notes on it. It's like about building durable organizations. That's kind of what the task is. But the second mode is that after October 7th, I just watched a lot of action on campus, a lot of movement energy just become like rapid response. Right, which was necessary, courageous, inspiring, but also unsustainable.
You don't know about her because you don't study the left. I know about her because she's been around the left for a long time. Why isn't the largest labor organizer at Rutgers University controlling the labor union at Rutgers University on the internet? It's because it benefits her not to be. Use your fucking brain. Now stop digging around and start fucking listening.
When everybody's rapid response coming to the encampment, doing defending the students, defending the, you don't have time to think about that larger building project.
Conservatives are like,
recentering
I've never heard of anyone and they're not in Wikipedia, so it must not be real.
Part of it, we have some incredible lawsuits, but happening, including one on Monday, we're going up against Marco Rubio. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we'll be up there in Boston. But
really,
organizing has to be the center, and that means skills, which I hope we talk a lot more about at this conference. Talking to people one-on-one. Not just can you make the right analytical demand, right? We can all do that in here. Come on, Socialism 2025. We all good at, rolling out a tight analysis. What about talking to your STEM colleague, and having a patient conversation and winning
You're going in a
people
timeout now until you learn to listen.
Just to, and then I think those are really, I think, some of the main things that we really. And the last piece is coalitions, right? We understand that our sector of education can't do it alone. So the development of HELU, and which preceded all of this stuff we're dealing with, and labor for higher ed has really been about bringing all kinds of groups, some of whom we have very different philosophies and theories of change with, to the table, and helping our membership and helping people to understand that in coalition, you don't get to dictate.
You want to go to Boston together? We have to figure out what's going on in Boston.
My comrade was pointing out, for professors, tenure track professors like me got to understand that we a lot of times are going to be
me
in
and
the rear
Kazma are going to Boston.
We should be, because some of the people who need to be dictating the winning demands and the direction of stuff, and that we want to be working in solidarity with, they actually got to be leading. So anyway, those are some of the things we're looking at, and I think that those are, for me, a lot of the things on whether we will win and what kind of things we'll do over the next year. Turn on that. And with that, let me turn to Gabriel. Yeah, I know one thing you have talked about, I don't know if this is what you want to talk about today, but is how this is not just a fight to defend. We're put into a defensive position right now, but we also have to envision a kind of higher education that we want, and that actually does serve the common good.
They're trying to
I don't know if that's
decolonize
something
the
you wanna comment on.
university.
Let me start my timer. There's a lot to envision. Yeah, I mean, I think that's crucial, and I think it's also crucial to say that's not like a
University
utopian
of Chicago
exercise. I mean, it's
professor.
fine to do a utopian exercise if that's your thing, but it seems to me like the construction of a positive program is a work of enormous organizing effort and struggle. It's not something like I couldn't just tell you what it is, because it has to come out of
You're going to come to Boston too?
the struggles that
Awesome.
have already happened, and then the massive expansion and escalation of those struggles that are ahead of us in order to be able to say, what is the university that we want?
Maybe.
That being said, and I'll talk in a minute more about
I have alcohol.
how we might think about that expansion. That
I
being
forgot.
said, I don't think it's news to anyone here, right, that we have been struck in a defensive trap where we're following behind liberals who are trying to defend an institution that used to exist, or that they imagined it used to exist, that, if we could just go back to it, if we could just, things were really nice here 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 50 years ago.
I'm going to go get
why can't we do
alcohol.
that
I'll be
again?
right
Why
back.
can't we have that back? And, there are many problems with that. It's never how class struggle works. But one crucial problem with that is that by far the high watermark of class struggle, of struggles, I won't say of all kinds, but certainly class struggle in universities is the last 10 or 20 years. And there's a whole cycle that I think has probably produced, maybe not everyone in this room, but many people in this room as organizers, as activists on their campuses, that comes out of the arrival of neoliberalism in the university. I don't know if people remember this, but in the maybe early 2010s, there was a kind of moment of crisis of the university discourse that happened then. And it was often described as the belated arrival of neoliberalism to the university, right? That this arena of American society had been relatively preserved, now that was not totally true, right? There's problems with that analysis also. People I think credibly can say, well, the move to increase student debt goes back to the 60s, for example. But nonetheless, there was a sense that what had, rocked the American industrial working class in the 80s and 90s didn't come for campuses until the 2000s and 2010s. To some significant degree. And out of that process, out of, in particular, the reverberation of the 2008 financial crisis through American campuses, the really steep cuts to public funding for higher ed that followed on it, came a massive new cycle of struggle. In particular, I think graduate worker unions, but also contingent faculty unions, and other kinds of formations as well. And that, it seems to me, is the basis on which we are now standing to kind of fight over both the university that we once knew and the university that we might have, that history, that recent history of struggle. And, against the kind of some of the doom and gloom that I think it's perfectly understandable to feel in this moment, that is a very different situation than we've been in before, right? Hundreds of thousands of unionized academics, people who have been through strikes, who've been through campus occupations, been through all kinds of deep and bitter and very intensely contested fights, are now either on and around campuses, or the organizations they built are on campuses still, and are kind of working their way up through the labor movement in different ways, right? Taking over AUP, as Chenjerai said, just as one example, reforming and reorganizing and democratizing their locals in many cases, right? Having an impact even on much larger organizations like the UAW. So we have some resources we can draw on, but I think to actually develop that program, that forward-looking program, it's crucial that we think and face really squarely the divisions that structure our workplaces, which are enormous, right? There's divisions among faculty, between tenure stream and non-tenure stream, between faculty, graduate workers, postdocs, undergraduates. Those are occupational divisions. Those are also organizational divisions, right? Different unions are operating in those spaces. Those divisions obviously also map onto class and gender and race in complicated ways. Moreover,
I don't have liquor, but I do have
also
alcohol
the
now.
academic, non-academic worker distinction.
Thanks, Nick.
Which is, I think, a very important one. And maybe beyond that still,
I don't have liquor.
Right, there's the fact that our universities are embedded in larger local political economies that implicate thousands, tens of thousands of other people in their business as not just workers, like I was saying, but also through housing markets, through policing, through healthcare provision, through probably a bunch, like 5 or 6 other things like that I can't think of right now. Those people are also implicated in the question of what kind of a university we might have, right? How we might, in changing the social relations of the university, begin to change the social relations of the larger society, as Jason put it, and how those things go together. There's not a magic solution to that division, right? It's just a kind of question of finding fights on a larger and larger and larger scale to bring together more, each time another layer out to try to kind of get some of those fractions moving together. But I think the story we're going to have to tell about the university that we might have, the university that we want, is a story we're going to generate through that process.
Granny Smith apple cider.
That's a forward-looking challenge for us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, at this point, I want to start to open it up to folks. So if folks have questions, comments, I'm going to ask people to keep that. But while you're thinking, if someone has something right now, you're welcome to take the mic, and then we can return. Oh yeah, okay, we got some.
Q&A is always the best part.
I'm going to take stack, I guess.
Should we have people come up to the mics and sit?
Yeah, right. Yeah, if you want to come up, we can have a physical stack, which is easier to keep track of. Thank you. Yes, I'm going to ask folks, please keep your comments to about, I'm going to say 2 minutes or less, just so we hear from more people. Yeah. Great.
So I was, is this?
Yeah.
I love Granny Smith apples. They're so good.
Based on the very last, sorry, there we go. How's that? Okay,
Good.
Cool. Based on the very last comment, I was wondering if you could say something about how the university or about higher education is kind of entwined with other systems, and how we might be able to,
like capitalism,
by putting pressure on those systems, help out the future university that we want to see. So, for example, with big pharma, right? Big pharma does not function without the research done at our universities. So, yeah, that's my question. Thank
Right,
you.
and what we're going to do is I'm going to take about, let's just say at least 3 rapid fire, and then we'll respond. So yeah, thank you. So we got that question? Okay.
Thank you so much. So I am a STEM postdoc, and I have watched over the last few years, a lot of STEM faculty didn't really understand how important a lot of stuff is. And in the last 6 months, 8 months, I have watched all the people who have dismissed me for years about all this stuff finally be like, oh my God, this actually matters a lot. And I was like, so what I want to say is I want to hear more about what y'all's experiences have been with STEM faculty, what it's been more recently, because from my perspective, I think STEM faculty, postdocs, grad students are more organizable now than they have been in my entire career. But like, we got to do something, and we got to do it fast, because I'm terrified about what's going to happen with the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill bullshit. Because like this, I'm a young academic, and I'm watching it destroy my future career. So yeah.
Great question. Thank you.
Great
As was
question.
the last one. Yes.
Yeah, awesome. Well done.
Hey, thanks for a great panel. I just want to add something. I've been doing some work on the role of private for-profit consultancies in higher ed, and this is another number, like how indebted your campus is, that you need to know. For example, on my campus at University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, the day the administration concluded successfully negotiations with our encampments, they petitioned the foundation for an extraordinary amount to spend on private consultancies to manage that. And I think that this is important, just as we talk about political economy.
They should have
but
hired
also
me.
if I'm
I
gonna
should
talk
reach
to
out
my
to them.
overwhelmingly working class students when I've had research assistants
I'm gonna be
on
like,
the
University
research project I'm doing.
of Wisconsin,
They're like, you're kidding
you have
me.
a leftist problem.
I'm $40,000 worth in debt, and the university is spending millions of dollars every year of my money to get people essentially, I mean, we all know this, right? Administrators don't work. We do the labor. They just sit around and have meetings and stress themselves out, which
reaching out to this
welcome,
woman's
but
school.
they don't labor. They produce no value. And now they're outsourcing, they're not working, to private consultants.
Oh yeah?
Seriously, this pisses people off, and it's a really useful talking point. Thank you for a great session.
How are your administrators going to feel about that? When they get an email from me.
Won't write themselves.
You want to take more things in, or keep just responding?
Let's respond.
Let's respond.
Go ahead.
All right. I'm sorry to ask you all to stand there, but we're going to respond to those real quickly just so we can. Yeah. So we have. I saw a question about how the university is intertwined with other sectors of society, like such as big pharma, and how that might be part of our resistance strategy. Question about STEM faculty and as an example of aspects that are for folks gaining consciousness. And this last question about
Murphy's Pool is
for-profit
fine, no mayo.
consultants.
Don't worry about him.
Anybody?
I mean, I think first of all, I work at Rutgers. It's a city. There's 70,000 students. There's 30,000 workers. We're in Newark, Black working class city. Camden, Black working class city. New Brunswick, Latinx and Black working class city. They are merged around the time I got there with the medical system throughout the state. Robert Wood Johnson, Barnabas, it's Jersey, which is literally the medicine cabinet of this country. It's where Mao Shalom, Rutgers headquarters literally faces the headquarters of Johnson & Johnson. They actually look like they're mirror campuses. So there is no separating out, I think, in particular healthcare, but I also think in terms of the larger infrastructure, because what are campuses after all, universities? They're enormous construction and housing. I mean, everything. What doesn't it touch? And frankly, I think it's going to be essential from a labor and struggle vantage point, because when the ruling class is ideologically undermining the actual value of what it is that we produce, right? Knowledge widgets, okay, which are no longer perceived as being important in this society because we can just AI it or whatever, or have a society of technocrats who can't read, think, or write. Then you have to be connected to the wider labor, environment. But I think we also who works at universities. I feel like we cannot allow ourselves to in any way allow the framing of the question and the problem to be influenced by the bourgeoisification of the idea of what the university is, which has nothing to do, as we all know, of what the university has actually been for as long as most of us have been alive, which is, a place where working class and downwardly mobile middle class people who hope to be upwardly mobile both work and go to school, who are connected by 1,000 threads to all the other industries and transportation and communication that exist. And those, I think there's no solution that allows us to even think or organize higher ed in isolation. I'll put it there. And just one thing around the STEM, the comrade who spoke, who is a postdoc in STEM, I have never seen STEM workers move into action so quickly as in January and February, organize themselves. A bunch of people who've been feeding worms and working on entomology, who wouldn't look up from their shoes when you talk to them, want to organize with each other, and actually held meetings that may not have looked the way the humanities and social sciences meetings would look like, and so much the better, frankly, for it, because they were quite practical. No, they literally talked to each other in language that made sense to them about how they were going to organize, and got very, nerdy about it, which was fine, because they heard each other because they spoke in a language that meant something to them.
Seriously.
And it is breaking the whole model. When you're a small businessman and you've lost all the funding for your small business, you're catapulting into, losing your career. And I don't see a way out of this scientifically without making, I don't think there's going to be a short-term solution for it. I really don't. But I do think that there is a conscious integration between STEM and everything else, because after all, who does STEM? It's largely immigrants. You were talking about people from East Asia, South Asia, the Middle East. There is no disentangling the attacks on science and STEM research from the attacks on immigrants in this country. And they are the first to know it. They are the first to know it.
And just on the STEM, that last point is crucial, because one of our comrades in Labor for Higher Education said that is really part of the key to breaking what the division our opponents tried to instill with this cuts tactic, right? By saying, listen, it's not, this is not about, when you're talking to a STEM faculty who was like, maybe people should pipe down on immigration, on Palestine, on these other issues, so I can keep my funding. It's like, no, your funding is going to eventually go, all of their postdocs, your whole labor infrastructure is affected by this, right? What I'll say is that this is an example where key organizing skills are really important. Again, as Sherry said, on February 20th, Labor for Higher Education, I think it was February 20th, there was all kinds of folks on the streets in the bitter cold. In New York, they marched down to Foley Square, people who do brain research. But, you know, a lot of people had given up on STEM faculties, right? Faculty. And like, so some of the things that were successful, just for anybody who's in this struggle, was we had meetings where we really invited folks and were disciplined to do something I'm not doing now, which is shut up and let them talk to each other. Because then they would see, even because people didn't arrive fully ready to struggle. They arrived scared, not sure. Some of them arrived with different issues on things like Palestine, but them being in the room and talking with each other was key. And I think also being able to slow down and say and understand, like, look, I know we're passionate and we're not gonna jettison any of these issues on immigration or Palestine, but we need to have some space and time and patience and compassion to win people who may not already be there to this position. And as a result, for example, at NYU, we have like, I mean, the last AUP meeting I went, it was like 60, 70% STEM people. And our recruitment has exploded. And so it's really is central.
Just really quickly, I do want to mention that I think a lot of our conversations don't happen without the Palestinian liberation movement. And that, you know, I'm very influenced by what I learned from 10 years living in Brazil. And, you know, one of the points that the landless movement makes is that there is political education within movements, but movements themselves are political actors. And so I think it would really help us to take a moment to ask, what have we learned because of and from the Palestine movement on campuses and off of it? One thing that I've learned is how much it has exposed the inside workings of neoliberalism, the war machine, the ways that universities are tied to the war machine. So STEM is one reason.
Yep.
And, you know, in my field, a big takeaway is that we need to start thinking, for example, of donors are creditors. And creditors have power over what we do or don't do on campuses. Okay, if you go from that premise, you start to ask, why are we so reliant on donors? And it's something that Gabe brought up. Well, it's because of 50 years of divestment from public higher education. So we are reliant on donors who act as creditors, who pull their funding when we don't do what they want us to do, especially around Palestine on campus. We're reliant on Wall Street for loans because we don't have enough funding on our campuses to do certain things, especially within the neoliberal political economy. And all of this makes our movements weaker. So one quick point would be the struggle for debt abolition is a struggle to make our movements stronger. And we learn how to do that in the struggle. But without canceling some of the debts we have, without fighting for more funding, we are going to constantly have our movements kneecapped by some of these apparatuses.
I would totally echo what comrades have said already. One thing I guess I would add would be that I think the academic labor movement has something particular and new to say to people who I think are in the STEM fields, who are ripe to join and are kind of clamoring to come in the door now, which is that it is through the academic labor movement that people who are committed to the integrity and importance of scientific research can build a larger constituency for themselves. And there is no other way, right? Like, we tried 10 years of in this house, we believe in science.
only
Who did
way
it persuade? Right? It didn't, right? Like, what you want, if you care about the budget of the NSF and the NIH and non-interference from above in the work that scientific researchers do, what you want is people who are not scientists also to care about those things, right? And that, I've said that now, 10,000 times in the last 6 months, and I have yet to hear a STEM person or doctor or anyone we're trying to recruit on that side of campus push back against that. It makes sense. But often no one has ever articulated that before, because these people, especially at the faculty level, much less so at the grad worker level, are coming into thinking of their power as coming from their work for the first time.
I'm chilling.
And the sets of connections that makes available, it's not that they're hard to grasp, it's that, like anything, they need to talk it over a little bit and have someone kind of open the door for them a little bit. I think we have a real opportunity to do that, and in doing that, to make clear that the labor movement is a crucial element in believing in science in this house. And just one other thing I'll say about the consultancy, since we didn't really address that, I do think these groups are just like sitting ducks waiting for us to go after them in a way that we haven't really done systematically. The The one I know most about is the RPK group, who I know were involved in the gutting of WVU. At WVU, West Virginia now, you cannot major in Spanish, but you can major in esports because of the proposal of this group about which fields are higher ROI.
You can
but no
major in
one who works at the
esports?
RPK group has a PhD. They don't have a particular headquarters in one. They're kind of shadowy.
Wow.
And they kind of come to campus in the dead of night, sort of thing. And I think they would not respond well to an antagonistic public campaign. They'd never been hit with anything like that before. We should try that.
Oh, okay. Why not?
Fully agreed. All right, because we have such a robust line here, I'm gonna take 5 comments, and then we will respond briefly, and then take the next group. So yes.
Thanks for the panel, and I'll try to keep this fairly brief. So, most of the problems that we think about, sorry, thank you. Yeah, most of the problems we think about in higher education, as people have alluded to, have come from the fact that it was a once robust public sector that has been almost entirely defunded. So most big public universities have lost about 80 to 90% of their public funding. And so then you get donors and you get privatization and you get consultants, all these things coming in. And the thing that I found really surprising, and I just would be curious to have your thoughts about this. I've been doing kind of higher education organizing for a long time. So when the Sanders Jayapal plan came, it's like, oh, hey, let's fix this. Let's just refund the university and make it free. I like crickets. It was crickets. It was really, I was organizing on campuses around this, and not because out of some great love for Sanders or Jayapal, but it's like, oh, cool. Someone's got a plan finally to solve everything, or at least a huge part of it. And so I was just sort of wondering if you have any thoughts about that. It's like, oh, it's like someone bow wrapped a package of all the things that we've been struggling for and put a price tag on it and said, we're going to fix 90% of your problems. And I would go to my colleagues who kvetch all day long about all of these problems, and it was silence. And so I guess I'm just wondering, is it a lack of thinking of oneself as a state employee, as a worker? Is it actually, I think, maybe even a larger problem of thinking about the university as a site basically of the New Deal, right? So maybe the largest site of New Deal investment, and we've kind of lost sight of that. Anyway, so I guess I was just wondering if you had some thoughts about that. I found it a rather frustrating, among a lifetime of frustrating organizing experiences, that was sort of, close to the top. So, and as being active with Hulu, et cetera. So I wonder if you have any thoughts about that. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm Tina. I'm from Madison, Wisconsin.
Another
Lifetime
one,
member of the
Madison.
Teaching Assistants Association, which is an AFT. I'm also a lead
AFT.
steward in Madison Teachers Incorporated, because I left higher education and work in a high school now. So everyone who raised your hand and said that you got radicalized in college, imagine if you got radicalized 4 years earlier.
Yo!
There's a dialectic between these organizations, but there are some major differences. High schools are a cross-section of our community. So when we look around higher ed and we're like, why is everyone so white and rich here? Look at the public schools. Now, people do a lot of research on what's going wrong in public schools. Why are children struggling to read? Why are there these dropout rates? And they all say, well, not all, but a lot of people point to teacher preparation programs.
Yes.
Which is in part a backhanded way to challenge teachers' unions, right? And I do
Yeah.
want to say there is no organization that does more to improve the conditions of the lives of children than teachers' unions.
Bullshit.
And I have 3 minutes. So we need to train high schoolers how to organize. High school teachers, our hands are really tied. They're banning books, they're cutting funding, and we all, if you have children in school and they're in a club, that teacher is not paid for that time, whoever is advising them. They're going in on their lunches. Y'all know, it's a lot. Okay, we help children. The next thing. Basically, I used to, when I was a graduate student organizer, I was always saying we need to organize undergraduates to join in this struggle because we're students and workers. And now I just want to say, because I think a lot of people here are in higher ed, work with the high schools, connect with the teachers unions, connect with your kids' teachers, give them, I'm going to be honest, give us money. On Teacher Appreciation Day, send a gift card to your high school teachers. Elementary school teachers get it, high school don't.
Honey.
Or whatever, just offer material support whenever you can. Show up at their protests, like send an email and say that you support them, because school boards listen to families. Follow your school board of the local public schools, follow them on social media, go to those meetings if you can, but like small policy changes will transform your city. That's how we get people into higher education, is through having strong public schools. Now, I want to say, if you're on campus and you're organizing, you have a school of education, probably, right? There's a place where people learn how to become teachers. Why are K-12 teachers overwhelmingly white and from like well-to-do families or rural areas? Higher education is a really hostile space for students of color. I'm not going to explain that, but
Thank you much. Yeah, I mean, I'm not stopping you. I'm just letting you know we're at 3 minutes, but it's fine.
okay, sorry, 30 seconds. University of Wisconsin-Madison is one of the top schools of education in the country. It used to be 300 students applied every year for the School of Ed, 200 were rejected. Now we accept everyone, they go into classrooms, it's not for them. That means there's 200 people every year in my city who want to do good and are willing to do extra work for no money and spend an entire year unpaid in student teaching, and they're just kind of lost, right? So go to the School of Ed, offer to do guest lectures in teachers' classes to teach about unions, because we need better political education in higher education for K-12 teachers.
Yo!
Thank you.
Thank you. That's awesome.
I'm gonna do it right in the middle.
Sure.
We're gonna clip that live in a couple minutes.
I'm Megan. I'm a faculty member at City Tech, which is part of the City University of New York.
All right.
And I'm the
City
vice
University
chair
of
of
New
my
York.
chapter, and also part of CUNY FSJP. And that's partly what I want to talk about. I do think the question of, and I've heard people, it's coming up some, but I'd like to talk more about the role of the struggle for Palestine in higher ed work. In our union, we successfully passed a resolution to recommend divesting our retirement system from Israel, and then it was rescinded the next month, partly because of the fears that people have around what it means to fight for Palestine. We know that there's, going to be backlash, et cetera, but I also think it puts us in a difficult place when officially often the union will formally speak up for academic freedom, do great work, defend the rights of people we've had faculty who have been non-reappointed or fired because of Palestine. We've had, people may have heard that they were like literally sending an army of police to Brooklyn College not so long ago for like a protest of 30 students. And the key thing is that it is academic freedom, but it's not just any academic freedom, right? Right now, the fight around academic freedom is the fight for Palestinian liberation, and to be able to say that. So I do think that has to be kind of front and center in this moment. And that is also part of, I'm also the advisor for the Students for Justice of Palestine at my college. In making links with undergraduates and others, I think that's also crucial because they have been leading the way. And I think that that's something that we need to be able to support more overtly than I think there's been hesitancy to do so for good reasons. The Chancellor CUNY is testifying to Congress next week. It's not a surprise that it's right before that there's increased amounts of people being non-reappointed for that. The second thing I just would love to also talk more about is I think the question about divisions within higher ed is really important. I taught high school beforehand, was active in the union, but I do think that the question of how do we take on contingency in higher ed is the crucial issue, because it is partly why there is so much fear, because so many of our faculty members are contingent. They may officially have academic freedom in their contract, but they don't have to be given a cause, and therefore they, and if that's true, the idea that's I think people in this room know the kind of idea that
support
means
Hamas. They don't care about Hamas. That's
but I
conservative
also feel like
bullshit.
how that
Not
doesn't
real.
come across in terms of key demands and actually convincing tenure track and tenured faculty members.
Do you hear them saying Hamas?
So put myself in that.
I don't.
That the future of higher ed requires that we understand that ending contingency has to be the kind of number one
Thank
goal
you.
in terms of
100%.
strengthening our entire chapter.
100%. Thank you so much, Megan. All really good points. Yeah.
Hi there. My name is Nico. I am actually joining the AUP and the national staff as the media and communication specialist. I'd love to talk with all of you all at some other point.
Welcome. Yes.
And I did my. Oh, sorry. My name is Nico. If you didn't hear, I'm part of the
raise the
AUP. So I have I got my PhD from University of Pennsylvania, and where I did work with the AUP and where I was in the graduate union organizing movement there. I have two questions. My first is about debt abolition and approaches to university endowments. If you could just talk about that. I think there's a horizon of expropriating that endowment and redistributing it in some way. Just approaches to university endowments. I feel like the discrepancy between that and the indebtedness that the debt that happens on universities, that always comes up. So to talk about that. The second thing, if you could comment on the meteoric rise in transphobia at universities too. At the University of Pennsylvania, $175 million of federal funding was frozen because there was a trans woman who swam on the swim team there. And the condition to receive that funding back was to strip her of her titles. And Penn complied to that. Penn has complied to that. And they're now rolling out new biological definitions of sex and gender. And so this is happening in tandem with the labor organizing that's happening. This is actually an opportunity to develop a platform that unites these. I would like to hear you talk about that too. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I'm inclined to keep hearing from folks, and we can weigh in later, and maybe in the closing even, just so we can honor all the voices in the room. Yes.
So hi, I'm Dana. I teach at the University of Cincinnati. In Ohio, we just had the implementation of one of these reactionary anti-DEI bills. So like in Texas, like in Florida, like in Indiana, a complete evisceration of academic freedom and the making professors who teach critical things, who teach the truth, making their lives really precarious and scary. I have faculty coming to me and saying, should I put this in my syllabus still? Should I rename my class, because it has social justice in the title? It's just really crappy. And then on top of that, the federal executive order that had that long list of bad words. And so I had a speaker wanting to come to campus, and he said, is any of the words in my title one of the bad words? Should I change that? And so anyway, basically I always say, no, you shouldn't change that. But then I want to put my body between them and the university administration. But the real thing I wanted to say about this legislation is there's a back part of the legislation. This goes to this point that you were making. The front part of the legislation's front-loaded the anti-DEI stuff, which is horrific on its own. It's eliminated our student affinity centers, so students of color have no safe place to go on campus, for example. It's done a lot of really, really crappy things. But the back end of that legislation is anti-union legislation. It eliminates our right, our union's right to bargain over wages, benefits, and tenure. It actually institutes a post-tenure review, which actually revokes tenure. It strips our union, which was a union, of any of its rights to bargain over the things that are most important to us. And personally, I think that's why the university administrations get behind this legislation so willingly, because it's an opportunity.
Right.
Not only are they under horrible pressure, losing funding and so on, but and debt and all that, but they are welcoming the opportunity. And in some sense, the anti-DEI stuff is kind of a public front for this deeper level evisceration of the university. And so the question is what to do about it. Now, the union's not fighting. They have a lot of illusions in this shared governance business, right? And so I was actually moved by something that I heard Sherry say in a previous occasion about building infrastructures of dissent, reaching out to people and building even in the ones and twos. And so we started to organize radical faculty separately off campus to wage all kinds of actions.
Thank you. Just I just want to make sure we have enough
Okay.
time.
Just one last thing on that. I found those people by listening to radical things that people said in other meetings. So I'd go to meetings and I'd write their names down when they said something, and then I would call them. So that's just
Thank you for that. Thank you. All right, folks, listen, I'm not a STEM person, but what math is telling me is that, like, if people take longer than 2 minutes, then we won't hear from everybody. So that's not fair, given how long we've
I'll be right back. Let me know if I miss anything.
Consider it if we can.
Hi, my name is Eileen. I'm a member of the Tempest Collective and also United Campus Workers at the University of Arizona. I just wanted to offer a quick report back of what's going on at the U of A, as well as some takeaways for organizing. At the U of A, all of the cultural resource centers, which had radical origins of students organizing to get full-time staff, graduate assistants, student workers at those spaces, have been consolidated and eliminated into one meaningless like campus hub. I don't remember the name, and resulting in the layoff of a lot of my colleagues. And the complete upheaval of anyone left. A lot of groups have risen up since the spring to oppose this, ranging from disruption tactics to those faculty senate meetings that everybody loves. But what I've noticed is that there's a really pervasive fear, which I think Sherry was talking to at the beginning, that really started with the intense repression of the encampments at the U of A, which was kind of the first time we had seen something of that level be repressed that heavily and that quickly. And I just wanted to share that I think one of the things that keeps coming up is a realization that universities for students who are really at the core of like a healthy movement on campus is there isn't a lot of mentorship offered like innately, because they're there for 4 years and they leave. And I think in order to build like a sustained movement on our campuses, whether that be a BDS campaign or any union campaigns, we really need academic and non-academic workers to be invested in students receiving knowledge, skills, political education beyond what they're learning in their classes.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Evelyn Smith. I come out of grad organizing at the University of Michigan. And I just wanted to talk about the various innovations the University of Michigan has made in its repression of Palestine organizing. They've hired outside consultants to launch student conduct complaints.
That's right. Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Students, yeah. They recruited Democratic Attorney General Dana Nessel to bring felony charges against student protesters, which were recently dropped. They've also spent close to $1 million on private security to stalk students on and off campus outside their homes. And all of this predates Trump. All of this started happening before Trump came into office. So my question for you is, what kinds of innovations and repression have you seen on your own campuses, and how are you organizing against it?
So much to say about that. Oh, wow. Yes.
Hi, my name is Stephanie, and I'm from Oklahoma. I actually just had a quick question and kind of elaborating. You talked a little bit about the divisions, and then you said academic, non-academic worker distinction. I kind of wanted you to elaborate on that if you could, and then also, I hear a lot about faculty and grad students because like there are like the blood. But staff also exists, and I'm a little bit curious about, what can staff do? What has staff done in your experience that you've seen works? And yeah, I'd just like to hear more about that.
Oh man, yeah, so much to say about that.
Hello, Renee from LA. I'm with the Debt Collective and the LA Tenants Union. I'm glad I'm mostly came here to see my comrade Jason speak. I had a question about like strategy actually around higher education organizing. Sorry. I've heard a lot about teachers unions being mentioned today. We've been talking a lot about the experience of high school students, teachers, etc. I'm wondering what the higher education movement can learn from actual teachers movements and teachers unions when they're organizing in their communities. I just think about two different examples that I have from kind of LA in the last few years. Number one is a UAW strike a couple of years ago, but then also the massive UTLA strike in 2019, sorry. And to me, the lessons here were very clear. UTLA looked outward, right, in its strategy to the community, not just in the actual bargaining process and the contract that it built, but also specifically on how it actually made or did outreach to the community itself. They had billboards across the city. They were able to sell to the community the idea that schools are actual public goods, universal public goods, actual sites for the community itself that should be open to others. I think, frankly, if I'm going to give a little bit of criticism, maybe about like how we've tended to think about higher education learning or organizing, is possibly that we don't actually look enough to the community, to the outside places, so that the people understand that what they are learning on these campuses are important to them too, that these are things or sites that are embedded in the community. Final thing I would say though, as a positive side to that, is at USC, we actually have seen students in the past, for example, try to organize around questions of gentrification in their neighborhood. In the last couple of years, they've been helping one of the LA Tenants Union campaigns to defend a block full of housing that is a threat of demolition. I think there's something there that maybe unions could be learning about how they relate to these broader movements as a method of defense for the higher education workers themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. And I think actually looking at how that intersects with the bargaining for common good model that Rutgers and other people have deployed, is key. But a great critique and question. Okay, yes.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth, and I'm a financial staff member at in a STEM department at Public University.
Oh, good.
And just for the record, the projected deficit for the campus as a whole for this year is $57 million. Just under half of it is athletic, and that has always been there. A lot of the rest is debt service, and some is surely police overtime they don't want to admit to for beating the crap out of people. Now, my department happens to have a lot of unionized people. The non-tenured faculty, the grad students, the postdocs, and the undergrads, and some of the staff members are unionized. And so most of these people are largely somewhat in communion with each other. But what troubled me and disappointed me was to find out how a lot of the really tenured people, especially the senior ones, were so unsympathetic to the students when they got a significant wage increase after their strike, which the rest of us supported. It's like they seem to see them as draining their resources in some way. Like the one guy I respected till that minute said, well, if certain people just need money for rent, why can't we just do that on a case-by-case basis? And like, dude, that's not how it works. And it's like, I said, well, actually, we asked for that about 25 years ago when I was a student, and that's why this union had to form. Sit down, dude. But how do we persuade these kinds of senior faculty that this is their struggle too, and they shouldn't be looking at the rest of us as a negative, because there is a caste system, and they need to realize that they're not in our boat now, they will be later.
That's right.
Hello, I'm Gabe from Urbana, Illinois. I just graduated high school, but I've been organizing in high school around climate in Palestine. I'm on a timer here, guys. I'm an incoming freshman at Columbia, and I'm a Jewish student. And I'm just so disgusted with the administration and how they handle it, and the fact that anti-Semitism is weaponized, and the fact that anti-Semitism is still real, but the people that claim anti-Semitism on Columbia are anti-Semitic themselves, but they're using it as a political weapon. And I guess what I'm wondering is, in this climate of fear,
called out,
where the NYPD is on campus, where there's ICE in our dorms, like how can I keep organizing there? And keep myself safe and keep other students safe? And, how can I build a movement when there's just this atmosphere of fear around campus?
Look how
and
they're
when people wanna
listening to
claw
him.
back
Look
the-
how they're
you know, the
giving
old
him
days when it was
total
normal.
eye contact
Like,
and attention.
how does organizing exist in this environment, and how can I build something? That's what I want to know.
Those are great, excellent, important questions. Gabriel, I just would say a lot of your comrades in that fight are at this conference, so we got to all make sure to wrap around. And all we got is us in this
Hey,
battle.
look,
So,
they don't
all
hate
right,
the Jewish student, guys.
yes.
They're not Jew haters.
Good, great panel. Two quick points, if I can. I want to take
Almost
up
like it was
Jason's
never about
question what we've
anti-Semitism, right?
learned from the Palestine movement as an AUP member. In the last year and a half, since October of 2023, the AUP has done two really important things. It reversed its historical opposition to academic boycotts, which was a very important thing for those of us who do BDS work on campus, who've been fighting to find space to do that. And the second thing is, this past year, the AUP hosted an incredible panel on scholasticide, which is the destruction of universities across historical Palestine and Gaza. In the last year also, AUP has gained 5,000 new members, okay? The point is, you can speak about Palestine and still grow your union. Don't let people tell you you cannot do that, okay? Since we're in Chicago, a quick shout out. I believe it was in 2019 that the Chicago Teachers Union, CTU, got language in its contract to affirm sanctuary schools, right? Teachers and administrators will not this was in 2019, right? That language has been reaffirmed in their most recent contract. I'm working with some other folks in this room at a university level group called the Sanctuary Campus Network, where we're trying to kind of deploy this model. We need sanctuaries everywhere. We need our campuses to be sanctuaries. We need our teachers to feel empowered to keep our students safe.
Hi, great stuff, everybody. Dave from Atlanta, member of the Teamsters Union, and just wanted to say thank you to everybody who's organizing on this issue, because it reminds me that the labor movement is not a collection of individuals, right? You talked about the barriers breaking down the different crafts and different sections, and that's so important. It's what the labor movement in the US tried to learn 100 years ago. My own union, the Teamsters, used to be a craft union and then became an industrial union. And the concession since the Reagan era has been to reintroduce these divisions between part-timers and this and that, right? If we can remember, if we can build on one idea, it's that we are all in this boat together, right? And what the Trumpites and everybody at the top and the Muskites are reminding us is that they're in one boat, we're in the other. We only have each other, and it doesn't matter if we're a tenured professor or you're a part-timer at UPS. We're all the working class. We make the world work, and we're all in this together. So thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Grant. I'm from Los Angeles, and I'm an organizer with the Teachers Union. And just before my next point, I want to say it's not UAW, but I want to highlight what Gabe said around the past 10 to 20 years of organizing in higher education and how crucial that's been. And I think for those of us not a part of UAW, we would be doing ourselves a disservice to not seriously look at what they're doing to organize new workers in higher education and how the success they've had of seeing supermajority election after supermajority election, especially with grad student workers, postdocs, adjunct faculty, and now full-time, I believe, as well. And one thing that I've heard from those that I know in UAW or that have been a part of those campaigns is, and I think what's really important is the language that we use around our union, but also putting that into action. And the first thing being, we are the union, and that a lot of those in higher education don't know what a union is. They aren't necessarily anti-union, but they third party the union right from the beginning because that's the only language they have if they haven't had typically a family member in a union. And I think that's something that we should really center when we're talking about fighting for political struggles, is that our union needs to take on these struggles if it's not already doing it, and we can be the people to start doing that. I heard someone mention staff, and I think that's really important. And another thing that I don't have time to talk about, but is also the role of community colleges in higher education. But part-time faculty, I think, play a key role in connecting full-time faculty, whether non-tenure or tenure, to staff. I think there's like the internal barriers of how workers view themselves and those management is putting on us. Part-time faculty can bridge that gap in a way if you can keep them around long enough to have those conversations. And my last point, really question, is seeing specifically, I've seen it at art schools coming up for the fall, but I know it's affecting schools across the country, is how do we fight for international students, knowing that they should be allowed in these universities, should not fear losing their visas, but also what that means for part-time faculty and the coming, I think, massive cuts we're going to see across the board because there actually aren't students in these classes anymore.
All right. All right. I'm going to do it like this. We're going to have about probably 6 minutes to respond to the things that you feel most passionate about. So think about that while I handle a couple other things. First of all, I want to give a big thank you to everyone who commented and was disciplined. We got everybody's comment. Thank you. I appreciate that. Not fair, but I really do appreciate
Jeff,
it.
Jeff, you might not be smart
in terms
enough
of
to be here. We're not communists, you fucking retard. We are watching the communists.
One,
go back to Fox
think
News
I speak
if you
for the
can't
whole
handle
panel
that.
Like, I'm willing to give my
you
email
don't have
address
to be here.
and
There's
we can
the
be
door.
in dialogue that way. But I think what we might want to do, maybe through one of our higher ed coalitions, is to kind of like take these themes and maybe even think about maybe trying to schedule some kind of virtual talk that addresses some of the key things that came here at some point in the not too far future. You know, we'll just put it into ChatGPT and just no, just joking. It's a joke. It's please do not want to get pitchforked at my own panel. Okay, and then and also we'll be around after the panel. Although I suspect we'll have to kind of clear this room for the next thing, but we'll be around for drinks to continue to engage these questions because I don't want it to feel like in the rush that people's very good questions and points don't get addressed. So having said that, we now have about 6 or 7 minutes. Is there, what came up, what hit you as a thing you want to address based on this tremendous discussion?
The contingency and how we build cross ranks, I think, is something that weighs heavily on all of us. Look, one miserable but perhaps fortunate for organizing sakes aspects of being attacked everything everywhere all at once is that we're all fucked, okay? And we're all, and it's not a slogan
You tell 'em, Sherry.
to say that we're all contingent. I mean, quite literally, the legislation that passed just lowered the lifespan of most people in this room. Let's be honest. So we have to be talking honestly with our colleagues. The way we went on strike 2 years ago at Rutgers, our whole fight, it was a wall-to-wall crossing. We had enormous solidarity. We propagandized with the students about the conditions of labor for contingent labor to make sure that they were with us. Many of them brought out their tenured faculty to join with people because the main slogan that people were fighting for was equal pay for equal work, to raise up the conditions, pay, and protections and all the rest of that. And talking explicitly about the fact that what is just happening in this country is quite literally making everybody contingent. So we either are going to form united fronts in which we figure out what are the things that we can fight together on and what are we going to just go our own separate ways on, or we're all going to go down together. And I think we should look at the situation in Russia right now of where you have authoritarian, far more advanced than we have here. And what the universities are now becoming, faculty are now teaching people, basically propaganda, bullshit, nonsense. And, or you lose your job, you lose you're gone, you're done. Same thing happened in Turkey. That is what is going to happen. It's not about
They're forcing us
it's
to
about
teach
speaking logically
propaganda.
about where this goes. You're academics after all. Follow the money, follow what is happening, look at the evidence in front of you. And STEM faculty are particularly well skilled, it seems to me, in looking at the evidence and drawing hard conclusions based on hard facts. And that's what we need to do right now. We are all contingent.
Okay, I'm going to do this in 1 minute.
I'm working on one.
The question of autonomy.
It's in progress.
Underneath a lot of these issues that have been brought up. How do universities, if we're going to fight for free universities that are funded by the state, how do we maintain autonomy? So we need to think about that at one point. That I thought a lot about that as people were talking. And when that needs to include community control, community involvement, democratic decision making, all the things that socialists know about. There is this question about the faculty, staff, student, and I'm going to just double down on stuff that we say at Debt Collective, that debt is a connective tissue between those groups. And we can use debt to organize all of those groups, to bring all those groups in conversation about debt and talk about how we are all indebted in different degrees, obviously. And then a couple things about this. One, quick tactics. One, debtors' assemblies. You can organize those on your campus. You can organize those amongst the different groups of people. We did one with Jason Perez and I and some other people. Get groups together to talk about your indebted life. Sounds hard. It's not. I can teach you how to do it in 30 seconds. The second thing, if you're on a campus, pull up with your colleagues, pull up your budget, hit Control F and type in the word debt. Find out how much you're paying in interest and fees alone this year. It's over $100 million, I guarantee it, on most campuses. Ask yourself or ask your comrades, what would we do with $100 million if it wasn't going to Wall Street? You can start to organize there. The third thing, I think, and I want to just point out that my brother Bill said a lot of things I would want to say about what you said about Palestine, so thank you for that. But I do want to say, I think we need to organize a national walk-in day. We need to invite communities onto our campuses for free, autonomous education.
Oh.
Freedom schools on our campuses. The Kahi Coalition that Bill and I are part of, we had 200 actions across the country. That was mainly with people in higher. But what if we did the same thing where we had 200 actions across the country with people from the community coming to our campuses on a Saturday? And labor paid for buses to bring teachers and the church leaders. And we had other people coming in that normally don't get access to the university because it's too damn expensive and they don't want to go in debt. But they got to study for free for one day and they got to taste it like, damn, this is pretty good. Because we're not going to win if we don't have the leverage of the public. The last thing I'll say, We owe it to our brothers and sisters in Palestine. We owe it to our brothers and sisters that have suffered under American imperialism in other parts of the world to fight for a better university and for a better world.
One thing I guess I would say to sum up is that paradoxically, even over the past couple generations, as the university has been besieged, privatized, hollowed out, its significance to the larger reproduction of our society has only grown. 2/3 of Americans have at least some college. Not to repeat, but as an employer, right, on the question of staff, as a healthcare provider, et cetera, it's grown and grown and grown. And that means that the battle over conditions in the university and the relationship between the university and the larger society, it sounds obvious, but I think it's useful to say, it's intrinsically political. It is a battle about the shape of our society. I think that's a very useful thing to bear in mind in doing organizing on campuses, because many struggles in their kind of natural cycle of evolution, no matter the context, begin in a kind of narrow economic place, right? We have to fight to defend our working conditions. We have to fight to, not go deeper into debt, whatever it might be. That's natural. That makes sense. That's people's starting place. There is an intrinsically political quality to this struggle. And it's only at that level, when the struggle takes on our struggles take on their own political dimension and their own political demands, that we're going to succeed in building a coalition of sufficient depth and breadth to bring in all the different kinds of constituencies, workforces, groups we've talked about here, and to name something that might actually unite them. Right, a university for the common good, a university under socialism, however you might want to think about it. That's the reason why something like Palestine is inextricable from the struggle, right? Because the struggle over Palestine is a struggle over world order, over white supremacy, and it is intrinsic to that political fabric. It's also only at that level that we can actually win any of our demands. And I think all of us have experienced a lot of this over and over again, right? That you might kick the shit out of your administration and still run into a hard limit, right? Because actually the administration is being governed by these larger structures. But I think to wrap up, that the social importance of the university to the larger reproduction of the society is actually a source of leverage, right? It is actually a source of power if we can generate the organization and the program to actually bring our struggles to that level. And I think having a national walk-in is like a great idea. I think you can also start to envision a university that belongs to the people for all kinds of regular needs, as a lending library as well as an academic library, as a public gym, which is what the struggle in Columbia in '68 was about, right? What if, like, instead of, people always make fun of me when I say this, but I think it's true. What if instead of having like 1 million guys kind of trying to get rich as like YouTube exercise influencers, what if they were tenured professors of exercise, right? And like actually anyone could go down to the university gym and take that class, right? And I think you could start, when you start to think this way about the university as the fulcrum of how our society reproduces itself and a concentration of collective public interest and public good, it opens up all kinds of possibilities for both the vision that you can have and the coalition that you can start to imagine and construct.
I can't do better than that. I'm just going to say, I think at socialism, it feels like, people are already probably connected, but if you feel like you're not connected to a particular, organization that is struggling on these issues, if you feel like you need resources, for example, related to immigration, I think a lot of the organizations in this room, represented at this table and in the room in general, have those. So please make sure you reach out to somebody before you walk out that door to get connected to that kind of stuff. The only thing I'll really add is to say that it feels real and is actually overwhelming and intimidating, but our future turns on how we transform our relationships to each other at this room, at this conference.
Social relations again. They keep bringing this up.
Within our control. So thank y'all. All right.
All right. That was awesome. What a great session. Okay, so I'm going to do something really kind of cringe real quick, but I want to get a clip of that amazing like high school teacher from earlier. So you guys are going to have to watch me do a screen share of myself so I can clip something, but I'll show it to you so you guys can see what I'm doing, but I just don't have a better way to do this right now. So I'm recording my own screen, and so you're just going to have to suffer through listening to this again for 3 minutes because I want this clip up and I want it on Twitter like now. So point of personal privilege, please.
I'm Tina.
Hang on, I gotta write one.
So I wonder if you have any thoughts about that. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm Tina. I'm from Madison, Wisconsin.
Another
Lifetime
one,
member of the
Madison.
Teaching Assistants Association, which is an AFT. I'm also a lead
AFT.
steward in Madison Teachers Incorporated because I left higher education and work in a high school now. So everyone who raised your hand and said that you got radicalized in college, imagine if you got radicalized 4 years earlier.
Yo!
There's a dialectic between these organizations, but there are some major differences. High schools are a cross-section of our community. So when we look around higher ed and we're like, why is everyone so white and rich here? Look at the public schools. Now, people do a lot of research on like, what's going wrong in public schools? Why are children struggling to read? Why are there these dropout rates? And they all say, well, not all, but a lot of people point to teacher preparation programs.
Yes.
Which is in part a backhanded way to challenge teachers unions, right? And I do
Yeah.
want to say, there is no organization that does more to improve the conditions of the lives of children than teachers unions.
Bullshit.
And I have 3 minutes. So we need to train high schoolers how to organize. High school teachers, our hands are really tied. They're banning books, they're cutting funding, and we all, like, if you have children in school and they're in a club, that teacher is not paid for that time, whoever is advising them. They're going in on their lunches. Y'all know, it's a lot. Okay, we help children. The next thing. Basically, I used to, when I was a graduate student organizer, I was always saying we need to organize undergraduates to join in this struggle because we're students and workers. And now I just want to say, because I think a lot of people here are in higher ed, like, work with the high schools, connect with the teachers unions, connect with your kids' teachers, give them, I'm gonna be honest, give us money. Like on Teacher Appreciation Day, send a gift card to your high school teachers. Elementary school teachers get it, high school don't.
Honey.
Or like, whatever, just offer material support whenever you can. Show up at their protests, like send an email and say that you support them, because school boards listen to families. Follow your school board of the local public schools, follow them on social media, go to those meetings if you can, but like small policy changes will transform your city. That's how we get people into higher education, is through having strong public schools. Now, I want to say, if you're on campus and you're organizing, you have a school of education, probably, right? There's a place where people learn how to become teachers. Why are K-12 teachers overwhelmingly white and from like well-to-do families or rural areas? Higher education is a really hostile space for students of color. I'm not going to explain that, but
Thank you much. Yeah, I mean, I'm not stopping you. I'm just letting you know we're at 3 minutes, but it's fine.
okay, sorry, 30 seconds. University of Wisconsin-Madison is one of the top schools of education in the country. It used to be 300 students applied every year for the School of Ed, 200 were rejected. Now we accept everyone, they go into classrooms, it's not for them. That means there's 200 people every year in my city who want to do good and are willing to do extra work for no money and spend an entire year unpaid in student teaching, and they're just kind of lost. Right? So go to the School of Ed, offer to do guest lectures in teachers' classes to teach about unions, because we need better political education in higher education for K-12 teachers.
Yo! Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome.
I'm gonna do it right.
Sure.
We're gonna. All right. Hang on. Let me save the clip. I'm making the clip real quick, guys. We're doing it quick on the fly. While I'm making the clip, I'm pouring myself another hard apple cider. Yes, I want to put it in a new document. Do not. Okay, there we go. Ooh. Okay, let me just edit this clip real quick. This is going to take me like less than a minute. Amuse yourself in the chat while I take care of this clip. I want to get it up on Twitter. I would also like to record that high school kid. We are going to be watching our next presentation in about 25 minutes, guys. So the next presentation is live in about 25 minutes. So we do have a little extra time here, which is nice for me to be able to quickly make a clip for Twitter, because I haven't done this yet today, but that clip was so good, I just had to do it. I had to do it. Hang on. Almost there. Almost done. Hang on one sec. Almost there. All right, I am exporting it. Higher, okay, K-12, socialism. Okay, that's going to take a minute or two to export. All right, and do you guys mind if I go and I find the clip of that high school kid real quick? Because that was also another really shocking clip. I know what the back of his head looks like, I think. I would like to do the other one as well. That's where they're already just wrapping up. Hang on, let's go find that high school kid. I mean, there were so many shocking things in the Q&A. Was anyone else shocked by what they saw in the Q&A? Because it was just like teacher after teacher after teacher after professor after professor. Oh, there's that high school kid. Found him. It was like just teacher after teacher after teacher saying, like, I'm doing this in schools. I'm doing this in schools. Like, there were so many clippable moments just in that Q&A. But this is real, guys. I mean, even Sherry at the beginning, Sherry was like, yeah, we own higher education. Like, and the fact that they're saying it so brazenly, it's like, bro.
And disappointed me was to find out how a lot of the really tenured people, especially people do
Or he's coming up. There's that kid. There he is. Okay.
Realize that they're not in our boat now. They will be later.
That's right.
They will be negative because there is a caste system, and they need to realize
Almost
that
there.
they're not
My
in our
clip tool's
boat
just
now.
warming
They
up.
will be later.
Oh, shit. I guess I can't do it while I'm exporting. I can't clip while I'm also exporting, so I need another minute. Wow.
Hello, I'm Gabe from Urbana, Illinois.
Okay, well, we can wait for you, Gabe, from
Sit
Urbana,
down,
Illinois. We gotta wait for a minute for my clip to execute. Or export, rather. Crazy presentation. I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see. Like, guys, not everything can be a YouTube. It can't even be a YouTube short. It was 3.5 minutes long. So it actually can't be a YouTube short. Let me grab my Twitter real quick. That clip was nuts. That clip was nuts. Hang on. Thank you for bearing with me, guys. My computer runs slowly when I'm streaming because it does. So I'm overpowering it because I insist on running on a MacBook. Okay, well, let me just be blunt. I don't know if I'm gonna fucking make it into a YouTube short, so everyone's just gonna have to survive with what it is. Like, honestly. I don't know. Okay, who wants to volunteer all their time to make all the clips from this conference? Because I'll tell you what, until you are starting to volunteer your time to make all the clips from this conference, I don't want to hear about all the clips I should make. I am streaming 22 hours of socialism within a 48-hour period. I am doing my job, guys. You can't get a 2-second clip for everything. One sec. Clip almost exported. Hang on, we're almost there. Clip exported. Now I'm getting it loaded onto Twitter. I'm going to be putting this tweet in the chat, and you guys are going to be retweeting it. Okay, let me just get this quoted correctly. 1 second. Almost there. I want everyone to prepare to retweet the ever-loving fuck out of this clip. 1 sec, please. Play. Oh my god, I fucking hate this. Hang on. For all of you who got radicalized in college, imagine if you got radicalized 4 years earlier. They're literally saying they're indoctrinating high school students. One sec, almost there. Okay, clip up. Now I'm going to put the clip in the chat and all you guys are going to retweet it. Guys, we're going to be getting into another presentation very, very soon here. We're just making a couple clips on the fly. Here is the clip I just sent out. The volume might not be perfect, but it is what it is. I'm doing this while I'm live on the internet. Now let's go back and get this high school kid. Everyone retweet that, what I just put in the chat, please. Come on, work for me, clipping tool. You literally, there's no, okay, it's working. All right, stand by.
But how do we persuade these kinds of senior faculty that this is their struggle too, and they shouldn't be looking at the rest of us as a negative? Because there is a caste system, and they need to realize that they're not in our boat now, they will be later.
That's right. Hello, I'm Gabe from Urbana, Illinois. I just graduated high school, but I've been organizing in high school around climate and Palestine. Wow. I'm on a timer here, guys. I'm an incoming freshman at Columbia, and I'm a Jewish student. And I'm just so disgusted with the administration and how they handle it, and the fact that anti-Semitism is weaponized, and the fact that anti-Semitism is still real. But the people that claim anti-Semitism on Columbia are anti-Semitic themselves, but they're using it as a political weapon. And I guess what I'm wondering is, in this climate of fear,
called out,
where the NYPD is on campus, where there's ICE in our dorms, like how can I keep organizing there, and keep myself safe and keep other students safe? And how can I build a movement when there's just this atmosphere of fear around campus?
Look how
and
they're
when people
listening
wanna
to
claw
him.
back
Look
the-
how they're
you know, the
giving
old
him
days when it was
total
normal.
eye contact
Like,
and attention.
how does organizing exist in this environment, and how can I build something? That's what I want to know.
Those are great, excellent, important questions. Gabriel, I just would say a lot of your comrades in that fight are at this conference, so we got to all make sure to wrap around. And all we got is us in this
Hey,
battle.
look, they don't
all
hate
right,
the Jewish student, guys.
yes.
They're not Jew haters.
Good, great panel. Two quick points, if I can. I want to take
Almost like it was never about anti-Semitism, right?
From the Palestine movement.
All right.
AUP member.
At the clip, hang on, just got to export it real quick. Thank you guys again for bearing with me, because this is important that we get this information out, and I want Conservative Inc. called out on their anti-Semitism bullshit. By the way, just for anyone who's new, let me explain to you why the conservative, while we're waiting, while I'm exporting this clip, I can talk and do this at the same time. Let me explain to you why the conservative narrative around anti-Semitism and Jew hate is absolute and total bullshit. Number one, the left never hated the Jews. They were never pro-Hamas. I'm not talking about onesie and twosie here and there. You can find crazy people in any crowd, but by and large, the left never cared about Hamas. What the left cares about is Israel are the settler colonists. Hang on one sec. I just have to listen to something real quick. Hang on. One moment. I just need to find the actual start of the clip. Okay, hang on. Okay, hang on. So the reason that they don't like Israel is because Israel are the settler colonists that privatized the land under the oppressive force of capitalism. Okay? It's not because Israel is Jewish. It's because they were the people that came in and stole the land from the indigenous Palestinian people. You don't have to agree with them on this, by the way, but this is their interpretation. They also hate the United States for literally exactly the same reason, because they believe the United States are also the settler colonists. And so it has nothing to do with being Jewish. It has nothing to do with the Palestinians being Muslim. It really just is an issue about how they view the conflict in terms of the settler colonists stealing the land and the people who had their land stolen rising up against their oppressors. They literally think the same thing about the United States. The other reason that this anti-Semitism thing was always bullshit from the start is because many of the major student organizing groups are Jewish. Jewish Voice for Peace is one of the major organizers of the campus protests. Jewish Voice for Peace had a whole presentation earlier at the Socialism Conference. These are Jewish students. They were having rabbis on their encampment. They had Shabbat dinner on their on the encampments. Like they don't care if people are Jewish. So of course, here and there's always going to be onesie and twosie bad people who do bad things, but that doesn't mean the majority of students were ever anti-Semitic. So it was always a bullshit narrative. And I think the fact, honestly, that high school student called them out and said, you guys aren't even being serious about this. I was like, holy shit. The high school student knows that conservative media is literally full of shit. Okay, 1 second. Let me just get this posted on Twitter. It's already exported because it was much shorter than the other one. A Jewish student at the who just graduated from high school from high school calls out the ridiculous ridiculous anti-Semitism narrative propagated by the conservative right and the Trump administration, and calls them the real anti-Semites at the Socialism 2025 conference. Hang on 1 sec, almost there. From the Socialism 2025 conference. Hang on 1 sec. Almost there. Thank you guys for bearing with me as we do this. We got another live presentation coming up in about 13 minutes. We're just taking this opportunity to make a couple quick clips for Twitter. Okay, got this one posted. I'm going to put this in the chat too. You guys can retweet it if you want. And then we will get back to our programming and I'll tell you guys what we got coming next. Thank you for allowing me just a moment to do that while live on the internet. And I hope you guys took a little bit of a break while we were doing that. Okay, let me turn this off. I don't need this clipping thing anymore. Go away. Go away. All right, so what we have coming up next at the Socialism Conference, honestly, this is the presentation that I'm most excited about for today. Because the presentation we have next, and I'm just referring to the streaming schedule. Actually, let me just go over here. Do they already? No, they're not streaming it yet. Let's see. So the presentation that we are watching next is called Gender, Sexuality, Reproduction, and the State. And our queen, Sophie, is going to be at the presentation. And it's really exciting because Sophie is the best and we love her. As the state intensifies its assault on gender, sexuality, and reproduction, criminalizing abortion, trans care, and pregnancy outcomes, dismantling government functions to fight gender ideology, and defining real woman under the guise of protection, how do we endure and resist? Under the shadow of the Trump administration, the erosion of rights is not a glitch, but a feature of a broader regime of privatization and control. Journalist Melissa, authors Sophie and Beatrice discuss how today's attacks are part of a larger history of state repression and how we can build resistance in an era of hyper-austerity and rising fascism. So it's going to be awesome. We are doing that next, and that's going to start in about 10 minutes. And then there's going to be a break at the Socialism Conference. And on the break, we are going to watch this presentation, which I'm also very excited about, Reclaiming Our Future, Outer Space as a Site of Organizing. So they're talking about organizing in space. Failure of the left to engage with space as both a practical and imaginative realm has allowed the right to weaponize it for its own end. Space underpins technology affecting people's daily lives, and space labor happens on Earth. Guys, space labor happens on Earth and is therefore repressive. Come learn why space matters for the left's future. Oh, if the other presentation live wasn't Sophie, I would watch this one in a heartbeat. But we cannot abandon Sophie. We have to watch Sophie live. She is our queen. She is our goddess. We have to do it. But like, if it was like any other presentation up against the space organizing presentation, I would totally watch this one. But you know what? We can do that. We can do that another time. And then after that, we have the keynote for the night, which is Fighting Fascism, Lesson from the Colonies. That's going to be our big closing keynote. We are 7 hours into streaming today, which means we only have 5 more hours of socialism to go. I've already started drinking. I'm drinking cider. This is my second cider. Yes, we can come back to it later, and we will come back to it later. So that's what we're doing, guys. If you appreciate the work I'm doing, I hope you'll consider sending in a super chat. I would love to hit our overall super chat goal today. I know it's audacious, but if we can get 300 more bucks in super chats today, you won't have to hear me beg for money for the entire rest of the conference. I will not ask for any money tomorrow if we hit the super chat goal today. Now, if you guys want to send me money tomorrow, you totally can. It's really fine. But like, if we hit that goal, I will not ask you for another cent for the rest of the conference. I really appreciate people stepping up and supporting the work I do because I am 100% funded by people like you. The other thing you can do to support my work is by signing up for the Substack for $8 a month, $80 a year. I love monthly and annual supporters over on my Substack because you guys allow me to plan how many resources I have to work with because I'm 100% grassroots funded. I do not take political money. I will not work with any political tribe. My job is not to shill a narrative. My job is literally just to show up and show you what's going on and tell you the truth and show you the receipts so that you can see for yourself. So you can support my work by signing up for the Substack, by sending in a super chat. If you want to send in a Cash App or a Venmo, you can use those QR codes. That does count towards the super chat total. You can sign up on the Substack there as well. Whatever you want to do is fine. Also, I do want to let people know when we're in a little bit of a lull, I do have a free event coming up for people who are brand new to my content. This is going to be in a couple weeks, but I'm doing basically like a free lesson for like a total newbie, like people who are just finding my content for the first time and you're like, Karlyn, this language stuff is a little overwhelming. Okay, we're going to do an introduction. We're going to do a crash course. You can sign up for this for free. I just put the link to register in the chat. You can also head over to the Substack. You can find the link there. It's right up in the upper corner. You can also head over to my website, decodetheleft.com. It is giant on the homepage right now, so you can see it there as well. Find the link in any of those places, and you can sign up for the webinar that I'm going to be doing in a couple weeks as an introduction. If you're not available for the live webinar, you can still sign up for it and get sent the video on demand. This is totally free. I want to record the content and make it on demand. You can make a donation when you sign up if you want, but you certainly don't have to. Yo, Jay Conian with the super sticker. Thank you. Here's a little bit to get you closer to the goal. Thank you for that. And 2 ladies, very generous again. 2 ladies, you've given me too much, I feel like, over the past week. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really do appreciate it. For our family's goal, hopefully we can cover our colleagues here someday too. Lots of love. Appreciate all you guys. Thank you so much for that. That's what, $65. You guys are making me do math. You know how much I hate math, but I like it when you're giving me money, so that's okay. I appreciate it. We're about $216 away from our overall goal, and then you will never hear me ask for money again. And that'll be it. That'll be it. All right, let's pull it up and see if their live stream is up yet. I really can't wait for this gender presentation. It's going to be so awesome and funny. And oh, the live stream is up. And we'll just let them mill. There's Sophie. Sophie is there. Sophie spotted. Sophie is sitting. Yo! Nick! Thank you, Nick. I really appreciate it. That's a really nice gift, Nick. Thank you for your generosity. Appreciate you as always. Nick has been around the community since the very beginning. He is the sergeant at arms in the community. He is the protector and the defender. More than you would think. I don't know how many people are there in person because I'm not there in person. But when I was there in person, it was more than you think. Do you need a plug in your charger, by the way?
I would love to. If there is.
Yeah, capitalism rocks. Capitalism isn't perfect, but it's pretty good. See, I don't know if I believe that number though. I don't feel like it was that many.
You're ready, and then we'll turn on the lights.
But maybe it was.
You know,
It was probably at least 1,000 when I was there.
must be a little different this year.
I don't know. I think I said like 400 or 500 at the time, but it may have been more than that. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Honestly, because it's so spread out. So it is actually really hard to tell how many people are actually there. Okay.
Okay. There we go. Melissa's was not played in. Thank goodness we checked.
Wow, you guys really did all post that clip. I appreciate it. That clip is moving.
I do think this would not be so funny if it weren't for the facial expressions that you and Arnie have. I think it's great.
I think it's so funny that they used our like serious author photos or whatever. We look like we're taking yourself very seriously.
Yeah, when I say property, you say private, property, private, property, private.
There was some.
I like the chanting. I get into the chanting. It's fun. It wakes you up.
No, it's all good.
Did you ever?
No, we're set to go.
All right, they're about to get ready.
Because I'm lovely. Do you mind actually moving these cups over? So that we have more room. So I don't have to unmic again. Thank you. In past years, I've been told to do like a signal to you guys when we're ready. Do you want me to do like a thumbs up? We're good to go. I tested your mic, which I'm glad I did because it was unplugged. Yeah, like sternum.
See, I personally have mixed feelings about capitalism though. So it's like I struggle with being completely like capitalism is the best, but like when it's defined as private property ownership, it is, but like people don't understand. Yeah. When I say right wing, you say grifter, right wing grifter, right wing grifter. We'll work on the chants, okay? That's actually a good chant.
We can also take the mic out of the thing.
Unironically, a good chant.
I think this was probably better for us. I think. Those ones are a little harder to stay there.
Fortunately, I have good mic technique.
Guys, please make sure you've mounted the like button before this begins. Mounting the like button lets YouTube know to recommend the content to more people. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel if you are not already.
Just our subtitle. Like I think it just says this. Does it say the so-called law?
The best presentations are yet to come. I know we've been streaming all day, but the best is yet to come. I know people are like heading out for fireworks. We got our own fireworks right here. Hey, thank you, Kristen. Get in the even number. Awesome. Guys, we need $100 more. $100 more, and I will not ask you for any more money for the entire rest of the Socialism Conference. And I'll really try to be nicer to people and maybe yell less. I'm not promising I'll yell less, but I'm saying I'll try, okay? I'll try. Hope everyone had a great 4th of July. Who's that? So close to the goal, yet so far. Actually, we're really fucking close to the goal. It's actually pretty awesome. Unexpectedly awesome. I really appreciate all the support we've gotten this week. Sophie is non-binary, just so you guys don't know. She might look like a woman, but she's not a woman. She is a non-binary.
I think it is a security concern. Like, I think.
I'm gonna make a time. 1 minute warning.
Okay, good.
And then I can, or I'll just sort of like,
Perfect.
and that way this is our backup.
Maybe you can like do a little tap on the table if I don't see it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Can everyone hear me? Awesome. Let's check that mic real quick.
How's this? Excellent.
Wonderful. We're going to get started in just a moment. Okie dokie. Let me just get this all organized. Oh, that's the wrong one. Haha.
Everyone ready for the craziest presentation you'll probably see today? It's going to be awesome.
All right. Hi, and welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us here in Chicago, and welcome to everyone tuning in on the live stream. My name is Beatrice Adler-Bolton, and I want to thank you all for coming to this session, which is called Gender, Reproduction, and the State, Fighting Back Against the So-Called Law with Melissa Gira Grant and Sophie Lewis. This session explores the state's intensifying assaults on gender, sexuality, and reproduction under the second Trump administration. We'll look at how these attacks are part of a broader regime of privatization and control, and rooted in a much longer history of state repression. Together, we'll think through how we can not only survive this era of rising fascism and hyper-austerity, but also how we will organize and resist. So I'm going to just begin with a few announcements on COVID and community safety, and then I'll introduce the speakers and we'll get started. This session has two parts. First, we'll have a discussion with the panelists, and then we'll open things up for a participatory discussion with the floor. During the discussion, if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. I'll keep a stack, which is a list of people who'd like to contribute. And we'll hear from folks in small groups of 3 to 4 at a time, and then we'll pause so panelists can respond. This format helps make sure that more people have space to participate than doing a one and then answer and back and forth. And we encourage contributions from the floor, not just questions for the panelists, but comments and reflections for the whole room. These sessions are meant to be collective political and organizing spaces, not just traditional Q&As. Now, a quick note about the discussion. When participating, please be mindful. This is a public live-streamed talk. To protect your safety and privacy, we encourage you to not share your full name, location, or any identifying details, especially if doing so could put you, your job, your organizing, or your community at risk. You're welcome to participate anonymously or with as little information as you feel comfortable sharing. We want everyone to feel safe, heard, and protected. Please take great care to not share anything that could expose you to surveillance, retaliation, or criminalization. And now for the COVID and community safety announcement. At the Socialism Conference, all participants play a role in keeping one another safe and making sure that folks feel supported and comfortable over the conference weekend. Toward that end, I'm sharing a few important reminders. First, remember that conference attendees are required to wear N95 or KN95 masks while indoors in conference spaces. Speakers in this session will remain masked throughout the entire session, even when speaking, and audience members are also required to wear masks even when asking questions or making comments. Second, please make sure to wear your conference badge throughout the weekend and respect the badge checkers at the door of meeting rooms. They are part of our community safety plans, and they're here to support a safe conference. Third, please keep in mind that the Socialism Conference aims to be a space that encourages genuine learning, discussion, and debate among folks from across the left. We ask that all participants help us to foster a culture where folks feel comfortable expressing questions and sharing different points of view. All participants should also keep in mind that the conference is a relatively public space and take that into account when you decide to share. Thank you for masking and keeping each other safe. And thank you to Haymarket Books and the devoted team that brings this gathering
into being. It takes quiet and relentless work to build forums for radical imagination, and we want to honor that labor. Their unwavering dedication to collective education and movement building is what makes conversations like this possible. So as I mentioned at the top, my name is Beatrice Adler-Bolton. I am the co-host and co-founder of the Death Panel podcast, which is sponsoring this session, and the co-author of Health Communism, which comes out in paperback at the end of this month, and you can also pick up in the bookstore. And I'm honored today to be joined by my comrades, Melissa Gira Grant and Sophie Lewis. Melissa Gira Grant is a staff writer at the New Republic and author of Playing the Whore, The Work of Sex Work, as well as the forthcoming and highly anticipated A Woman is Against the Law, Sex, Race, and the Limits of Justice in America. You can pick up a copy of Playing the Whore, which is a true classic, in the conference bookstore, and be sure to pre-order her new book through your local bookstore. And Sophie Lewis is a writer, an ex-academic. She teaches courses on utopian theory at the Brooklyn Institute for Social Research and holds a visiting affiliation with the Center for Research on Feminist, Queer, and Transgender Studies at the University of Pennsylvania, or not anymore. Never mind. Her books, Enemy Feminism's Full Surrogacy Now and Abolish the Family, all also excellent, have been translated into 9 languages, and you can find all 3 in English in the bookstore. So welcome, and thank you for being here. I'm so grateful to be joined by Melissa and Sophie today, who are 2 comrades and co-thinkers whose work just personally has really challenged not only how I understand gender, reproduction, and sexuality under capitalism, but also how I imagine our escape from it. And this session begins from a very simple but a very urgent premise. The attacks we're facing on abortion, trans care, and reproductive autonomy are not anomalies. They are features of a system built on privatization, criminalization, and control shaped by both policy and law. Our futures often feel like they hang on a razor's edge, trapped in cycles of litigation and court rulings that operate on a scale far removed from our daily material needs. We are inundated with escalating attacks where the criminalization of abortion, trans care, and pregnancy outcomes intersects with broader projects of austerity governance, and fascist resurgence. And these are not isolated so-called culture war flashpoints. They are coordinated strategies of state repression, disciplining bodies, withdrawing care, and consolidating power under the banner of protection. But we're also here today to talk about what comes next. The collapse of faith in law and policy to safeguard our rights doesn't just leave a void, it also opens a horizon. This isn't about despair, it's about shifting the terms of survival, recognizing our deep interdependence and boundless creativity. It's an invitation to think together. How do we endure and fight back? Not just legally, not just rhetorically, but materially, practically, and collectively in an era where law, policy, the courts, and even care itself are weaponized against us. So we're going to begin with the discussion among the 3 of us, then open it up to comrades in the audience. Remember, the session is being live streamed. So with that, let's begin. Sophie and Melissa, in moments of crisis, many turn to the courts or the law for recourse. But both have a long history of failure and betrayal, particularly when it comes to abortion and trans care. From Dobbs to bans on gender-affirming medicine, it's clear that legality does not equal justice, and medical institutions often replicate the same structures of control and abandonment. How have the law and mainstream medicine failed to protect gender and reproductive autonomy? And why do these failures persist? Why do people continue to trust institutions like courts and the law, even as they criminalize care and abandon those who need it most? What political work is being done by this misplaced faith, and how can we begin to let it go?
Great. Can everyone hear me all right? If I start to drop in volume, just feel free to wave from the back or the front or wherever you are. Thank you so much to Death Panel for putting this together, for putting this incredible slate of panels together. I have looked at Death Panel as sort of a beacon over the last several years and a political home in a moment where things feel very uncertain. And Sophie, it's nice to be back on stage with you. I got to help launch Sophie's book, Full Surrogacy Now, and we haven't seen each other in person since then because COVID. I'm going to tell 2 very short stories and then answer the question, but I hope these stories also answer the question. This is kind of getting at like, what is this like persistent and misplaced faith in the law, even when we see how often it fails us and where this comes from? Part of it is like we've been told this fantasy about what the Supreme Court does in the United States, that it's, gradually helped move progress forward and been a bulwark from majority efforts to roll back progress and rights. And I think the last few years, if anybody had any doubts, has made it very clear that that is not the function of the Supreme Court. But it goes back so much further. And, very often the people that laws are meant to protect and the people even who help craft these laws find themselves failed by them very quickly. One example is Francis Thompson, who during the Memphis massacre of 1866, immediately following the Civil War, there was a riot allegedly started by recently decommissioned Black soldiers who were still stationed in the city and police who were really doing the rioting. In the course of the riot, Francis was sexually assaulted and robbed. And Congress actually sent a committee to Memphis to hear stories from people who had been victims and who had survived the riots. And she got to testify. She was one of 5 Black women who got to tell Congress, or a committee from Congress, about being sexually assaulted. Maybe one of the first women actually to provide such testimony to Congress. That event, the report that came out of it, it all ended up sort of being fuel to push for the passage of the 14th Amendment, which, when you were talking about Roe, when we're talking about Scrimetti, when we're talking about any of sort of these foundational civil rights cases around gender and sexuality and race, the touchstone is almost always the 14th Amendment, whether it's equal protection or due process under the law. And in a way, like, Francis has been sort of lifted up after the fact as like somebody who's sort of helped mother that law into being. 10 years later, politics are very different. And even though it's probably clear that most people in Memphis knew that Francis Thompson was a transgender woman or cross-dressed, if that's how they thought of her, she was in 1876 arrested. She was made to undergo an examination. She was charged with cross-dressing. She was dressed in both her chosen attire and then also the attire the police thought she should be wearing. And those photographs ran, well, they weren't photographs, they were woodcuts of photographs. They ran across the country. This was a national story. And the way the story was framed was, this person who told you that she was sexually assaulted, that the South is horrible, that Black people are oppressed, well, she's a big liar. Right? That was the story. And been through the vehicle of that story, though, is this like gender deviancy. And I think of her as somebody who was failed by a law that she was very much held up as someone who helped. It's the 14th Amendment, knock on wood, like it's still significant, but it has consistently also failed people along the way. And so I think of her a lot. I thought of her the day that the Dobbs opinion was leaked, which was the anniversary of the Memphis massacre. And I've just been thinking a lot about how like these, the law is a kind of story, and then we do this storytelling about the law. In the immediate wake of Dobbs, there was this huge push to try to find ways to claw back abortion rights. And we'll talk about some of them in more detail later. But one of the things that came out of those conversations about, well, what do we do now, is realizing the limitations that had been in Roe and seeing that Roe's viability limit, that is, it gives the government the power to regulate abortion after it is believed that a fetus could survive on its own, outside the womb is the language in the decision. In 1973, that meant something very different also than what it means now. But the reality is that's not like a medical or scientific designation. That was a compromise that happened in the context of that decision that got baked into the law that we were all told protected our right to an abortion, but it had this ban inside of it, and it always has. And so there was one hopeful moment after Dobbs, like maybe we can actually craft something better. Maybe these losses are actually an opportunity to sort of like wipe free the illusions that we have about the court and also explore what we can do outside of them to not get ourselves invested in another 50-year strategy of continually petitioning the court for our rights. So I do have some optimism in that. And one of the things that has been very difficult to see with the Scrimetti decision, which impacted transgender kids living in almost half the states in the United States. If you're a minor and you live in a state where medical transition was banned, the Supreme Court just ruled to essentially uphold those bans. And, there's been a lot of, frankly, fucked up discourse about it, charging the left with somehow asking for too many rights too soon, charging trans people with like ruining, quote unquote, gay rights struggles. Andrew Sullivan in the New York Times, no surprise, is very angry. It doesn't matter really giving him much attention. This is a story we've all heard before. You're asking for too much at the wrong time frame. Like, there's never an ideal time frame for be asking the court for our rights. But what I find very striking about that is there were years of those laws being passed in state legislatures, just like abortion. There were decades of state legislatures being where the fight was based. And state-based organizations were begging for resources to fight back those laws. I was in Texas in 2021 where they successfully beat back over a dozen anti-trans laws that were introduced in that one session, which now sounds quaint. Like now there's like dozens and dozens. And so one of the things I always think about when I, think about this misplaced faith and justice and the law is where it moves the terrain. And I can't help but wonder if the state fights had gotten more attention, if they had been given more resources, if local expertise was prioritized over big national reproductive rights and LGBTQ groups who would sometimes come into the local level and call the shots. There's something about the Supreme Court that supports disempowering the grassroots. That's sort of where I've landed with this, that it is a way to sort of keep people's focus on an elite group of lawyers and other practitioners. Donors love to hear these big dramatic stories about wins. It's very simple on the news, but it's never actually the end. And I think that's where I'll leave it. That we're fed this sort of story that the court is the last word, and so if we can just get them to do the right thing, we'll be safe. And we know that's not true. And then the challenging thing after that is to figure out, where does that safety live then?
Hi.
Hi, Sophie.
It's great to go after Melissa. I'm not primarily someone who thinks of herself as a thinker about the law, and it's been an interesting provocation to think about what work I have done in those terms, because of course it is something you can put in these terms. Now, it's a bit basic in a context like this conference to say so, but perhaps worth spelling out anyway. Not that Melissa hasn't rammed this point home, but capitalist nation states have not only failed to protect gender autonomy and procreative self-sovereignty writ large, right? They have been constitutively opposed to these things. Or the question is also, who are they supposed to even, in theory, defend these things for? Because of their vested interest in the management of the fertility as well as the unwaged reproductive labor of Black, Indigenous, migrant, and colonized human beings, especially of women specifically, and of proletarian reproduction generally, right? Okay. As Melissa's book title, which I'm so excited about, puts it succinctly, a woman is against the law. What a great summation of something very profound. In my first book, Full Surrogacy Now, I try to illuminate this profound truth in terms of the foundational non-gestationality of the construct of the human at the heart of the edifice of liberal rights. Now, this construct is also structurally white and eugenic, but when I say non-gestationality of the construct of the human at the heart of the edifice of liberal rights, I'm talking about the quite well-established fact that the word individual, etymologically speaking, refers to the indivisible. That's why it's called that, meaning non-pregnant body of the rights-bearing subject. So in other words, the gestational laborer is quite literally not a person in that sense, and thus would be foolish to imagine in a sense that the law will truly cater to their bodily needs or enshrine their freedom. And the transsexual is in a very similar structural position as this kind of individual body vis-a-vis the organs of the capitalist state, insofar as they are transgressing or contesting the administrative sovereignty of the state over their fertility, not to mention over their position in the reproductive division of labor that remains, despite it all, and despite all the shrinking and contraction of the private nuclear household in recent decades,
the
does remain at the
organs
heart
of capitalism.
capital's social factory. So, however, there is also a degree to which state institutions and laws have been weaponizable by socialists and anarchists and revolutionaries at times against the ruling class, including on the terrain of reproductive rights as part of bigger moments where class war is tipping in our favor, or at least in favor of social democracy and winning concessions. And I would never argue, for example, that the legalization of contraception or of abortion at various points in the 20th century did not constitute a win for the proletariat, as some people do try to argue, I think. These things were wins. Yet, too, at the same time as being wins, as we know, breakthrough feminist laws were typically quite grudgingly granted, but also reactionarily designed instruments of reproductive enfranchisement. So Roe versus Wade, notably, and Melissa knows much more about this than me, but was built, as I understand it, on a pretty pathetic foundation of privacy or privacy rights rather than gestational labor autonomy. And so it wasn't even a positive right to bodily integrity that had to be broken down and overturned in the Dobbs ruling of 3 summers ago, because Roe had never been established on that terrain. So nonetheless, despite the sort of repeated disappointment of movement's faith in the law, in moments of crisis, as B said, many turn to the law. And I just want to offer one final point on that, which is that part of such a turn, counterintuitively, perhaps, is a turn to the family. And I don't just mean in the sense of, hunkering or bunkering down with the members of your household, and parenthesis, I do think that the tradwife turn has to be understood as a partial response to the actually quite real crisis of care, the persistence of the double shift, and reflects a sort of fantasy of exodus of a sort of homesteading unit from the state, from the market, and so on. But I also mean in terms of the family norm, the norms of the private nuclear household as a legal fiction in its own right? The family is not something that should be understood as neatly separable from the state or from the law in this sense. So I think when I'm being asked as a provocation to think about the work that is done by people's faith in such institutions, I think I have to talk about the family, even though of course I'm always gonna, because I'm me. But this is an ideology that encourages and invites, as well as coerces and requires, populations to trust in it. And as Melinda Cooper shows so well in her book Family Values, which is about the centrality of the family to neoliberalism, this kind of misplaced faith in the family is really an engine of our unfreedom. Misplaced faith in the family as a mechanism capable of delivering on humanity's need for care.
Thank you for the Cash App.
Is, I
appreciate it.
Something that's quite similar to the misplaced faith in the law or in the criminal justice system as a vehicle for delivering humanity's need for safety that has been so aptly critiqued by other, more familiar so far, schools of abolitionism. Does that make sense? Okay.
Thank you both so much for that. As a recent gestational laborer who has a long history of experiencing medicalization, one of the things that was fascinating was to watch disability and gestational labor intersect throughout that process, and to see the way that the labor that I was doing was revaluing myself as a liberal subject, despite the fact that disability disqualifies me as a liberal subject. And of course, disability is another moment where we see the narrative of the law really shape our expectations for what we can expect in terms of a landscape of rights. And disability ultimately is theorized by the state as a position that's antithetical to gestational labor. That's perhaps best evidenced in the way that Medicare, which people who are on Social Security disability insurance, barely covers gestational care and covers reproductive care pretty much more comprehensively in terms of sterilization than it does birth control, abortion, labor, the care of a child after you've completed your gestational labor. And it's one of the reasons I'm really appreciative of both of you for participating in this session and conversation is that I think as we move forward and we see things like the Big Beautiful Bill, which up until the very last minute attempted to strong arm a national ban on trans care using Medicaid, we have to think about the ways that payment systems for healthcare are really designed around this subjectivity that both Sophie and Melissa are talking about here, and who the subject is supposed to be of the liberal state, who is supposed to be part of the body politic, right? And so I'm going to move on to our next question now, which is, as abortion, trans care, and other forms of health autonomy are pushed further outside legality, the distinction between criminal and caregiver also collapses. Many are finding themselves caught between their ethics and their licenses, their conscience and the law. What are the political and moral implications of being forced to break the law to provide or access care? How can we think about the risks that people are taking, not as individual decisions, but as collective refusals of increasingly carceral medicine?
So this is where criminalization enters the chat, basically. Many people so far at this conference have made reference to the fact that if we're trying to figure out how to get ourselves out of this moment of heightened criminalization of not just gender and sexuality, but dissent, protest, we need to look to people who have been resisting criminalization for a lot longer. Whether that is migrant sex workers, whether that is drug users, whether that is people who have been negotiating harm reduction work on the streets while they have been surveilled and criminalized for the act of providing community care. I take a lot of, that's where I came from. That's the world that I came from a sex worker. Health clinic was one of my very first jobs, after sex work, during sex work. And, that's probably where I first found abolition, also was in that context, that you start to think that, what you're doing in harm reduction is assessing risks and minimizing risks and doing that as a collaborative practice. And the law just happened to be one of those risks, right? Like carrying condoms, maybe police are going to shake you down and use that as evidence against you. That is like the health and the law intersection that a lot of the work that I have done I have lived in. And when I started doing more work around reproductive justice, both, as a movement person and now as a journalist who's very happy not to be doing any direct movement work right now because I feel like I'm in a position of just trying to keep up and learn what I have already learned from movement to inform the journalism that I'm doing. And I think like the biggest thing that might be blocking this sort of, as much as people said things like, I aid and abet abortion, I'll help you break the law. And I think in that first blush after Dobbs, there was a lot of that response, but without a lot of practicality to it. And some things that might even endanger people. And I think where that's coming from is, I laid out sort of this fantasy notion of the court, the Supreme Court, but courts in general in this country as the bestowers of rights. But at the same time as that narrative is taking hold in the second half of the 20th century, that's when we have the rise of mass incarceration. That's when we see the rise of criminalization. And I'm still puzzling out what it means to have had those two moments come up together. And I see it whenever I'm in a space where, the idea that these systems that we think will protect us are harming us is causing dissonance, because it's something I just expect and have long expected. And I can't remember thinking that these systems were designed to protect me. But that's sort of been baked into the rights discourse and the subject that Sophie described so well, like this sort of fantasy person that the state is regarding. You know, the state was never meant to protect this kind of person. And so I think that there's some of that work that's like needed to be done, particularly for folks who are sort of for the very first time as caregivers, contemplating what it means now to be against the state and against the law and what risks they're going to take in the process of doing that. And, you know, sort of the mainstream movement space isn't necessarily a safe space to have those conversations, because now even sometimes sharing that information could be criminalized. So it's a steep climb that many folks are in, but the good news is that many people have been there before. You know, we're in this very weird situation, just to kind of ground this. Does anybody know if abortion is legal in Missouri? Yes. It is not. Yes, also not. You're right on both. Missouri's going through it right now, and I'm very sorry to anybody who's from Missouri who's wrestling with this. So you may have heard, this was like this bright spot of news on election night in 2024, that Missouri was one of the states that now has a constitutional amendment theoretically protecting the right to abortion in ways that was even stronger than Roe. There were people who actually wanted to go even further and lost that political fight, which I wrote about in the New Republic, if you're curious to get into the nitty-gritty of that. But the reality is everybody was told that this constitutional amendment will end the abortion ban in Missouri. Oh, but actually there's not just one ban. There's like dozens of anti-abortion laws.
There are actually way
it doesn't
more than
automatically
stop making shit
restore
up
the
in
right
my
to
chat
abortion.
right
We're
now
actually
and
going to
don't
have
do
to
this
go
again.
to court and challenge dozens of anti-abortion laws. And the people doing the challenging, Planned Parenthood, two of their local affiliates, so not like the national, but you know, probably in coordination with the national, they didn't decide to challenge them all. They decided not to challenge one that it affected young people, so a mandatory notification of parental involvement rule. They did not challenge that. And they also got into this fight with the state about medication abortion, where the state had put, like many things with abortion, all these onerous restrictions that were not medically significant or important.
Let's put it this way. There's more people at this conference than go to CPAC. And I've been to CPAC. I've been to both this conference and CPAC. More people come here, and they're far more serious about organizing at this conference than they are at CPAC, and it's not even close.
The court fight drags on, and they sort of are starting abortion. So where we were in April, almost 6 months after the election, there are 3 clinics in the state of Missouri that are operating, most of them only once a week, only procedural abortion, only up to 13 weeks. And so the situation that people in ban-free Missouri found themselves in was very much like the pre-Dobbs reality, where they were going out of state. Like thousands of people are going to Kansas or Illinois. Very few people are getting abortions in Missouri. And now another court has stepped in, and who knows, like, you know, if we were in a different moment, if we had a different sort of model of care of abortion in Missouri, there are no independent clinics. And I spoke with folks who run independent clinics, and they're like, I'm not going to take the risk of going to Missouri right now. Like, everything is so uncertain. And there's a different reality where Planned Parenthood isn't Planned Parenthood, and they just go for it, right? They're like, come and like shut us down. But because of the political situation in Missouri, that is like not a risk that they're willing to take. There's no one else to take that risk. And so nothing has changed. We're back to where we were. And I'm just watching that fight and feeling like, how would this have gone differently if like the risk tolerance were different? And like what was lost in thinking of this purely as an electoral fight or fight about the law when it was a political fight? You know, we have an attorney general in Missouri who's going far outside the law to try to stop Planned Parenthood. He understands it's a political fight. He's not bound by the law in how he's fighting, the attorney general. So that I think that maybe like that friction point between, you know, are you willing to cross that line and risk becoming a criminal yourself in order to provide care?
I'll be right back. Let me
is
know if I
not
missed
an
anything.
a decision you can make on your own. And it's a political decision.
Art
It's
is
not
not
about
being
calling
serious.
the
It's
lawyer who's going
Murphy's
to give you the
Pool.
perfect
Everyone calm
advice,
down. Leave
'cause
him
they're not.
alone.
They're going to give you the most conservative advice. And so, yeah, I think it's sort of like unlearning that process in your head that there's like one answer that's within the letter of the law, because as we're seeing in Missouri right now, really all bets are off. The law is a lot more, how would I say this? I was just gonna say fucked up. It's fucked up. The law is just fucked up. And it's like the anti-abortion elected officials know that and are playing that to their advantage. And then the rest of us are just, you know, to be incredibly stereotypical, being good girls over here and not rocking the boat. I think that's what it comes down to, is political risk, not the letter of the law.
Yes. On this question of breaking the law in order to enact communization of care, about understanding acts of sexual or sex self-determination, of sex making and gestational labor stoppage, not as individual decisions, but as collective movements within a wider war between life and capital. I want to bring up cisness. Now, cisness is this thing that some people think has existed for a long time, but hasn't. Emma Heaney, as I'm constantly saying, exposes how cisness, the naturalization of assigned sex, is in fact feminism's counter-revolution historically. Now, for over a decade, I've been part of a sort of transgender materialist and anti-work trans Marxist effort in revolutionary feminism in the West that theorizes social reproduction and trans social reproduction and the positive supersession of capitalist care in an abolitionist frame, alongside writers like Nat Raha, Trevor Ellison, Emma Heaney, Juliana Gleason, and M.E. O'Brien, and so many others. And I just say this because a major point that arises for me in my mind in this context is the observation that cisness is becoming mandatory, right? That's the attempt on the part of the state to render cissexuality compulsory and deviations from it criminal. Anyway, I don't have much time or much more to really offer on that, but I want to just also harken back to past examples, because as ever we can harken back to the 70s for examples of the collective refusal of carceral medicine. And in health communism, B, you and RT unearth the shamefully buried and memory-hold history of the Sozialistisches Patientenkollektiv, the SBK, the Socialist Patients Collective in Heidelberg, Germany, whose slogan was "Turn illness into a weapon," and whose anti-psychiatry organizing and insurrectionary
shout out to the newbies
in and
Yo,
against the
MT!
medical industrial complex readily had
Thank
them
you,
branded
MT.
terrorists
Have
by the
fun.
West German state. And in effect, they were enemies of the state on account of the crime of laying claim to bodily and psychical self-sovereignty collectively on a platform of anti-productivist, disability liberationist, mad pride. An example that also comes to mind is the seizure of a section of Lincoln Hospital in the Bronx by the Young Lords and the Black Panther Party in